Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. Taylor Decker and David Montgomery said they want to play in Green Bay, and it is trending that way, according to Dan Campbell. He's optimistic the Lions will get their starting left tackle and running back for prime time's game tomorrow. The Packers also getting healthier, with running back Aaron Jones and wide receiver Christian Watson also expected to return against Detroit. Hopefully a sign of things to come at Little Caesars Arena. Young players scoring, new players contributing, and a game winner by Michael Rasmussen back from his major injury. A 4-3 final over rival Pittsburgh. Rasmussen also spoke about first-year center Nate Danielson, who found the back of the net during the exhibition. Also a good sign, the Wings converted on 2 of their 6 power play opportunities. The Tigers take over second place in the AL Central after beating up the Royals bullpen, winning 6-3 at Comerica Park to begin their final homestand and the last of Miggy's career. They were held scoreless by Zach Greinke, of course, for 5 innings before scoring 2 in the 6th and 4 runs in the 8th. And former Detroit Lions running back Adrian Peterson, he made his debut on Dancing with the Stars last night for anyone that cares. He did the salsa apparently and has been a controversial competitor on the show due to his past child abuse charge. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Chris. It's still funny to hear former Lion Adrian Peterson, because people even here kind of forget that he actually played for the Lions. Boy, he was great in his prime, though.
Oh, dominant.
Yes. 248-539-9797. Before we get to the ticket text, I want to ask the question and get the phones buzzing, hopefully. When the Tigers had their runs, we used to always ask the question, and they had actually a campaign about it. Who's your Tiger? Who's your Tiger? Mm-hmm. Was it Miggy? Was it Victor Martinez? Was it Justin Verlander? Whatever. Who's your Tiger? So I'll ask the question right now as the Lions get prepared to fly to Green Bay later this afternoon. Who's your Lion? Your child, your kid, wants to buy a jersey. What jersey is he buying? If you are somebody who buys jerseys, what Lion jersey are you buying? 248-539-9797. And like I said, we will take your favorite Miggy moments as well. I got some ticket texts. Don't remember the year, but went to a game at Comerica, and Miggy hit 2 bombs to dead center, one in the well in the Vines and the next one over the well. My favorite Miggy moment was when he was with the Marlins and got an RBI from swinging at an intentional walk pitch. I do remember that. A lot of ones for the Mariano Rivera one. I like to remember the moments he made baseball fun, getting a hit when they were trying to intentionally walk him. Yeah. That's Tom in Flat Rock. I remember watching a game versus the Indians at the time. He was going for a foul ball, and he just hugs an Indians fan. Look on the guy's face was great. Hobbled Miggy taking the greatest closer ever to dead center field in 9th to tie the Yankees. My favorite Miggy moment was a couple of years ago, opening day, when he hit the home run in the snow, didn't know it, and slid into second.
Yeah.
I forgot that part of it.
I did
He's
too.
right, yeah. This was a classic, because Miggy always, they talk about how smart he is. When Miggy used his baseball bat to measure the batter's box in Chicago, and they had to pause the game and rechalk the batter's box. Remember that?
Yeah, that is. They had that in the La Leyenda special that we ran.
Did they?
Yeah, they actually had went back and got the play-by-play of it, and I didn't know that. I didn't remember that happened.
Yeah,
that's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
He's like literally called out to said this isn't deep enough.
Yeah, and they
rechalk it.
He was right. A Miggy thing that stands out to me is when he hit the home run when they were trying to walk him and didn't get it outside enough. That's from Tim in Farmington. And you stole my thunder, Stoney Rivera. Couldn't believe it. Yeah, that was an unbelievable moment.
Yeah.
Hit that home run. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's say good morning to Edgar in Detroit. Good morning, Edgar.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
My favorite moment for Miggy was when I was at the game there personally, and it was bottom of the ninth. Game was tied. Miggy was up, and it was the last out of the game. And this is a personal moment for me. It was against either the Indians or the Royals when they were fighting the Tigers for the division title. And he hit a home run to walk it off all by himself. And it was just crazy to be there because it was kind of raining. It was late at night. And the whole stadium just lost it when he hit that walk-off. And everybody was just going crazy. and then the Gatorade shower after the game. You can't miss that.
You know what? Another one of my favorite Miggy moments is, and Gov was there for this, is when we found out he was being traded here. That came out of nowhere. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, it was the brilliance of how Dombrowski did business.
Yeah, close to the vest.
And the Angels were the ones that were supposed to get him.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And I heard Dombrowski said, okay, they called the Marlins when the Tigers got involved. Ilitch approved
wanted.
it.
Well, Ilitch was the one who told Dombrowski to go get him.
Yeah, and so then the Marlins asked for Maben and Miller along with the prospects that they got, the other four. And Maben and Miller were prime prospects.
Yes.
I think Andrew Miller finally delivered. It took a long time and in a way people didn't think it would happen. So anyways, then the Marlins offered that, and Dombrowski said, okay.
Yeah.
He didn't counter.
Right.
And that's why they got him.
Yeah. And they had to take Dontrelle Willis. And the biggest mistake out of that was not getting Dontrelle Willis. Was they redid his contract, which made no sense because he was coming off a bad year. And Dontrelle Willis, what a great personality. He had those great couple of years. If he was the Dontrelle Willis of Florida before he messed up or whatever, or before his play declined, he would have owned this town because he had a great personality. Let's go to John in Toledo. What's up, John?
Well, not a whole lot. Good morning, fellas. How are you?
Good.
My favorite Lion is probably Golf, the quarterback. He's not getting a lot of credit. I mean, he's getting credit where credit's due, but he's got a lot of talent. He makes good decisions. I mean, he looks at his first read, and if it ain't right, he's got a secondary target. He is, in my opinion, he is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. He got it done against the one that they think is the best. The best didn't get it done, did he?
Who, Mahomes?
Yeah. I mean, he's undefeated
Right.
against Mahomes.
That's true.
That's right. So that makes him the best, right?
I won't go there.
I would make that
Well,
connection, but
he's a top 5 quarterback. I think he makes real good decisions. He doesn't hurry. I've never seen him so far force anything unless I've missed it.
Yeah,
But even the greatest quarterbacks make mistakes.
Oh yes,
I think,
look, Aaron Rodgers, had some pick six last
Sure.
year too,
Yeah.
and Goff's had some bad ones. I think sometimes he checks down more than he should, but he's been terrific.
he's taken more shots this year than he did, I think, last year.
Yes, 248-539-9797, taking your Miggy moments, and also, who's your Lion? What jersey are you buying or your kids buying? Now, Gov, you have 2 kids who love the Lions. I don't know if they have them now, but come Christmas time, what jerseys are they going to ask for?
I'll go to the caller there. I would not buy a Goff jersey for my kids only because I don't know if he's part of the future.
Okay.
I would have no problem buying him a Goff jersey at this point. I don't think that's who they would want the most. I mean, Connor has the brown jersey, the one that my
Without the ST?
Yeah, the one that my nephew got sent to him, and it didn't have ST on it, so he just gave it to Connor. So maybe I'd get him just the ST patch, put it on there. No, I mean I think Hutchinson is the most popular, and you get the longevity. Maybe Hutchinson for the 2 boys.
Yeah, I mean, nobody can argue that.
No.
Your boys, and they're what they want. For me and my family, so it's kind of interesting because last year it would have been Aiden Hutchinson for everybody. And this year, after the first 3 games, I've got a couple of the daughters would say Sam Laporta. And then I've got, a couple, Jack would say Brian Branch. Like his reaction was, that dude is a bad dude.
Does he want to have the mouthpiece, the green mouthpiece, stick out from the top of his
you,
helmet?
If you walk around Little League football games, there's going to be kids because they can't play without the mouth guard in.
Right.
I guarantee you they have 2. Because there's going to be one that's sticking out of the helmet because that's what Brian Branch does.
Right. It's funny where he said that, he doesn't use it on every play. He'll put it in when he thinks it's going to be a running play.
Yeah.
But passing plays, he won't put it in.
Yeah. And for me, it's still Hutch.
Yes. Gee, there's a stunner.
Okay, now you mentioned your girls and Sam Laporta. So when the girls when they want a jersey, is there like any sort of a good-looking element to it. Because what I think we need to ask Heather here, who's the hottest
Oh,
Lion?
jeez. I gotta pull up
The roster?
with photos. Right?
No, that doesn't have
You go
anything
do
to
work
do
on
with it.
that.
Okay.
All right, we have some tickets. All right, well, first let's go to Mark in a truck. What's up, Mark?
Hey, good morning, boys.
Good morning.
Hey, so talking about my Lion. So I bought a Hutch jersey last year. Obviously, being a Michigan fan, I mean, yeah, that's my guy too. But I just bought an Amon-Ra jersey yesterday. It's funny you guys are asking about this jersey. Who's your Lion? Dude, I have a little bit of a bias. I used to play receiver, and it's something else watching this guy separate and run the cleanest routes you can possibly run against NFL defenses and just constantly be open. I love watching. I mean, obviously Calvin, when he was here and he was doing his thing, it was, a little similar, but just the quickness and speed and just the grit this guy has. I just like watching Amon-Ra. Even when they snap the ball, I'll just watch him and see how he runs his routes. It's incredible to see, and I'm just so happy he's a Lion.
Yeah, he is a treasure to watch. There's no doubt about it. Some ticket texts. First about Miggy. May 13th, 2013, Baltimore. Miggy homers for the lead in the ninth. Then Victor hits one to Europe. Also the day my first son was born. Legend. That's a big country. When Miggy got a Little League home run against the Rockies. I don't remember that one. My favorite Miggy moment is now. His contract is off the books. All kidding aside, the Rivera moment in his Triple Crown season. Yeah. That's Jason and Manistee. My favorite memory of Miggy is when he squared up and punched Austin Romine, the catcher of the Yankees, and then they became teammates. That's from Slouch in Midland. Miggy moment, opening day with Prince, his first game against the Red Sox when they hit dingers back-to-back like they were competing with each other.
What are these two doing over here?
Sorry. We're looking at the Lions roster.
Yeah.
Of course.
And I could tell her she's going through it. And she's like, I think you're like, no takers.
Well, the photos I'm looking at are little and they're kind of pixelated. I'm like, these photos suck. I can't even tell what these guys look like. And then John showed me a photo on his computer that I could definitely see well. And it was a photo of himself.
It was my Lions picture.
Hottest Lions of all time. Give us a call. Give us a call. John Jansen, where does he rank? John Jansen or Tony Semple? 248-539-9797.
Hey, for everyone out there who is suffering from constant joint pain, I know it's been a tough summer. All you want to do is get outside, go for walks, play golf, pain-free. Here's the good news. The incredible doctors at Straith Orthopedics can help. They'll make sure you get back to enjoying all your favorite activities just as soon as possible. And I'm telling you all the time about patients who rave about the life-changing care Straith Orthopedics has given them. They're some of the highest-rated specialists in Southeast Michigan. And I've shared stories about my family who have gone there. And whether it's my dad with the new knee, he's back playing softball, and others. And now it's your turn. Start living your life pain-free. Call Straith Orthopedics at 855-STRAIGHT or visit online at straith.org. That's STRAITH.org. And Straith also offers free Lunch with the Doctor events. So if you want to learn more about the minimally invasive, innovative treatments that they offer in a no-obligation casual setting, you can meet with the Straith doctor in person, ask all your questions, get all your answers. All you got to do to sign up is call 855-STRAIGHT for an event near you. Straith Orthopedics is committed to you.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
And waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
Sam Laporta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better?
Rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hockenson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hawkinson's rookie year, but TJ Hockenson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less.
248-539-9797. Matt and Royal Oaks has so many career-defining moments for Miggy. But two of my favorite funnies were when he untucked Altuve's jersey at first and his reaction in the dugout on Fox Sports Detroit for McCann's second deck home run. That's from Matt and Royal Oak. Mm-hmm. Favorite Miggy moment. This is kind of cool. Walking out of a concert at Ford Field behind the left field entrance of Comerica. We knew the Royals and Tigers were tied in the bottom of the ninth, and hearing on the PA system that Miggy was up to bat. Then hearing the roar of the crowd as he hit a walk-off home run. That plus so many more. That's from James in Toledo. Mm-hmm. As far as jerseys go, for the Lions, because we're asking who's your Lion, what jersey would you buy for yourself or for your child? Got to grab the Hooker jersey. On my way to Green Bay now. Go Lions. Brian Branch jersey. Brian Branch, kid is a beast. That's Charles driving an Uber. St. Brown is my favorite Lion, not only because he's good, but because his nickname is awesome. I bought a custom jersey with Sun God on the back. John, get your son a Fox jersey.
No. No. Not going to get a Patterson one either.
Heather has
at
been
least Fox will be here for a while.
Heather has been combing the Lions trying to figure out who the hottest Lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute in this picture? Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
He's
a Barnes jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell everybody
the
what
personal
this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh, I'm tough, John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
Did you see the picture he showed us?
Yes.
Or showed me?
Yeah.
So you're the Marion.
Marion.
The Powder Puff team.
Yeah. We're taking a team picture, and they asked, smiles or no smiles, and I said, absolutely no smiles. And so some of the girls started to laugh, and they were trying to go no smile, but they couldn't because they thought it was funny. And then obviously, there's some coaches are smiling, and I'm not.
You're not.
It's like
it's
you scrolled across the picture, and it's the coaches smile, smile, and all of a sudden.
Yeah. I bet you.
The kids love it too because I can pull out the serious face. They like to call it the serious face at any moment, and they're like, "Dad, we'll be laughing and joking. They'll be like, okay, go serious face, and I'll instantly go football face on them."
I'll bet you the offensive tackle Lomas Brown, who was coaching Regina. I bet you he smiled.
Whoa! Let's not throw around the coaching term too freely. He was on the sideline. Showed up a minute before the game. It was more of he didn't have pom-poms, but he was more of a, let's go.
See, I don't know. I talked to Lomas Sunday before the Lions game.
Let's go. Go, Regina.
Wow.
Lomas, I love that guy.
Let's say hello to Dylan in Flushing here in 97 on the ticket.
Hey, yeah, you could definitely go with the Aiden Hutchinson. That's what I wear. My son thinking about getting him a Campbell jersey because that man's going to be unstoppable. I can see him playing for a while. You could go Brian Branch, but you're going to have to pay him in the end, and I don't know if the Lions are going to pay him when he becomes a phenom.
Oh, so you're going with a long-term plan. You want to buy one jersey and have it for the next decade.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, he's
money's worth, right?
He's got his own salary cap to deal with, right? Right, Dylan? Now,
exactly.
But you're kind of being a little hypocritical here because if Jack Campbell is going to be as good as you think he is,
are they going to pay a linebacker?
Are they going to pay a linebacker?
They're going to pay a linebacker. They pay Anzalone, and I don't think he's that great.
That's a decent point.
Well, it's a decent point, yeah, but Anzalone is not breaking the bank.
No.
What
about Anzalone, Heather?
With the long hair?
Yeah.
Like a surfer dude?
Yeah.
He's a surfer dude, Or, you guys talked about, possibly using the name Thor. He's got kind of a Thor quality.
He does. He definitely looks like a superhero.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he grew up near Taylor Swift.
Oh, that does it. That's it.
I'm sorry. I knew I took the caller off the air for the winner of the Tiger tickets.
Yeah.
Did we mention Amon-Ra?
Yes, he's been mentioned.
For most attractive Lion?
No, it has not been. No.
Hold on.
She hasn't checked him out yet.
No, apparently he's
Greg's.
just.
Yeah. That dude's jacked. So
is that why you like the Lions over the Packers now?
Yes.
Because they got the better St. Brown?
Yeah.
They have a cut. A wide receiver is absolutely cut.
Right, because the St. Brown that he liked was now on the Bears. Right?
Yes, Equanimous.
Yes, one of the great names of all time.
Mm-hmm. Equanimous.
You like that?
So Derek Barnes is the answer. Hottest Lion?
I think he's yes, that's my answer. I think he's the cutest. Like hot, I don't know. There's a difference between hot and attractive and like.
Yes, I know.
I know the pictures don't have him oiled up, so it's hard to tell.
But yeah, I keep going back. I really like his smile and I like his face.
I would agree.
Yes.
He does have a really good
He does.
smile. Yeah, Looks like a friendly kid.
A lot of them smile in their photos, John.
And it's disappointing.
Most of them are smiling.
Yes.
Or smirking.
Yeah.
All right, pull up Graham Glasgow. Let me see if he's smiling.
I don't know how these are ordered. I don't think they're in alphabetical. So,
there he is.
He's smiling. He's got a huge grin on his face. That mustache.
Oh, wow. Scratch him from the alumni list. Is Aiden Hutchinson smiling?
I don't know. I'm sure he probably is.
Yes. Because he's a normal human being.
He's got he's not smiling.
No teeth. No teeth. No
It's
smile.
kind of but he's
Little-
happy.
little-
He's not angry. He's
Yeah, I know.
Hey, congratulations to Bill in East Point. He was caller number 24, and he heard Dan Dickerson say, "Gone!" He wins a pair of tickets to see Miguel Cabrera's last game at Comerica Park on Sunday. Join the Tigers in celebrating Miggy this weekend. Tickets on sale now at tigers.com. All right, coming up next, it's Wednesdays with, oh boy, you talk about hot. It's Wojo time. 97.
Yeah, well, let's go. Are we going to go to news first?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Heather in the news.
Don't forget about me. So 3 armed men robbed a postal worker in Taylor recently, but again, it wasn't the mail they were after. It happened twice in the city this past month. You may remember we actually spoke about the first incident a while ago, and Taylor police are putting the trio of suspects on notice. The Lieutenant Frank Canning is telling these suspects, you can run, but you can't hide. They're going to find you. The most recent incident happened on Monday morning. Canning says that a female postal worker was loading a mailbox when she was approached by 3 men with masks. One of them produced a long gun, put it to her back, and told her, we don't want you to get hurt, and we don't want your mail. You know what they wanted was like that master key where they can go and enter different mailboxes and take whatever's in those mailboxes. So they wanted that like master key. Not the mail she was actually delivering at that moment. The suspects then drove off in an all-black Dodge Ram. And like I said, a similar situation happened just a couple of weeks ago, about a half-mile away from this one. Taylor police said the good news is that they have some solid leads.
Well, I told you last week, or 2 weeks ago, I had a lunch with a policeman and a friend of mine.
Yeah.
He was telling him, you don't put the flag up in your mailbox because it's a
sign that says,
It's a red flag.
Yes, and a lot of it is a red flag. Yes, and a lot of the big blue mailboxes people have been getting into, and even at the post office on the outside, don't do it. Go in if you have something to mail. Go in the post office itself.
That's sad.
Yes,
that you can't even put mail in your own mailbox.
Yes.
That's
I can't even remember the last time. I
neither.
do send mail, but I don't remember the last time I put it in my mailbox.
You go to the post office?
I go to the post office. I actually go in the post office.
I think I'm just too lazy for that. I don't even always walk to the end of my driveway. It's like on my way to work or something, and I'll like
open up the window.
Right. I used to do that too until the policeman told me.
Wow, good to know. You might have heard this story. The head baseball coach at Orchard Lake St. Mary's is out of a job. He has been fired for violating the school's employee conduct policy. Sources are saying that he's being investigated by the police over claims that he actually requested some inappropriate photos from students via the phone or through text message. The school said once they learned about the incident on Monday, he was fired immediately. That's Matt Petrie. Obviously, we'll find out more as this investigation unfolds. Speaking of investigations, Tampa Bay police are investigating the death of former NFL wide receiver Mike Williams following allegations that he received unprescribed drugs while he was hospitalized. So he passed away on September 12th. He was just 36 years old after spending more than 2 weeks in the hospital for injuries he suffered in a construction accident. And that accident actually left him paralyzed. And now this investigation has started after the mother of his child and his grandma told police that they heard he was slipped some drugs or like a painkiller while he was at the hospital. And he allegedly went into cardiac arrest that same day that somebody gave him these drugs. His friends say that a hospital visitor gave them to him. So that is why there is an investigation. Finally, Dolphins receiver Tyreek Hill has some unique career aspirations for when he retires from the game. During a Twitch session with Mike Evans of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, he expressed that he didn't have any interest in being involved in football. Instead, he wants to get into the adult film industry.
I mean, if you're Mike, how do you respond to that? Like,
oh yeah, I've seen you.
You'd be great.
What do you say?
He said, "Sure, you're the most attractive dolphin."
Yes, maybe.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right, coming up next, somebody who definitely will not be a porn star when he retires. It's Wednesdays with Wojo. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hot old sports writers.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a.
Oh.
Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
But where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie, and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get, like, the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like, he's trying to, like, pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day.
Ladies and gentlemen, co-starring with Tyreek Hill.
Like, that's what it.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is.
I don't want to go down that road.
He is Wojo. Hi, Bob. How are you?
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Hi, Jansen. Thank you for making me throw up in my own mouth early in the morning. Although it's not that early. Yeah, that was an interesting little tale. Good for him.
It's good work if you can get it right.
Absolutely.
Right, yeah. Why not?
All right, well, before we get to tomorrow night in Green Bay and some college football, if we have time, just real quick, your favorite Miguel Cabrera moment.
You know, I heard you guys talking about this, and I started racking around my brain, and I think mine is kind of cliche and obvious, but maybe it's not. You see it all the time, and I'm just always amazed. 2013, I think it was in August, against the Yankees in Yankee Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Tigers down 3-1, bottom of the ninth. Started with an 0-2 count, and he hits the 2-run game-tying jack off of Mariano Rivera, tied it 3-3, and you always see that video of Rivera turning around, looking at the ball flying out, and just mouthing the word, wow. And it was like the first time, I think, in like 5 years, anyone had hit a ninth-inning game-tying or winning home run against Rivera starting with an whatever. It was somewhat unprecedented. The sad note is that the Tigers ended up losing that game, if anybody cares.
Right.
But it was just Rivera's reaction. And all the greats that play against Miggy, their reactions, I think, are always priceless.
No doubt about it. All right. We have a football game tomorrow night.
Big game.
Yes, it is. For once, you're right. It seems both teams are going to get a little healthier. How do you think this one shakes out?
Well, I'm going to stop fretting, by the way, as far as picking games or choosing teams based on injuries. Unless it's a major, like, skill position player or a quarterback, NFL teams are equipped to handle injuries. We saw the Seahawks do it 2 weeks ago, missing both starting tackles, beat the Lions. We saw the Lions last week. Oh, no, they can't beat the Falcons. Oh, my God, everybody's out. Now, you can't do it for a long time, sustain it, but in a game you can. And I thought the Lions responded beautifully last week against Atlanta. And now as they get healthier, I think they're going to go into Green Bay and win. Now, and Jordan Love has played well for a young quarterback, but at least the Lions know and at least showed a little bit the blueprint for messing with a young quarterback. I know Jordan Love, I believe, is further advanced than Desmond Ridder of the Falcons, but I think they're going to get after him, and I think they're no longer intimidated by Lambeau Field. Obviously, Dan Campbell, isn't afraid to make the bold move there. Oh, that's what I have to ask you guys. Help me out here. When he was on with you guys and he said he regretted not being too conservative.
He was trolling.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Right? That's true, isn't it?
Yes, he was trolling. I don't think there was any part of that game that he would necessarily change or be more aggressive at.
Probably not.
Okay, good. I'm glad because I thought he was trolling too. Then I thought, hey, maybe he's not trolling, but it was a great troll, though. I enjoyed it.
Yes, I mean, that's the beauty of it is especially what you're talking about either being aggressive or conservative with the battle that we went through or the conversations we had after the Seattle game, then you could start to, maybe he was serious. Now, I think he was trolling, but when they go to Green Bay, not if, what is it is there anything that concerns you about going up to Green Bay?
Not anymore. Less than previous trips to Green Bay because there's no Aaron Rodgers. Is Aaron Jones going to play for Green Bay?
Sounds like it.
Sounds like Watson, and maybe even Jair Alexander might play.
Okay. I guess that's a little bit of a concern. I think Aaron Jones is a very underrated running back. But beyond that, the Lions have Brian Branch, okay? What are they supposed to be afraid of? Hello? But in all seriousness, no. And I'm rattling through my brain for the standard Green Bay bugaboos that always, scare you. Oh, the atmosphere.
Well,
okay, here's it. Thursday night, are the refs still in the Packers' pockets? What about that one?
Okay.
I
All right, I could see that.
I'm
Maybe
kidding.
the script that the NFL has put out, maybe it doesn't match up with what we as Lions fans want. And I say that jokingly as well. But how much confidence do you have in the Lions secondary?
Well, it's growing confidence, certainly based on one guy, Brian Branch. And we'll see. I know Emmanuel Mosley is still not quite ready to come back. I thought for his first really extended action, Tracy Walker played much better, played very well. And I think Aaron Glenn mixed some things up and had a more aggressive defense, which he was really challenged. Now, Aaron Glenn was on the hot seat. No, but Campbell, I really do think, challenged him and that defense violently, as they like to say last week during practice. And, Christian Watson is a big, tough receiver and kind of receiver the Lions maybe could use just to round out their receiver room. But, no, I honestly, this is the Lions are a 1-point underdog, which is rare for it not to be at least 3 when you play at Green Bay. But I think the rest of the NFL knows that this is a matchup that I actually think most people will pick the Lions to win.
Speaking of the rest of the NFL, do you think the rest of the NFL was quietly happy that the Dolphins put up 70 on Sean Payton?
Oh, I believe they are. But now what's his nuts? McDaniel for the Dolphins. Is he going to get that genius, savant, too smart for his britches attitude about him? I don't think so. I mean, I think he's entertaining and funny.
Yes.
But Sean Payton, comeuppance and what he said. He wasn't wrong about how poorly coached the Broncos were last year, but then he just said to hold my glass of wine and let me show you how badly coached a team can be. I didn't watch the game, just saw the highlights and the stats. You very rarely, and I think Jansen would confirm this, you very rarely, even in blowouts late in the season, I don't think you see NFL players quit. They just don't because they're – and I don't know if some of those players quit or sent a message to Peyton that they didn't like the way things were. But that's astonishing. And let's see what they do this week if they bounce back. But that's astonishing. And also, I would say, hilarious.
Yeah, I thought it was hilarious too. I think it'd be hard pressed to look at any guy in the NFL and say that they quit. Now maybe an individual here or there, but whether you're securing your contract or not, you're still always auditioning to keep your job.
Right, exactly. And that's why you see it. You never or very rarely see it in the NFL is because college with their kids, and these guys are you're right, always auditioning for a job.
So do you think that you would have better success with the Lions leap than Jared Goff had?
Well, it took him 2 tries, and he never quite got in there. I think I could. If 2 people, you locked your hands together and I stepped into those hands and they pushed me up like that, I think I could make it.
I think John and TJ or John and Lomas, they could get you up in there.
Oh yeah, yes.
I believe so. But you know what I do love about that, and just look at clips of Jared Goff speaking now versus 2.5 years ago. He's so much more comfortable in his own skin, and he joked about actually it took 2 hops and I never got up there.
Right.
But he doesn't make a show of it. He's not trying to say, look at me, I'm being funny now. He's just very deadpan. He's himself, and it was tremendous. And I do think he got his upper torso leaning into the stands. If you look at the film, okay, I believe he did. I think.
Woj, Saturday, a team that's really, really good in defending the run and actually has a pretty good run game themselves, is home against Michigan. That'd be Nebraska. Is there any need for any concern for Michigan fans at all?
Well, anytime you go on the road in the Big Ten football, you know what? It's supposed to be 90-something degrees there as well.
Oh, no. I did not know that.
Oh, yes. Ugh. Jansen, watch out. Supposed to be super hot.
Yeah, don't bring your flannel.
I have no idea why.
Ooh.
Yeah. So watch out for that. But No, I mean, well, of course. I mean, they're what, a 17.5-point favorite. Now, I assume is Nebraska still going with that Jeff Sims at quarterback?
No, they got the other kid. What's his name? Harburger.
Yeah, their third string is Purdy, Chubba Purdy.
Yeah.
Is it Brock's brother? I have no idea.
Another Purdy?
Yeah.
Okay. If it were the Sims guy, his turnover proneness, I think the Michigan would take care of that. The run defense, college football stats are so skewed, especially early in the season, because it's a smaller sample size, and who knows, you're not really playing too many good teams, although they played a couple. So here's the thing, and John knows this too, and so you do too. Is it going to be old, traditional, stubborn Michigan that, no, you're not stopping. We're going to keep running. No, we're going to keep running. Or is it more of the evolution to more and more of J.J. McCarthy using his legs and taking off and taking over a game a little bit? I really hope that for their benefit, that they don't just lapse into conservative. Let's just go on the road and win a game, 20-13, because then you get into who's not there anymore? Adrian Martinez ain't there anymore to give you a ball, okay, in a game. So they might have to win it traditionally.
Yeah, I think he's like a grad assistant there now. I think I saw after.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, because he was on the Lions during training camp, as you know. All right, Woj, I have some bad news for us.
What?
That's early. Last week, by my math, Up Down was 2-6.
Well, you don't apply the traditional Wojo patented up-down method.
Oh, wait, what's the patented method? That you wait for the results and then you go back and show that the results proved your theory?
Well, that's one of them. The other one is
you discount all the other 6 games?
Yeah, well, that's another one. The only one is when I declare a specific game up, down, and I have to put. But also, I've always said you throw out the worst teams and the best teams. The up, down works with the, 15, 16 teams in the middle when they meet. But there are outliers, like really good teams are really big. I'll send you the formula.
Okay.
It'll cost you
Seems very selective.
Plus shipping and handling. But I will send you the formula of how to figure out. But it usually hits at about 93% or so, something like that. Mm-hmm.
Now, to get this, is it 3 easy payments?
Yeah.
Yes, it is 3 easy payments.
So
correct.
anything that says, quote, easy payments is a scam.
Great. They add $4 shipping charges every single week. And yeah.
Automatic renewal.
Absolutely. All right, Woj, we'll talk to you next week.
Woohoo!
That's Wednesdays with Wojo. Here's Stoney and Jansen, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets, absolutely guaranteed. All you got to do is place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, whether you win or lose. That's where the guarantee plays in. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is super easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and so much more. So download the app, have some fun, and visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
And waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
Carson Anderson coming up at 10 o'clock. Mike and Rico at 2. Wojo was not lying, John. I checked weather.com right here. Lincoln, Nebraska, Saturday, 94 degrees, mostly sunny.
94 at the end of September. What a miserable place to live.
So it was the dew in the playoff, and it's going to be the heat.
Yes.
Oh, the team's going to be fine. I don't care about that.
Are you going to be fine?
No.
Do they have air conditioning in Nebraska?
I hope so.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see if that hamsters can run fast enough to.
Maybe they'll be distracted by Matt Rule wearing overalls with no shirt on.
Maybe Larry the Cable Guy will be there.
That's right. He's a big
Nebraska fan. Yeah, that'd be fun.
That's a trip.
94.
That's a place I'd like to go.
Lincoln?
Yeah, I heard
it's just not when it's 94.
Yeah, I guess. All right.
So we were earlier. John said he doesn't smile in football pictures, and I was trying to look back at his Michigan photos, and they don't really even have the photos up because the internet wasn't much of a thing way back when John played.
Yes.
Nope.
So, anyways, when you Google somebody, there's always this thing that is a little bit underneath, like images and like the top story or thing, link, whatever to them, and it says people also ask for. So I looked it up for both you guys, and I think you'd find these funny. Like for Stoney, the first one is, what happened to Mike Stone? What happened? He's
Thoughts
alive.
and prayers.
I'm alive. Yeah.
Is Mike Stone leaving 97 won the ticket?
No.
He's simply being recalibrated here.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Being put on the. I make the analogy. There's 2 analogies I make. One I can't say on the air. The other one is I'm just they decided to make me a utility player. Utility player.
How old is Mike Stone?
Oh, all right.
And the last one, what happened to Stoney and Wojo? So I thought the first one was kind of what happened to Mike
what
Stone.
happened to Mike
He's
Stone?
okay,
Yes,
people.
Yes,
Yes,
thoughts
I'm
and
all
prayers.
right.
Yes.
The better one is John's.
Oh, okay.
What did Michael Strahan say about John Jansen? It's the number one thing.
Love it.
We've got to get him on this show.
I know.
That'd be great.
Because especially with Fox, and if they're more relevant, the Lions here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
How much does John Jansen make?
Well, you can check out his worth on the Wikipedia page.
It is public, right? Because you work for Michigan. At least that part of it.
Sure. Yeah.
We can do a FOIA for John Jansen's Michigan salary.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
I'll bet you somebody's going to start doing that right now.
But that's fine.
Yeah, somebody
That's fine.
probably will.
Yes.
This one's the best one. How many kids does John Jansen have?
Yes.
11, right?
Well, no, 5
that we know of.
Yes. Thank you for putting that in there.
And he's going to chase me out of the studio just for even that. Is John Jansen in the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
He is not the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
The Michigan State of Michigan Sports Hall of Fame.
Yes, which is very exclusive.
Mm-hmm.
I would honestly say, and you've agreed with this. This is not a personal shot, because you agree with it.
Yeah.
Like if you made a list of athletes who are right knocking on the door of the Hall of Fame, but shouldn't get in the Hall of Fame, John is one of those guys.
Right.
Like honestly, you said you had that career. You feel like you were right there.
But
maybe even if you won a ring or two,
you would have. That's what I was going to. If he played for the Redskins back when they were one of the original Hogs, like if you were Joe Jacoby, and John Jansen played it, you could be in the Hall of Fame.
And when I was playing too, I wasn't thinking about any accolades post career.
No.
I was just thinking about like the prime of my career. It's part of why I was so mad about the Spurrier years, because they were the middle of my career and it was completely wasted.
And you had Brad Johnson, who went on to win a Super Bowl, and they didn't think he could do anything with you. I mean, and Brad Johnson, I could just tell, is like one of those quarterbacks where you're like, maybe he was almost your Greasy in the NFL in terms of you knew he'd take care of what he needed to take care of. You knew he was probably limited, but he would always try hard, play hard.
Oh, yeah.
And if you had a good enough team, you could win.
Yeah. And if you had a good enough, if you Brad Johnson proofed the offense, like we use that term here with Goff, you could be good. And we had good receivers. He was a Pro Bowler my rookie season, and we won the division. We beat Detroit in the playoffs. We could have done some special things with him as quarterback, but
your kicker didn't your kicker mess up, or was it a punt thing?
Yeah, Brett Conway. It was a bad snap. It wasn't necessarily him. Yeah, Turks. Dan Turk snapper. Matt Turk holder.
Oh, you send him to Turks and Caicos. All right, Carson Anderson are coming up next.
Thoughts of prayers.
What's up, Gator? How are you?
I'm all right.
Good.
Yep. Looking forward to talking about football and other stuff.
Yeah. We talked a little bit about Miggy, too, because we gave away tickets to the finale, which, by the way, standing room only is the only thing left for Sunday, and there's still some limited tickets available for Friday and Saturday. And Saturday is going to be the one where they have the ceremony, so get there early for that.
Well, you can always buy tickets for tonight's game, get tickets for tomorrow afternoon's game.
Well, tomorrow Miggy's not playing.
Well, I guess there's that. So,
did you catch any of the?
Why not? Why? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Catch any of the wings last night at all?
I caught a lot of the wings. Yeah, I was going back and forth.
Yeah, so was I.
Saw Danielson's goal live. So that was great. DeBrincat setting up Larkin. That was a great goal.
And the ghost on that power play, he's going to be pretty good.
The power play looked really good. Now,
it's preseason. Crosby and those guys. No Carlson, no Letang, no Malkin.
Last night was basically the Scranton Wilkes-Barre team.
Yeah, with Nedeljkovic in goal.
Yeah.
So
and the Wings had a lot of starters in there.
Yes, they
did.
But
I want to see those guys. I wanted to see what Danielson looked like, and I want to know if, is this guy going to make a run to push for a roster spot his first year, which I doubt it.
Yeah.
But I think the number one thing Yzerman looks for when it comes to his younger players is, can they play responsibly defensively, more so than anything else. And that's the tag on this guy.
Yeah.
Is that he is really good defensively. And, last night he scored the goal. So he shows he's got the chops on that side of it too. And, everybody was praising his skating ability. I mean, is it possible that this guy actually plays?
This year? No, I wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't think so
but
either.
You never
but
know.
a couple of years ago, we said the same thing about Lucas Raymond, and he made the roster.
That's true. Doug, are you aware? Did you get the weather forecast from Wojo?
No.
Yeah.
94 on Saturday in Lincoln.
Oh, I did. I was aware of that.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
John wasn't, and John is just freaking out.
Yeah, it's gonna.
I'm not freaking out. I'm just very disappointed.
It's not football weather.
Yeah, I know.
I
woke up this morning.
It's not non-smiling weather.
Doug would totally understand.
Go ahead.
My policy.
What?
Well, so I don't even know how this came up.
Well, we were talking about football. Who's your Lion? Jerseys and things like that.
And then Heather was going through finding out who the hot Lion was.
Yes.
Or cute Lion. Sorry.
Cute.
Yes. And I showed her, a picture of my headshot as a Detroit Lion.
Yeah.
And it was, very serious. It's
right.
No smiles. And that's my policy. There's no smiling in football pictures.
Okay.
They thought that was somehow they thought that was funny or interesting, where I think you would probably just anticipate you would probably be more shocked if you saw a picture of me in a headshot smiling.
Oh, yes, I would.
I agree with that.
It.
But it's so John, it's like, I'm
Mr. Tough Guy. Yeah, it's on brand. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right, what do you guys got going today?
Football.
Beautiful. 97 won the ticket.
Sam Laporta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better?
Rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hawkinson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hawkinson's rookie year, but TJ Hawkinson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam Laporta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million. Welcome to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Great to be with you on a Wednesday in Detroit. Doug Karsch and Scott the Gator Anderson. Anything exciting last night, Scott?
Well, the Erie Seawolves won the Eastern League Championship. That's the Tigers AA affiliate. That was big.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of fun with that.
Did you actually watch it?
No, I didn't.
Because you can stream those. You had the Red Wings on, right?
I had the Wings and the Tigers on. I was going back and forth.
Gotcha.
So, I totally
look,
blanked on it.
Not to totally mock it, but because I'm not. I mean, that could be indicative of stuff to come. There's stuff on the way.
Well, I mean, it speaks on the season that they had. They've developed some players. So I get excited about the players they developed. But the players that were playing in the championship game, in the championship series there, there's a couple of prospects there. I mean, Jace Young was part of that team. And then you had a couple of pitchers. Herder pitched last night, went 7 innings of shutout baseball. He had a nice season this year, but I don't know if he's high on a prospect list. And Jackson Jobe was on the team as well, but he did not pitch in the last couple of days. So
gotcha. And Red Wings, we talked about Danielson scoring there. Look, we're getting ready for this football game tomorrow night. And from what this is not going to solely be an Amazon game. I believe, is it Fox 2's got the game, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Fox 2 is carrying the game along with Amazon. So you don't have to have the streaming service to get this one. But let me double and triple check that. I thought that Dan Miller, yes, Dan Miller tweeted out yesterday, "Hey peeps, just making sure everybody knows the Thursday night Lions game will be on Fox 2. It is the usual Amazon Prime broadcast, but it will be shown locally here on our station. Pregame starts at 7. So And of course, you can listen to it here on 97.1 The Ticket.
But you're going to want to watch the Amazon pregame.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I mean, that's what you're going to want to see.
Baby, we took calls. I mean, it's not just so if people missed it early in the week, Amazon NFL Films actually sent the crew, and Amazon might use video of our show. But we took calls that hour too, so you never know if a caller might make the air because they were recording, they were rolling on everything. First hour of the show on Monday. So, hey man, maybe you too. If you called on Monday, maybe you too. End up in the Amazon Prime pregame show. So I forgot about that.
I'm here to remind you of all the good stuff.
All the more reason to watch.
That's right.
So I got a question. Do you think, Scott, that it's possible this year for the Detroit Lions to lose a football game at any point during this season, to lose one game, and have the vast majority of people, almost 100% of people, not freak out?
Is that possible?
Are we ever going to get to a point where the Lions lose a game and the fan base, almost 100%, don't freak out?
It can happen, but it happens if they have like a 3 or 4 game lead in the standings. So like, let's say the Lions are 8-2. That's lofty. Maybe I don't feel like saying 8-2. Maybe I'll say 8-3.
Okay.
And the Packers are 4-7. Right?
Okay. I like this.
So if that were the case, it would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So let's say the Lions lose the game against the Saints, and they go 8-4 on December 3rd.
Yep.
And then the Packers win to go 5-7. I don't think people freak out.
I'm not sure.
You need to have a gap.
I'm not sure. This is, so much of being a Lions fan. Historically, it's in the end, it's pretty much always unrewarding. But they say
we've all been hurt before.
Yeah, it's better to have loved than lost than to never loved at all. And enjoy the journey, enjoy the ride. The grind, enjoy the grind. And
enjoy the grind.
We use all these things, right, to I don't know if justify is the right word, but to lean into fandom. And I just, now that we have a team that feels competent, I wonder if at any point this year we're going to reach a time, like, because if the Lions lose Thursday, we're probably going to get freak out calls on Friday.
There'll be some, sure, if that happens. Yeah, I mean, it depends. I think a lot of it depends on how they look during the process, right?
Yeah.
If you look good and there's just like one play that kind of gets you and it's controversial, I don't think people freak out as much, and because it'll distract from what the loss was. Instead, it'll focus the attention on what that craziness was, the controversy is. But if you get blown out, then yeah, freak out happens. If you lose by more than a touchdown, I think people will start to go to freak out mode.
One of my least favorite calls over the years is because I realize it comes after just about every loss. You'll get this call. Guys, it's not that they lost, it's how they lost. And I go, whenever you hear that, it's almost as if people expect them to lose a football game, but nothing goes wrong. Like, then they'll cite like the reason that they lost, which is how you lose games. Something goes wrong.
Yeah,
it comes so frequently after losses. I find it's a cliche that covers up. No, it's really that they lost. It's not how they lost. It's that they lost.
I disagree with that because I know I've made that statement, so I'm going to defend myself for making a statement like that.
You have made that statement.
Yeah, and it is because of the way, like, if you lose a close game, it's not I think you can reconcile that. If you lose a game because you couldn't learn from a mistake earlier in the game, like the game against the Chargers, we talk about from years ago when Phillip Rivers made the adjustments at halftime, and all he did, his whole raison d'etre, his reason for living.
Wow.
All he did was throw the ball to the sideline to a wide receiver who was wide open in the flat every single play. That's all he did in the second half. There were no adjustments made at all. That's maddening. If a team just decides, you know what, we're going to run the ball 25 times in a row and we're going to rack up 4 yards a carry and keep moving the sticks, and you make no adjustments and you can't stop it, that's what's annoying. It's sometimes it is the way that you lose the game. It's how they played, how they lost.
Yeah, I just think it really is that they lost. Then people break it out.
I think
And
that's first and foremost.
It's a cliche that gets thrown out when it feels to me like people expect them to lose games. When you say that, you expected everything to go right and they lost, and that's how you expect it to be. When almost invariably when you lose a game, something went wrong. Something went wrong.
Well, what if exactly something's going to go wrong for you to lose? But two ways of losing: if one, the Lions play really well, but Jordan Love plays better, you lose. I'm sorry, Doug. Or Jordan Love plays terrible, but the Lions also play terrible. Yeah. Would you feel better if just Jordan Love didn't play well, Doug? Because this is your fear that he's actually the next.
If they lose because Aaron Jones ran for 212 yards.
But Jordan Love looks very pedestrian.
Yeah,
I might be okay with that. We'll get to your phone calls, feedback coming up. College football.
I'm sorry, just to mention this, I got a text from my cousin last night who lives in Madison.
Yeah,
and he says, I think it's he goes 3.5. And I was like, what are you talking about? I think the Lions are favored by 1.5. And he goes, was referring to your anxiety level. Your partners seem more anxious.
Yeah.
Good show today.
I'm definitely more.
Oh, you're anxious.
More worried about Jordan Love. And the funny thing is, I was taking a look at his numbers and really trying to do a deep dive. And I could build a strong case that he's not any good.
You could.
But then I see other things where I go, maybe he is. It's too early to really know. But he definitely looks better than I expected him to look.
So keep the rubber pants for a while.
We'll get to your phone calls coming up. Don't forget the NIL transfer portal live animal mascot thingy at 10:30. We'll talk some college football. 97.1 The Ticket.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
But where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get like the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like, he's trying to like pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
professed his love for the state of Ohio
goodness,
and the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody.
I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like, you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right, but you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to, like, boast or kind of brag. Like, you won the game, right? But
yeah.
It's kind of like he didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz.
Guy's barely hanging on, man. Let him enjoy the rest of his life.
Right. However many days
Who else
that may
doesn't
be.
need this?
Yeah.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797.
Do you know if you guys have any ordinances in your neighborhood about what time you can start work, like outside and stuff?
I don't. Do we have an issue in Gators neighborhood?
It's not. I mean, I get it because people are getting work done and whatever things have to happen. But it feels like my neighborhood has been in a construction zone for a couple of years now.
Yeah.
With various projects. Some of them are city projects and tearing up a street and stuff like that. But I'm not sure what the hell's going on with I think it started at like 7:30 this morning where there were like rock trucks out there to transport
Is that right?
rocks, broken bits of like I think somebody had their driveway torn up and having a new driveway put in, so there's like rocks that have to go in for that. I don't know. I've heard a lot.
You've heard a lot of it, huh?
And got up this morning before the dog did, which was rare. I'm looking at Lois. I'm like, "Are you hearing this?" And she's like, "I am now."
Dude, leave me alone.
Yeah,
I'm
right. She
sleeping.
was pissed. All right. But I was just curious if you guys, because I don't think we do in our neighborhood. Although I kind of feel like it's 8:30.
Yeah.
So this was early, and I don't know. I'm not going all Karen. I'm not getting a cell phone and running out there. And what are you doing? But
You're not
it's
calling,
too much.
You're
all
not
this.
calling your local.
No,
council
not at
person
all. I
or
was just maybe it's
City
something-
Hall. You're calling City Hall.
No, no. Maybe I'd feel different if if I were hungover or something like that.
Yeah. But you weren't today.
No.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Lane, you're on 97 won a ticket. What's up, Lane?
Oh man, everything, guys! Just so excited that that NFL Nation is going to see the Lions on prime time. So excited about that.
Yeah.
But however, I do have got a couple of concerns. Is that we were in the red zone against Atlanta twice, and I'm so spoiled now with everything that has happened up to now. But I'm concerned because if it was Jamal Williams, we had Jamal Williams. That would have been 2 scores. So that's my concern. What are we going to do? How are we going to clean up in the red zone? And I just want to make it.
Yeah, they went 1 for 4. I mean, it was really 1 for 3 because the game ended with the Lions in the red zone. They went 1 for 3 in the red zone in terms of touchdown percentage, which is a really critical statistic, is your ability to finish drives. And I would sort of agree with you, Lane. I feel like the primary back in those situations is likely David Montgomery, but he wasn't playing. And so it could be an issue.
What percentage is Montgomery going to be Montgomery, though? And he's no Jamal Williams.
No, but guys are always hurt, and you got to find a way to win a game anyway. And when you do,
absolutely.
The idea that when you don't play perfect but still win by multiple scores, ultimately that's a pretty good sign. And you know what? The one thing that is clear to me, and I think everybody knows this, the coaching staffs are fully aware of team shortcomings and try to address them. But they also are focused more on winning than anything else.
And that's a great observation that you guys always make. And just one thing before you cut me out, I was so glad to see Jared Goff get upset that somebody didn't run a proper route. I was actually glad to see him show some emotions. That was great. That was great for me.
We just played a clip.
During the break,
Yeah, I played a clip for Gator of him being mic'd up. And on the touchdown pass to Sam Laporta,
the 45-yarder,
he gets hit by Calais Campbell after he lets it go. And it's completed for a touchdown, and Goff gets up and turns to Campbell and says, almost.
I mean, he yells it, but
yes,
but it's funny.
It is pretty funny. And so, look, there's our guy's got emotion. Our guy's cocky. And it's a funny moment.
It was funny. As for the red zone stuff, I mean, the first red zone drive, it's red zone, but it's not goal line, right?
Yeah.
So they stalled at the 18-yard line of Atlanta. It's not exactly, that wasn't Jamal Williams territory. The other drive that they had in the first half where they got down to it was first and goal from the 4.
Mm-hmm.
They handed off nothing. Next play, there's a sack, but there's a holding penalty that knocks them back 10 yards. So now you got second and goal from the 14. Again, not typically where you're going to run it. They completed, but they did run it and picked up 8 yards on the next carry to make it a manageable 3rd and 6, I guess. But it's not the same thing. It's not like you had 4 cracks from the 2-yard line, which was kind of what they did last year with Jamal Williams and kind of what I think I still expect them to do this year with David Montgomery. And hopefully Montgomery's ready to go tomorrow night. He seems like he wants to play. Dan Campbell seems optimistic that he could play. But I think that's his role. I don't think scoring is going to be a problem for this team.
Well, I'm not sure yet, but I will feel better when Montgomery's back in terms of red zone, capitalizing on trips to the red zone. But, no team's ever 100%. They just aren't. You deal with injuries all season long. James, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, James.
Hey, yeah. So real quick before I get to my real point, I think also Dan Campbell knew he didn't have to make a big play. He just had to get up a couple scores because there was no way this team was coming back. So I think he was kind of protecting his defense more than anything. I mean, let's face it, we all know this guy's not afraid to, get a little creative. He didn't have to this game. Anyway, there's always going to be haters. We're battling 60 years of a conditioned response to this team.
Yep.
So when you're asking if it's ever going to stop,
yep.
not until they win the big one.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's going to happen, but if this whole thing implodes, can you imagine? It'll be a giant sucking sound out of here. If this thing goes south with everybody that's on board, it's not going to be pretty. I don't think it's going to happen, but.
Well, I don't think so either. But the crazy thing, of course, is anything is possible. And I mean, what did we just talk about? We just talked about injuries and the wrong guy. If it happens to the wrong guy, then and I'm not even going to say anything more than that. It's a quick way for stuff to go south. Just
the
ask
wrong
the
guy.
Jets.
I think is more on Brad Holmes. The wrong guy. Like if we end up going to the playoffs and lose to Philadelphia, and Swift has a great day, then it's on Brad Holmes. Or good thing Okuda didn't have a good day yet. Sunday, that type of stuff.
Yeah,
but
and the thing is, Brad Holmes is not going to get 100% of moves right. Nobody does. But 248-539-9797. We swing around the country talking college football with the live animal mascot NIL thingy. That is next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year, because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, as always. We'll get back to your phone calls coming up. But first, let's swing around the country with college football. Got a six-pack of questions. Gator, do you want to kick or receive?
I will kick.
All right, I will receive. Here we go.
All right, here we go. You sure you don't want an onside kick, Gator?
Though I was successful at my kicking career, I will kick it deep.
Okay. Texas A&M, they haven't lived up to expectations with Jimbo Fisher as a whole with him as the head coach. They owe him a lot of money, and he's got a ton of money left on his contract. Is Jimbo Fisher in danger of losing his job this year?
Yeah, the number is something extraordinary, like $80 million. And Texas A&M has a ton of money. I mean, a ton of money. But I don't think he is in trouble like this year. If I were on Jimbo's advisory committee, I would make sure that everything you do on the telephone is consensual. I would make sure that you go to church. I would make sure that you hold the door for old ladies. I would make sure that your record is beyond reproach in every way and you don't give Texas A&M a reason to fire you. But I don't think he will lose his job this year. No, I think there's too much money there.
There's a lot of money that's due there. And I think even with the deep pockets the oil money can produce, I don't think that they can afford to just throw him out just yet. The record is very unimpressive for someone that came in with, a national championship under his belt at Florida State and with all these high hopes and using the NIL and the portal and all that. And here they are, they're 42-22 during his tenure at Texas A&M and have not had a double-digit winning season yet. They're 3-1 to start the season. There's plenty of time for them to keep turning things around here and be a player. But I don't think it happens this year. But I think that seat could get real hot in the offseason.
Well, you just said it. They're 3-1. I don't think it happens this year. Could they go out and lose a couple games they shouldn't lose? Yes, because it is the SEC. And I think the fact that you are in the SEC, you're always kind of in danger of losing your job. I just don't think it happens this year. All right, Georgia hasn't played anyone on their schedule yet, but they still have Kentucky and 4 teams that are currently ranked right now on the back end of their schedule. Florida, Missouri, Ole Miss, Tennessee. Will they finish the season undefeated heading into the SEC championship game?
It's a tough question. Not just because I wrote it. It's tough because I'm not sure how good Georgia is. I don't think this is the same Georgia team that we've seen year in and year out throughout the best defense in college football and dominate you and break your back and then just take over games. They've scored points, but they haven't had that 50 burger yet. They haven't gone above that. They scored 48 against Tennessee Martin, 45 against Ball State, 49 against UAB. The one game they played this year against South Carolina in the SEC, they won 24-14. That's kind of pedestrian, isn't it? And yet the teams they're playing at the end, I don't have a whole lot of faith in them, but I think they'll lose one of those. I think Tennessee or Ole Miss can get them.
So it feels a lot like Michigan in that it's hard to really tell yet. But I suspect, kind of like Michigan, Georgia hasn't had to put together a game plan to win a game yet. They can go out and just play football, keep things pretty vanilla, and still find a way to win, even though they trailed that South Carolina game 14-3 at the half. But I'm going to go ahead and say yes. I think when it gets right down to it, when they have to go out and game plan to win a game, when they do play these tougher opponents in weeks to come, that they'll be able to take care of business. I'm not going to move off the position of Georgia running the table again this year.
I kind of feel like the days of running the table are going to be behind us a little bit. The college football schedule, the teams are real tough now. Everyone's recruiting well. Everyone's paying bazillion dollars for coaches. I say no, they won't go undefeated heading to that championship game. And I got Tennessee beating them with an upset at home.
Oh.
How much of a hit does Notre Dame coach Marcus Freeman take for the 10 men on the field mistake?
So he'll survive it, but obviously it goes on his permanent record, and it gives critics ammunition. And it obviously can't happen again. And now you have some of like the basic skills of being a head coach get called into question. The CEO stuff. Are you a CEO of this program and really paying attention to all the details? Is it his inexperience showing because he wasn't a head coach before that? It could be. And yet he hired a guy on his staff that I think is there sort of as the safety net for that. And that's Al Golden, who is a 10-year college coach at Temple and Miami. The thing is, Al Golden is the defensive coordinator. So it was his defense that only had the 10 guys out there. And I'm thinking, so I took a look. Al Golden's on the field. And you have some coaches in the press box. It's a lot easier to tell that you're short players from the press box. And I kind of wonder if they might change up who's in the press box and who's on the field. They have their safeties coach up in the press box. Did he notice? Because from up high, field level, you can miss stuff, speaking from experience. And so I wonder if certainly they'll have a fail-safe that it doesn't happen again, but I wonder if Al Golden moves upstairs.
Yeah, I think this isn't the first time this has happened. Somebody just tweeted out the play against Tennessee State earlier in the season. They won 56-3 over Tennessee State, but yet there was a play in Notre Dame territory, deep in Notre Dame territory, where they only had 10 guys on the field. It's happened before. Look, it'll happen again at some point. I imagine that's just how football works. But I also think that Doug's probably right. They're going to put some fail-safes in place to ensure that this doesn't happen again. I don't think it'll cost him. I think Marcus Freeman is one of the bright young coaches in football. I think they got the right hire. They got the right guy. And I think they'll be fine. Now, they got a big test this week against Duke. And they have some other tests later on in the season against USC and other teams in Clemson. But I really like what he's done there.
So the question is, how much hit does Notre Dame coach Marcus Freeman take for this? I say not a lot, but definitely not a little. This is a big-time game, big-time program, big-time moments. And I say moments because they didn't have just 10 men on the field for the last play. They had 10 men on the field for the play right before that. So either Marcus Freeman was lying about not taking the penalty or he just didn't know that he had 10 men on the field. You can chalk this up to being inexperienced, and they have to move. He has to move on and learn from this. But if it happens again in a big moment, I'm genuinely concerned about whether this guy can be a CEO of a football team. What's the best uniform you've seen this year in college football?
Interesting question. I'm going to throw two out there. I know this is not how we normally do things, but one is just because I love the color. I love Washington's purple jerseys. I love it. I love that color, the gold shiny helmet. I think it's a great combination. But I came across one that Tennessee unveiled last year against Kentucky. And it's the all-black alternative uniform that they have. It's all black with the orange lettering and the orange numbers. It's a black helmet with an orange tee on it. It looks awesome. They did it in a blackout game against Kentucky last year. I certainly hope they bust it out again this year.
I typically like traditional college football uniforms, but there's one uniform out there I'm fascinated with because I think it's an optical illusion. Washington State's home black and white uniforms. And I don't mean they are just the colors black and white. They look like they are playing on an old black and white television. Everything else is in color, and their uniforms, they have perfected sort of the gray of a black and white television broadcast. And it looks like a team from the 60s has been transported into the modern era. It's such a weird thing. I don't know how they've pulled it off, but they've managed to make their uniforms look like they're black and white TV and the rest of the game's being played in color. So I hand it to Washington State for that optical illusion.
My personal favorite, we just saw it, Notre Dame. I really do like the green. With the Irish, the green really pops. They stuck with the gold helmets, even though they lost the game. At least you guys had cool uniforms. Is Ohio State tough now? Are they tough now?
Look, winning at Notre Dame and winning on a Power 5 credible opponent on the road, national TV, at night, all that, it does take a degree of toughness. What I'm not convinced is that they're tough enough in the trenches. They had either 3 or 4 first or third and 1 or fourth and 1 to go situations, and they converted one of them. So, that's a lot of where toughness is measured. But I think overall, it speaks to a degree of toughness. I don't know if they're as tough as the coach wants them to be. I think he's trying to speak it into existence. He's trying to show his guys that he believes in them. But I'm not fully convinced just yet.
Yeah, I think it's a tough team. I think when you got guys that came back from injuries during the game, I thought Marvin Harrison was done. He wasn't. He came back out there. I thought, I forget who the other player was that went down, that he was done. He came back out there. I think it's a team that grew a lot in South Bend, and that's dangerous for Michigan and Penn State because I think that they've got a little bit of an edge to them. They've got a really young quarterback who now is feeling pretty confident about what he can do and what that team can do. And look, is it dumb to say Ohio versus everybody? Of course it is. But you know who it's not dumb for? That team and those players. If they believe in that, that goes a long way. As ridiculous as it may seem to the rest of us.
That was a big win, big-time win. They showed mental toughness. About the physical part, I'm not sure yet. I think McCord, the quarterback, made some great throws, and that's mental toughness right there in sticky situations when they had to have it. But as far as physical toughness, not quite there yet. Jet sweep on 4th and 1, not getting it on 4th or 3rd and short or whatever it was on short with 10 men, against 10 men, and then finally getting it against 10 men. Yeah, they got the job done, and you definitely need to hang your head on that. And I think they showed mental toughness, but the physical part, I think we're still waiting. Colorado got smoked at Oregon this past Saturday. They play USC this upcoming Saturday. Does USC make it back-to-back blowout losses for the Deion Sanders, Coach Prime-led team?
Yes. Yeah, I think there's just too much talent. USC has more talent on offense than what Colorado can hope to put out there defensively. Again, as long as Colorado's going to play without Travis Hunter, who's their best defensive player, who's their best player outside of Shedeur Sanders, the quarterback, as long as they continue to play without him, they don't have much of an opportunity. And on that defensive side of the ball, I mean, you don't think Caleb Williams and Lincoln Riley are licking their chops at the opportunity that's in front of them? Colorado is very, very thin. They're fun to watch. I love the offense and watch and see what they can do, but they're just thin. And when it comes to taking on the big boys in college football, they're not there yet. They're fun to watch, but they're just not there yet, and it's going to be a field day for USC.
It's not going to be as bad as it was at Oregon, is my prediction, because Colorado's defense is dreadful. USC's defense is merely bad.
Yeah.
And so I think Colorado has a chance to at least punch back offensively, and playing at home is going to matter. So Colorado lost by 36. I would take Colorado plus 35.5. I think it's going to be closer than that game, and I don't think it's going to be in the end be a blowout. I'm looking at USC winning the game, but something in the neighborhood of like 38-28.
Yeah, I see another blowout. I agree with Gator. I love what Coach Deion has done so far, but they're just not ready yet. You know, I mean, especially Travis Hunter's already out. You talk about them being thin, that offensive line. But like Deion, like Coach Prime said, get him now while you can, because once he gets this thing rolling with players in there with experience, it's going to be tough to stop Colorado.
It's a 21.5-point spread, just for those at home.
And there it is. That concludes the Transfer Portal NIL Live Animal Mascot Trophy Game thingy as we swing around the country, college football. Hey, snap into the action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose.
They're number one.
If you're thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel is the official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a. Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
Where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie, and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get, like, the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like, he's trying to, like, pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
professed his love for the state of Ohio
and
the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody.
I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like, you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right, but you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to, like, boast or kind of brag. Like, you won the game, right? But
yeah.
It's kind of like he didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. This guy's barely hanging on, man. Let him enjoy the rest of his life.
Right? However many days that may be.
Need this.
Yeah.
One of those college football questions has an interesting tie-in here locally, and that is the Jimbo Fisher question. So if people don't know the tie-in is that Mike Elko at Duke is a hot name in coaching. There's a lot of season to be played, and the resume is shined up quite a bit after Duke beat Clemson and looked like the better team doing it. Like they didn't feel at all like a fluke.
Well, they won 28-7, so it's hard to be fluky when you win by 21 points.
Yep. But it's, sometimes you watch a game and you see a repeated pattern of the favorites shooting themselves in the foot. And I guess Clemson didn't help themselves, but Duke looked like the better team. They're off to a 4-0 start.
After going 9-4 last year.
Yep.
So he's 13-4 in his tenure.
So Mike Elko came to Duke from Texas A&M. And Mike Elko is
defensive coordinator, safeties coach.
Yeah, he would be, if he finishes the season strong, he could be a candidate for Michigan State's job.
Well, I think he's a candidate for sure.
Well, let's see what, like you said,
you said
all along, let's see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much to play out, and they've got games.
They finished 5-7.
Yeah, I mean, they play at home against Notre Dame this week.
Yep.
And that's where game day's at. Then they've got a game in a couple weeks at Florida State.
Yep.
It's coming up on October 21st. They still have at Louisville, home against Wake Forest, at North Carolina, and then Virginia and Pitt don't look like they're anything special this year. But, I mean, I'm sure that people think that Virginia and Pitt are probably on par with Duke. But Duke did beat Clemson, and if they show up well against Notre Dame, look out.
Virginia and Pitt are their only two gimmies the rest of the way. NC State isn't bad. Louisville isn't bad. Wake Forest isn't bad. Virginia and Pitt look pretty bad. But... So, he'll have to earn it. But the point is, he came from Texas A&M. And if Jimbo is bombed out, now here's the issue. At this point, if Texas A&M fires Jimbo, they will owe him $77 million. Michigan State doesn't quite know how much they'll be on the hook yet for Mel Tucker's contract. I don't suspect it'll be anywhere near the whole thing, but it's in their best interest to resolve it as quickly as possible so they have an idea what the budget is. But, I mean, for Texas A&M, to get Elko, you're going to have to pay, and you may have to outbid other suitors. So it starts with a $77 million price tag to get rid of Jimbo, and then another, $50 million to get Elko? I mean, that's how prohibitive the Jimbo contract is, which could open up the door. if Michigan State can get out from under Mel Tucker's contract relatively unscathed, where they don't have to have it doesn't cost them nearly as much money to go get him if Elko wants that job. Now, if you go to Texas A&M, you've got an incredibly strong NIL program set up. It's considered one of the strongest in the country, although so much so that they believe it's led to problems in the Texas A&M locker room. That's one of the theories from afar. I mean, obviously we don't cover Texas A&M, but they got a lot of me's and not a lot of we's because guys are looking out for their own. I mean, there are rumors out there that there are boosters calling the head coach saying, "I paid my guy, play my guy."
That's the problem with NIL. One of the problems with NIL.
One of the challenges. Yes.
Yeah, you've got the challenge from the outside influences. You've got the challenges of making sure that the players themselves are happy. That there's not infighting in the team, but that goes on. We talked about it from the onset. You're going to have fights in the locker room. Guys are going to get into actual fist fights in the locker room because of NIL. Because one guy's getting paid, another guy isn't.
But
now, I know what you're saying with Elko because he spent the time at Texas A&M, defensive coordinator. When Jimbo went there, he took over. He was a DC with them, and he was there for 4 seasons. But he's not a guy from the South. I mean, he's a guy from New Jersey and is coached all over the place, including time at Notre Dame. He was a DC at Notre Dame the year before he went to Texas A&M. Spent time at Wake Forest, at Bowling Green, at Hofstra, at Richmond, at Fordham. He's been everywhere. But this is the first time that, I guess not the first time, but this is Texas A&M. That's the first time he went down south. So I don't know how thick those ties are there. And if you're an A&M backer, are you even going to want to bring anybody that's associated with Jimbo Fisher?
If he built a winner at Duke, I would think that yes, you would. If Jimbo gets fired. Now, Texas A&M is far less broken than Michigan State, and so that might be that would make it a more attractive job. But is whether or not Texas A&M can afford him.
Yeah, well, this is a big week for Coach Elko and Duke and his program, and this could vault him to the top of everybody's list. And that is absolutely one of the things to watch for is what happens with Texas A&M. Because some people think that they do have the pockets that are deep enough and they just don't care. Sure, we'll piddle away $70 million to buy out a coach, and we're going to spend another $60 million to hire the next coach. It doesn't matter to us. We'll see. But I tend to think that they're going to stick with Jimbo. They've got some big games coming up. If A&M can put it together and beat Alabama, well, that's massive. I think it's kind of maybe their mindset right now is you got to beat Alabama. It's like Ohio State and Michigan. You got to beat one another. So we'll see how that shakes out. But for Coach Elko, he's going to have his pick of jobs as it stands right now. You're right. There's a lot of season left to be played. I know a lot of people are looking at Michigan State and saying, oh, we want this guy, we want that guy. A lot of the programs where you're looking at the next coach, they've got long seasons to go against really tough competition. Let it shake out and see what happens before you are so quick to say, I want this guy from the Pac-12, or I want this guy from Duke, or I want this offensive coordinator from this program or that program.
Yep. Now, as far as the NIL thing's concerned, it comes with challenges. I think Texas A&M's a prime example. I've seen a couple of ratings of like the best college programs with NIL, and Texas A&M is usually 1 or 2 or 3 in those rankings. But if you ask a coach, would you rather have a strong NIL program or not? You would take the strong NIL program and hope to deal with the challenges that come with. Because these are literally rich people problems. You're giving a program with a ton of money that gets spread out to the kids, and then you become this interesting, I guess, as much as a football coach, you have to have an element of being a CEO and keeping the employees happy.
100%.
Now, like Jimbo's owed $77 million. I don't feel bad for Jimbo Fisher that he's got these challenges at Texas A&M. It's one of the reasons why you are well compensated, is to sort it out and to put a football team on the field that wins on Saturdays. Texas A&M isn't a disaster. I mean, they're 3-1, but the schedule is tough coming up. The game at Miami was a disaster, but they just handled Auburn pretty easily.
Yeah, and they really made them look terrible, actually. The other thing with NIL is you don't know how it's going to change tomorrow, next week, a month from now, 2 years from now. It's under discussion to try to make it a level playing field for everybody. Congress is getting involved. I mean, the NCAA may actually show a backbone and come up with some sort of policy for NIL that they can police. It has to change because the way it's set up now is nowhere near the spirit of what it was meant to be.
I go back to what I like to say about college football. Sunday through Friday, I get frustrated with college football. Love the Saturdays. Still love the Saturdays. All right, 248-539-9797. Gator, did you see that the Powerball drawing is now up to $835 million?
I did see that.
We have another edition of Would You Buy?
Oh.
Would You Buy? We will get to that today at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Winschuler's Cheese Spread and Snack Chips. You can now call them the second-place Detroit Tigers, moving a half game over Cleveland following last night's games. The Miggy farewell homestand does continue with round two versus the Royals.
Day.
A.J.
Never
Hinch said
changed,
that he'll
buddy.
be in the
Great
lineup
radio
again, but
fodder.
not
You know,
tomorrow.
we're doing
Tarek
Lions,
Skubel's
but I'm
first
gonna-
pitch will be thrown at about 6:40 p.m. with Dan Dickerson's call
I'm gonna
right
mix
here
this.
on 97.1 The Ticket. Just 5 games left on the season. New Tigers GM Jeff Greenberg joining 97.1 The Ticket this morning with Stoney and Jansen, saying that they're clearly a team that is moving in the right direction. He's seen progress at the major and minor league levels and has a sense of momentum throughout the entire organization. It's about to be the eve before primetime Lions football in Green Bay. Amon-Ra St. Brown says it's going to be special, but knows that they cannot assume anything even though they just won at Lambeau at the end of last season. Yeah, both teams are 2-1 and can take control of the NFC North with a victory. It'll be an 8:15 kickoff right here on the ticket. And ahead of this weekend's international games, the NFL executive vice president telling ESPN that they have not ruled out a full-time overseas franchise being a part of the league. Peter O'Reilly saying that there are enough rabid fans in Europe to support a club. The Falcons and Jaguars will play at Wembley Stadium in London this Sunday morning. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
You want to keep talking college football, feel free. 248-539-9797. In the meantime, we got some Lions stuff we'll get back to a little bit later this hour. Got fun with Vegas odds. Got some odds that we will kick around. These are all things with similar odds. And which bet would you play? What would you take to the window, if you will? But first, Gator, we have got a Powerball drawing coming up with $835 million. Now, we kind of have rules about this. And I follow the rules pretty strictly. I do not buy any Mega Millions or Powerball tickets or anything like that. So the rules are those that don't buy don't get to dream about what it would be like. Well, I'm not buying the dream, right? You buy the dream.
Not buying the
I'm
dream.
not buying the dream, and I will follow these rules. You are buying the dream. Kang, are you getting tickets?
Always do.
Yep. No, so you guys buy the dream, and so you get to dream.
I always waste my money.
Yep. I will simply ask the questions. Okay. This is the would you buy?
The dream license. Okay.
Yep. You are licensed. you have the official license to dream. If I do so, I would be unlicensed. But here we go. You win the Powerball. Would you purchase a suite at the Vegas Super Bowl right now? Not knowing who's playing, but it's a Super Bowl in Vegas. After lump sum and taxes, you've got $400 million-ish. Would you make that purchase right now, Vegas Super Bowl suite?
Yeah. Yes, I would. And I think the number is probably closer to $300 million, but it doesn't matter. It's just the fact you've got that money.
Yep.
You could do it. Look, we've experienced a Super Bowl week here in Detroit for the week. We know what it's like. The parties every night during that week. You can go a million different places. It's great. And that was in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine what it would be like in Las Vegas? It'd be unbelievable. I would love this. You don't have to have a rooting interest in the game to enjoy the game because it is a Super Bowl. It's something you're watching anyway. You've got the suite, so you're bringing friends with you. You're bringing the party with you. It would be amazing to do this. Yeah, I would spend the money. You end up spending, all told, probably well over $1 million to have your friends come and for hotel lodging and all that.
You think it would be that much? I'm not sure how much it would be, but my first
for a suite alone, I think that the cost is probably $250,000.
I have no idea. I seriously have no idea, but my first instinct was hell yes. And then if you say it's $1 million, I'm like, oh man, that's $1 million suite. Whew. But it sounds so fun.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think the whole thing. Suites cost between $800,000 and $2 million.
I just saw it.
$800,000 and $2 million.
All right, I'm backing up. I'm not doing it.
You're not?
I'm not doing it. I didn't know it was that much.
But Kang, think about this. You've got, let's say after the lump sum payout and then after taxes are taken out, you've got roughly, let's say, $280 million tax free. What difference if you had 280 or 278?
This is what I'm doing. I'm buying the suite in case the Lions are there. If they're not there, I'm selling it. Even if just to get my money back. I'm buying for the insurance, just like we buy the, it's insurance.
Oh,
it's Lions
it's
insurance.
Vegas. You're going Vegas. Would you like insurance, sir?
Yes.
Yes, I would.
I never really get the insurance.
No,
but.
I never get it.
But
unless I'm on a bad streak or if I'm on a hot streak, yeah.
This instance.
How big you want your suite to be? I got all the suites up here. So you can get 2 to 10 tickets, a 10-person suite, a 20-person suite, 22, 25, or 28-person suite.
I'm going 28.
You're going the big boy.
All big. I'd go somewhere. What's the first 20? Is it 20 or 22?
20 is.
I'd go 20.
They don't have the prices. I feel like you have to apply to even get to see the pricing.
Do we know where the suites are?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, that's going to play a role.
Oh, yeah.
How much
The
is this?
25-person suites in the end zone.
No.
The 10-person suites look like they're close to the 50.
That's a suite you want, though, the
Maybe-
50-yard
maybe,
line.
Yeah, I just
All right, I guess it's down to 10 people.
I go, yeah, 10 it is.
Okay. All right, gotcha.
You
All
want
right,
the- you want the best seat in the house.
So Gators in no matter what. You're taking a crew to the Super Bowl.
The party's going to be great.
Awesome. Kang will buy it, but only use it if the Lions go.
Yeah, because I could throw an insane party for less than $1 million.
That's true. All right, next up. Would
Hot
you
dog rollers.
You just won the Powerball. Would you invest in a movie project?
It's funny. I literally just watched part of the movie, most of the movie, and I'm embarrassed to say it because I've seen it before, and I don't know why. I watched the TV series. I've said often it's a terrible TV series, but I watched every episode of it, and that was Entourage, and it was on again. So you talk about friends investing in movies with Turtle had offered to invest
You
in
secretly like that show.
I don't know why, because I watch it and I'm like, this is the worst dialogue. These are the worst actors. This is aside from Ari, the show is trash, and yet I watched it.
Stop.
I
Stop
can't.
with the Entourage slander.
I can't help but say it's terrible, and yet I watched it. So I'm my own worst enemy. Would I invest in a movie? No, I would not.
I would.
Okay.
I'd be the director, the star, the co-star.
Not a porn king.
That's OnlyFans, my friend. No, but yeah, I would invest in a movie project. I think that's something that's always interested me, and I know it's interested you too, Gator. Not even though you wouldn't invest in a movie, you've always been kind of infatuated
Yeah, the
with
acting part. I've always been interested.
Well, you could right
Buy my way into a movie.
cast yourself, man.
I don't need to do that.
So, you say, are you serious? You'd try and direct a movie?
No, I probably wouldn't direct.
Because I was about to say, there's a really good chance your movie would suck.
Yeah, exactly.
I probably
that's a
wouldn't
hard.
direct.
That's a hard job. But I mean, I could always, since I'm funding it, get the edit of assistant to the assistant director.
How much are you going to fund though? Because these movies are giant projects these days.
This thing's going to be an
$100 million.
indie film, my friend.
Yeah,
This
right.
ain't going to be no, Avatar or anything like
Right.
that.
All right, I'm going to do one more here that I didn't tell you guys about, but I had this thought. You win the Powerball, $835 million. Would you build in your house, your new crib, a big, like commercial grade gym? Like have your own,
Yeah, I would have a pretty sweet.
have your own LA Fitness in your basement.
Yes, I've thought of this.
Yeah.
I've absolutely thought of this, and it would.
With all the Peloton stuff and the
It would. I would have like somewhere between 500 and 750 square foot gym. Absolutely. Yeah, it would be great.
Would you sell memberships?
No.
Absolutely not. I would do the gym for sure because I hate going to the gym because other people. I mean, when you have the gym at your house, you can decide who comes to the gym or not. You don't have to wait for someone who's sitting on a machine for 30 minutes reading the paper or something like that, or someone who doesn't wipe down the equipment, or
You get
free
to hear-
weights that you can do whatever you want, play whatever music you want,
Exactly.
whatever
With
on
music,
TV,
whatever we want to
yeah.
watch on TV. 100%.
And yeah, definitely, because going to the gym, it's the other people that's the problem.
Yeah. You have your own
Plus, you got to drive there. And, it's all that.
you have your own sauna or steam room or all that stuff that other people get into that are probably just the most germ-infested petri dishes at the gym.
Oh, great! It's Harry Larry who's in the sauna with me. Hey, buddy. How are you?
Put the mouse back in the house, buddy.
No towel again today,
But
huh?
if you want to go no towel, you can. It's your gym.
It's my gym.
Yep. All right, gotcha.
Still wearing a towel.
Are you?
Are you in your own gym?
Yeah.
All right, well,
Probably.
hey,
For Lois's sake.
good luck.
Shield your eyes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm
You can even work out in my gym, those rare occasions that you spend the night.
So it's interesting that you mentioned that because of the things that we just talked about. I was kind of hoping more for the Super Bowl invite.
Yeah, you didn't make that list, but you got the gym membership to Gator Fitness.
We'll see.
Powerhouse Gator. You come on by. The Super Bowl, just look for me on TV.
It'll be like when Hey Scott, it's Doug. How you been, buddy? Yeah, I left you a message the other day. You didn't return my call, but just when you get a chance. Hey Scott, it's Doug. I noticed you haven't returned any of my calls, but
Call him back
when you get
on
a chance.
on a Monday. Hey man, Sorry, I just got your message. But I was planning on talking to you after the Super Bowl anyway. What's up?
Did you see that game?
It's a hell of a game. You believe the Lions won?
Boy, am I hungover from my trip. Yeah.
Yeah, here's the thing. Kang, the size of the suite would probably change based on if the Lions play in that game or not.
Well, here's the other thing is Gator would call me and say, hey, I'm going to Vegas. Can you house sit? Can you look after? I'm going to be in Vegas for Super Bowl week. Can you look after the house for me? Sure, Scott.
You can use the gym.
Can I work out the gym?
You can use the gym,
but you
got to snuggle with the dog.
All right, just go ahead and win the Mega Millions, please. All right, straight ahead. How much of a factor is this tomorrow night when the Lions play the Packers? We will get to that today at 11:18. 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, it's another big football weekend here in Michigan, and listeners are loving the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend right here in Michigan. Odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now and play all your favorite casino games right at your fingertips. The casino and the sportsbook are right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, and Wheel of Fortune. New slots like Atomic Meltdown, Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, and baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. Great offer for new users. Download the Playgun Lake app right now and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down within the first 24 hours. The Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. We're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year, because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something, because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines. Lions play tomorrow. And game at Green Bay. We all know what happened the last time these two teams played. And I guess that's my question. Who's got the upper hand when it comes to motivation from the last game? Motivation might not be the word, but I'm like the X factor stuff. Because for Detroit, this is a bunch of the same guys that went up there last year and played a Green Bay team that had everything to play for, and the Lions still won. They've got that confidence. They know they can do it. They will be more comfortable in the environment knowing that they've already done this. I mean, it's not the exact same team, but there's a lot of similar parts. They can go in with a degree of confidence. Green Bay, I would imagine, has a pretty decent revenge factor. Certainly that stuff matters to fans. And certainly that stuff gets played up in the media. But I don't know how much it matters to the teams. I think it does. I tend to think that kind of stuff matters more for like the teenagers, the college kids. When you're playing in college, if somebody disrespects you or you get a chance at revenge, I tend to think that those things, the adults, meaning the coaches, really manipulate information to try and get their kids all worked up to be playing, frothing at the mouth when they take the field. And typically people say, after the first 2 or 3 snaps, none of that matters. Like you're jacked up. But then you just kind of settle down and play football. But do you think it matters to Green Bay that Detroit's a team that knocked them out of the playoffs last year? That Detroit's a team that celebrated on their field?
It should.
That Detroit actually seemed to embrace ruining their playoff chances?
It should. I think you use anything as motivation when you get to this level. And you could use it at the high school level, whatever you want to do to be better. I mean, we saw how petty Michael Jordan was. Mm-hmm. He would just make stuff up to get angry about to serve as motivation. And I do think that there are probably a lot of athletes that feel that way. But as a team, if you're the Packers and you're trying to motivate this team, you 100% play into that. This is the team that kept us from doing what we wanted to do. Or you can spin that narrative and say, it wasn't that team. They didn't keep us out. You know who kept us out? We kept us out. We have to be better. Use that as motivation. Don't fail on the field like we did last year. They didn't beat us. We beat ourselves. And you do whatever you want to do like that. As far as what do I think, which team has the bigger motivation to do it, because they changed quarterbacks and because it's so early in Jordan Love's tenure as a starting quarterback, I feel like it's just a little bit too early for this to be that kind of, hey, this is the game that's going to put them on the map because it's the 4th game of the season. If they hadn't played the Lions until week 8 or week 9, I think maybe it's a different story. The Lions played the Vikings twice way late in the year. If it were that type of thing, I think there's more of a case for it. But because he's so young into his career at Jordan Love, that I just don't see it being as much of a motivating factor.
Yeah, and motivation's probably the wrong word. I guess because I think the Lions do take confidence up there, and I do think that Green Bay looks at revenge. Like I think both things can be true. It's just do either of them impact the game? Like does the Lions walking in there with a swagger and a confidence mean more or less than the Green Bay motivation for revenge? And it's not do or die for anybody. It feels like an early season big game showdown. And Goff told us yesterday, yeah, they're feeling that energy.
I think for the Packers, you look at it this way. This is unfamiliar territory for Green Bay in our lifetime, really. Yeah. That they go into a game against the Lions and say, this is the standard we have to beat. Like they have to do that. They have to talk themselves into it. This is a big game for Green Bay, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, don't know how good the Packers are, but you expect the Lions to be the team that wins the division. So do something about it. I don't need to give them any ammunition of how they should motivate their team. But yeah, that's how you do it.
I'm going to guess they're not listening, but
my cousin's listening. That's enough.
Well, that's true. but he's not likely to pass it along to the football team, is he? I can't
not.
remember where I saw it, but it was somewhere on Twitter that said it's like the first time in 40 years that the Lions are favored going to Green Bay when Green Bay isn't starting a backup quarterback. So it is uncharted territory. Like, this is their starting quarterback, and the Lions just organically are favored in Green Bay.
Yeah,
and so it is first in lifetime for a lot of people here.
And going the other way, the motivation for the Lions, look, they've got all the motivation in the world just to continue to win this division, because all the goals are in front of them. And you have to keep winning games to achieve those goals and put some distance between yourself and the rest of the division. I think another motivating factor, if you're Dan Campbell, if you want to play into this, you can say, look, guys, there are people that are, looking at this game and they're dying to see us fail. They're dying to see us stumble in Green Bay like this organization has done in the past. And then you turned it into, we're past all that. We're no longer part of that losing mentality.
Are you talking about this as you fabricate this, or do you really think there are people? Do you really believe? There are
I think absolutely there are people that are waiting to see this team fail. I think there are Lions fans, people that live here that call into our shows that are expecting this team to fall on their face at some point, like they did in week 2 against Seattle, because they came out. They were talking a big game last week, right before the Atlanta game. And I think if you go and stumble in Green Bay, that those people are going to come out of the woodwork, and maybe even more so, because they'll start viewing Green Bay as a real threat again.
It's
and you don't want to get there.
I guess we have a bit of a disagreement. I think even the people that are expecting the team to lose and to let them down aren't rooting for it. I don't think well, some people are. I think there are some miserable.
There are some miserable people out there.
Some miserable people out there that would like to see.
And then there's also a large percentage of people, maybe not a large percentage, but there's a percentage of people out there that are still like the wait and see approach, right?
Yeah.
And the wait and see is wait and see if they lose, and when they lose and who they lose to, when do they lose to them, pounce and say, "Yep, here we go again," because they're not buying in until there's a percentage of people that says they're not going to buy in until the Lions win a playoff game, period. But yeah, this fan base is bruised, right? As much as we feel like that everybody's on the hype train, it's not 100% that are on the hype train. Well, there's probably 70% are on the hype train. You got another 20% that are not going to buy it until you show me, and then you've got the rest of it that's right? Like you guys suck and whatever.
We understand why. I think nationally, though, at some point, the Lions, if this keeps up, okay, if they keep playing and they keep winning, I think the probability of the Lions crossing over and starting to irritate people will absolutely happen. I don't know when that happens, but I think that happens at some point. Because, I mean, look, it happened with Deion quickly. I think some people are already sick of the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift story. When something gets too much attention and you're like, hey, there's other games being played in baseball other than the Yankees versus the Red Sox, ESPN, right? I mean, if people get fed up.
There are some people that don't like Tua.
It gets stories shoved down their throats. The bottom line here is I don't think Detroit has gotten to that point yet. I think they're still kind of a likable group outside of Detroit. I mean, but like I said, that'll change at some point. 248-539-9797. Does any of this stuff impact this football game, or does any of this stuff worry you? Like, if Green Bay is really motivated by revenge and really can't wait to take their young quarterback out for a test drive in a big game, a big divisional game, and Detroit goes in there and takes care of business, I don't know that it'll be discouraging for the era, because Green Bay's got a first-year starter at quarterback and all first- and second-year weapons at starting a wide receiver and tight end. I think they'll kind of feel like they're just getting started. But it will be a fascinating role reversal, because won't that be 4 wins in a row for Detroit over Green Bay?
It would be.
4 wins in a row and 8 of 13?
It would be.
Yeah. And taking command of the division early. I mean, it's going to be total role reversal if the Lions take care of business. And Gator, I think we're all here for it.
Oh, yes.
248-539-9797. We talk to the people next. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Sam Laporta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better than
rookie tight end?
Is he already better than TJ Hawkinson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hawkinson's rookie year, but TJ Hawkinson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam Laporta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or TJ Hawkinson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hawkinson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, Laporta looks great.
Laporta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hawkinson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines. So let's get to the calls. We go to Ned. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Ned?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
I could not be more nervous about a game. I thought the Seattle game was like the nerves were shot. Atlanta, I felt good about. But if you look at the schedules for Green Bay and Detroit coming up, our strength of schedule is far greater than Green Bay. I think, hold on one second, I got it here. So Green Bay, after tomorrow, go to the Raiders for Monday Night Football. Then they play the Broncos. Then they got the Vikings at home. Then the Rams. So that goes to November 5th. And then the Lions schedule is like Ravens. We got some tough games ahead of us. So I think for me at least, we need to win this game. I don't care if it's rub your face in the dirt and win by a field goal, but somehow we got to figure out how to beat Green Bay in Green Bay. I think Jordan Love is, I think he's got the stuff. They got a great defense. I think that if we could beat this team, it's our division to have, and we absolutely need it, because I can easily see Green Bay ripping off 3 of the next 4 games and wins if they beat us.
So I mean, I get where you're coming from. Being 3-1 is obviously better than being 2-2, but then the Lions have Carolina, Tampa, Baltimore, that same Raiders team. Is it really that tough? I mean, aren't the Lions going to be favored in at least 3 or 4 of those games?
I would expect them to be favored against the Bucs, who knows what they are with Baker Mayfield. They've kind of surprised me. Baltimore, that's a tough game, but I could see them being favored, in 3 of their next 4. But I think that's just the point, though, Doug, is that whoever wins this game is basically going to be on top of the division, regardless of not tomorrow or not Friday, but I could see it going into Thanksgiving.
You think they'll hold on to? You think they'll hold on to first for a long time? I mean, look, it adds 1 to the win column for the winner and 1 to the loss column for the loser.
Well, it would make the Thanksgiving Day a nice showdown, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would almost get to the point that if you lose tomorrow, the Thanksgiving Day game, you can see over the next few weeks turning into a must-win. If you're trying to win the division, this team is legitimately trying to win the division. 248-539-9797. Brandon is next. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing, sir?
Talking about the Lions. Man, they about to beat them. I'm not worried about them. It's not Aaron Rodgers, okay? He's gone. The Green Bay Packers played the worst team in the league. Well, I would say probably second worst, because we've seen what just happened in Denver. They played a team that ran the ball on them, that beat them, that the Lions shut down a running game, because that's their main thing in Atlanta. And they barely won the last game versus the Saints. Luckily, Carr got hurt in the second half. They about to play a real team, which is the Lions. And y'all know the Lions always step up for Green Bay, period. Whether we lost a game or not, I'm not afraid of Jordan Love, period. He got to prove himself to me.
Well, I think this team under Dan Campbell has shown that they'll play Green Bay tough. I mean, we can certainly come up with examples in the past, but why bother? We're just looking at the Dan Campbell team because that's what this team is. I'm kind of with you on this, Brandon. I'm going to have a quiet confidence about tomorrow night until I'll look at the Packers like some Lions fans look at the Lions. Until you prove otherwise, I'm going to assume that you're not much of a threat.
I mean, all right, look, think about this. Did they prove to y'all on some of the primetime games we had last year that they can win? They went in Arrowhead and beat the Chiefs. Like, that's the game I was nervous about.
Yeah.
The first game of the year. Like, what more do they have to prove to y'all? It ain't like they playing them again tomorrow.
No, I mean, look, I wasn't happy with the Seattle loss. I think there's a lot in that game that left your head scratching, but then they followed it up with the next game against Atlanta and corrected what would have been mistakes. They lost to Seattle in part because they couldn't mount a pass rush that got home. They had 1 sack against Seattle, and it happened after the quarterback was running around for 12 seconds. They had 7 against Atlanta. Okay, stopping the run. You think that's an issue? They shut down the run against Atlanta.
If they carry those 2 things to Green Bay, I will then have a very loud confidence, not a quiet confidence, but I kind of need to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll stop the tight end again. Green Bay's got a couple of really young tight ends, and I've always said quarterback's best friend is a tight end. That and a running game. Those are 2 things that you could try to do to beat the Lions, but they showed up against Atlanta against what should be a really good tight end and what should really be a really good running game.
248-539-9797. Kyle is next here on 97.1. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. Thank you.
Hey, basically, I feel really confident about the Lions going into this game. I feel like last year it was a bigger game for Green Bay than it was for Detroit. They came in there, shocked the world. I mean, everyone had us written off. With all due respect, Lions usually never won in them situations. But I also feel like there's also an antsy feeling up in Green Bay. If they can't beat Detroit, they've lost 3 times in a row now. It's almost, you could say, this is something that we've never seen before as Detroit fans, especially since I've been alive. And even Green Bay fans, they've always been on tie-up. So I feel like if the game isn't close and if the Lions play this, I feel like this is a game where the Green Bay needs to beat Detroit. If Detroit doesn't beat themselves, like, we're just the better team. Offense, defensively, special teams. And I feel like I could see Green Bay folding because just a past history might think that this is the same Detroit, but it's not the same Detroit team.
So you think
nerves might kick in?
Green Bay needs a validation victory more than Detroit does?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Green Bay has lost 3 in a row to the Detroit Lions. This is a very unusual place. Lions are favored. If we're turning the tables on Green Bay in the division, kind of starts with a win tomorrow. Then it'll be pretty firmed up for the here and the now. Green Bay will have lost 4 in a row to Detroit. The Bears are 0-3. Minnesota is 0-3. If Detroit goes to Green Bay and wins, the division is in some ways officially turned upside down.
It would feel that way.
Yeah, that it took 4 weeks in the season to establish themselves as the team to beat in the NFC North. Look, going into the year, they might have been the favorites, and we always say, okay, fine, show me. 4 weeks into the season, I think it will be shown that Detroit is the team to beat. Not Vegas odds, not ESPN experts are picking. They will have gone out and, 2 of the 3 teams have removed themselves from contention, most likely, and the third will have lost a home game to Detroit. It'll feel like it took 4 weeks to establish that fact. 248-539-9797. We go to Dave next year on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
Hey, just a couple of minutes ago, you guys were talking about how you didn't think that there were fans, Lions fans out there that didn't believe in them or that were cheering for them but didn't believe in them. And I think that there are tens of thousands of us that are out there coast to coast that are cheering for the Lions but don't necessarily buy in yet.
Well, hold on. And then either you misinterpreted it or we didn't word it well enough. I don't doubt that there are tens of thousands of fans that don't yet believe in them, even though they're fans. What I was trying to get the point is I don't know that there's Lion fans that don't believe in them and are rooting against them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Because are you in the category you just don't believe yet?
Yeah, I'm cheering for him. All right, I love the Lions. I want to see him win, but I'm not totally convinced yet. In order for me to get totally convinced, we have got to win the North. We got to win a playoff game. We got to get to that next level, and that's just because of I'm not talking a couple of seasons. You guys know this. We're talking about decades of just not making it to the playoffs, and what we came up with was SOL. Where we would give it away in the second half or give it away in the fourth quarter. If we want to get out of that mentality, we got to get to the playoffs. We got to win the North.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm going to feel pretty chesty if the Lions win tomorrow.
Chesty?
I'm going to feel pretty chesty.
I'm not sure how I feel about that.
No, like stick my chest out.
Yeah, no.
Our division now. And it's not just because they're 3-1 and Green Bay's 2-2. That's, there's no magic number. They aren't clinching the division. But I mean, what we're talking about is a team that is beat Green Bay 4 times in a row, and the Bears and Vikings are winless.
I hear you. I just think it's ironic to say chesty when it should be cocky.
Whatever you want to term. I don't want to get wrapped up in the term. I know you have an ability to then turn this into the next hour of talk radio.
Doug, do you have an OnlyFans?
I mean,
you've lost them, right? You know this. Kind of losing me too.
Tell you what we're gonna do.
Hey, don't throw me alone, man.
The good news is we're up against a break.
is
And
good
so
news.
hopefully I can distract Gator back into the topic at hand, but probably not.
He's chesty.
I've made a terrible mistake. A terrible mistake. Because I work with a child.
What?
97 won the ticket.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a.
Oh.
Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
But where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake
all
him
right?
up, bring him out here in his nightie, and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get, like, the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like, he's trying to, like, pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to
What do you
pump the
expect him
fans
to
up.
say?
Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It
You know,
looked
I mean-
like it looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
Professed his
emotional.
love for
And-
the
oh
state
my
of Ohio and the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody.
I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like, you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right. But you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to, like, boast or kind of brag. Like, you won the game, right? But
yeah,
it's kind of like you didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. Guy's barely hanging on, man. Let him enjoy the rest of his life.
Right. However many days
Who else
that may
doesn't
be.
need this? Come
Yeah.
on.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797.
Doug, as you imagine, we may have gotten some text messages that have come through.
Can I make a guess? Can I guess what our producer has done?
You can, sure. Go ahead and guess.
I'm going to guess that he has sifted through the text messages. And instead of sending them to me, I think he sent them to you. That's what I'm going to guess happened.
Oh.
Because I know our producer pretty well, and I have made a grave mistake.
Well, we didn't ask for 10 texts.
No, we didn't.
No, we didn't set this up. It just this is what's great about doing talk radio, Doug. And I figured through over 17 and a half years of doing the show together, middays here at 97.1 The Ticket, I figured you'd figure this out. But at this point, the show's organic. What happens, happens, man.
We like to say it's like being on a tightrope, and you can take a misstep, and it can be it can have consequences. And I made a misstep.
This is not a free fall. There's a net. We're all here to support each other.
Support.
That being said, here are some texts. Chesty Karsh is a very weak stage name. Work on it, Doug. Well, we do call him Jug. We need to spend some time on this and figure out what the heck Doug was thinking. I did ask you during the break, was this something that just kind of, were you planning on saying Chesty, or did it come out like statistical anomalation? And you're like, no, it just kind of came out that way. Gator, when will Doug feel more lacy, like lacy underalls? From Caddyshack. The Lions win, and Doug is getting a boob job. Like,
I think that's what he meant.
Yeah.
Is that what he meant?
I don't think that's what he meant. No. Is that what you meant?
It's the boob job guarantee.
Yeah.
The Lions win this game.
He's decided to hang on to the 2 cars in the house. He's offering up for plastic surgery. Dang. Douglas was feeling chesty, and now he's getting testy. And then lastly, is Doug Adrienne Barbeau chesty or Christina Applegate chesty? That's from Jeff Co.
Oh, I got another one here. Nothing makes my day go faster than listening to Gator and Chesty in the middays. Love those guys. Doug, if the Lions win the Super Bowl, I don't even know what you're going to do. I seriously, man. Do we spell Doug with 2 Ds?
You know, in Boogie Nights, it was Brock Landers and Chest Rockwell. Am I supposed to be Brock Landers and you're Chest Rockwell?
I think for the purposes of this conversation, yes. I've clearly cast us in those roles. You know, it's funny. I was going to say, are you done? But you're never going to be done. So we may as well just try. We may attempt to move on.
Send more than 10 texts. Doug, is this your shoot the bra lock of the week?
The stuff the bra lock of the week.
Lock the bra lock of the week.
Yeah,
I like it.
The chastity belt. I'm sure it's done, Doug. I don't think anybody.
Nobody's ever going to bring this up.
No, we're not. Kang and I won't do it. I mean,
no.
You're cocky about this. You're confident.
I am.
You'll be cocky about this if they,
if they win this game tomorrow. I think the division has been turned upside down officially.
You might come in with bell bottoms.
Moving forward. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bob. You're next. Hi, Bob.
Hi, guys. I just couldn't quit laughing. Do you go bro or Manzier? I'm not quite sure. But,
Manzier.
Let's stick to football. Yeah. No, relative to the Lions game, I think at Green Bay, a couple of things. First of all, if they can keep the pressure on Jordan Love anywhere close to what they did at Atlanta, 4 games into his starting career, I think that's going to be a big thing. And I think the other thing is the fact that we're not playing Green Bay in the frozen tundra. We're playing them, in September. So, from a dome team, I think there are a couple of things that, could lead us. And, oh, by the way, I think we have more talent, and I think we're the better team. So I'm looking at about a 28-21 game, probably Lions, I would say.
So
that's chesty.
Yeah, the Lions. I mean, obviously, that didn't matter last. It didn't matter last January when they played on the frozen tundra. They went in there and won. And
it's a dome team, though.
Yeah, it's, I don't know how much that matters to, maybe it matters to dome teams. Yeah, you're right. It could matter to a dome team. But, hey, if they won 4 in a row, they're in first place. They will be at minimum, 2 games ahead of the 2 last place teams, which isn't insurmountable. But.
You're saying 4 in a row over the Packers?
Yes.
Okay.
They'll won 4 in a row over the Packers. They'll have a 2-game lead over both Chicago and Minnesota. They'll essentially, for now, have a 2-game lead over Green Bay because they'll hold the tiebreaker. Of course, the 2 teams play later, but it will have taken them 4 weeks to confirm what many people suspected, was that they're the best team in the division. It's not over. I get that it's not over. But more important than any preseason prediction, any Vegas odd, is being 3-1 and being in first place after 4 weeks. It's more important than anything that, preseason hype, because it's the realization of the potential. It's the people that say, show me, it'll be clear that they are showing them. Right?
Yeah, you got to keep winning. I think before the season began, if you looked at the schedule, people probably thought 3-1 was where they should be.
Mm-hmm.
They probably would have lost the first game against Kansas City, won the next 3. I think most people would say that. Some would still say 3-1, but maybe they beat Kansas City, lose to Seattle. However, just get to 3-1.
Well, and Kang, you said something yesterday that's totally true. I'm still scared of that uniform. That Green Bay uniform. I'm still scared of the Green Bay quarterback. I'm way more scared than I should be, and even I acknowledge it. But I've got this 30,000-foot view of the timeline of the next 5-6 years with the Lions and the Packers, and the one variable that I don't trust is the Green Bay quarterback.
Do you think that you wouldn't feel that way if you didn't see Sterling Sharp run right past you towards the end zone at the Silver Dome?
That did happen. I was down on the field holding a camera for Channel 25 when that happened. No, I don't think it's just that. I think it's years of being tortured by Favre and Rodgers.
Was that the genesis of it, though?
That might be,
yeah.
Well, it's like, you don't watch movies, Doug, but Gator, you do. Like the Scream movies. You see that mask. It doesn't matter who's underneath the mask.
Yeah.
You're like, dude, that mask?
It's Ghostface or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, that's scary. You don't want that. You don't want to see.
In those movies, does a person under the mask change? Or is it the same person?
I don't want to spoil it for you, Doug.
I'm never going to watch it, Gator.
I know.
The first one, there was 2 people in the
2
mask.
different
I'm
people.
sorry,
Oh, really?
spoiler alert. Yeah.
Was it really?
Yeah. That was the twist.
Oh,
wow. It's changed, yes.
Yeah, and then it's changed a lot since then.
Yeah.
All right, back to your phone calls. We got Eric next here on 97.1. Hi, Eric.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What's up?
I look for us to, go back to Thursday night football. We got experience with Thursday night football. Green Bay didn't open up the season, beat the world champs. Their quarterback, he froze up against Atlanta in that last quarter, if I'm not mistaken. He didn't make a completion or something like that. I hope Brett Favre is watching since he went his whole career not losing us in Green Bay. I hope Aaron Rodgers is on the men watching saying, wow, we knew these cats was coming. It's a statement game, and there's no way that we should be scared of Green Bay.
Now, Eric, when you said we knew these cats was coming, was that because you just want to use the word cats like you normally would, or because cats like lions? Because I love it either way.
Well, cats, as in the whole squad. Cats, yeah.
Like bad dudes. I like that.
Yeah, cats. And by the way, my man was saying that he would be swole if the Lions win.
Thank you. Yes, much better choice of words.
Yeah, that's where he was
Eric,
at.
You come host the show, and I'll be a caller. Let's do that because you won't make the same.
You could be swollen chesty.
Gator, stop and show Doug some respect. Respect. All right, treat each other with respect.
Let's go to Lauren. You're on 97 the ticket. Hello, Lauren.
Hey, guys. It looks like I came in at just the right time. God, I was like, please don't be next. Please don't be next. But anyways, I'm a huge fan. Love you guys every day. I listen to you. But
Thank you.
Just curious if you guys saw that YouTube clip. I've been watching it once a week since April of Superfan Packers Tom Grossi.
No.
About Brian Branch. You guys have to check it out. So either way, I'm so excited just to see him like follow up from all of his previous games. But as you know, the Packers traded back the Lions, and this guy was just going nuts. He's like, if they take Brian Branch, I'm going to rain down 1,000 suns. So, I mean, I can't freaking wait for this game this week. And, yeah, thanks for having me.
We'll have to check it out because I mean, we made the point that every fan base can do. We should have taken this guy, even good teams. You don't fixate on it as much when you're a good team, but there's always a player, just about always a player that you should have taken instead of the guy you've taken at some point in every draft. Not with every pick, but every fan base can do it about some pick they made in a draft where they should have taken somebody else. And in the case of the Packers, yeah, it might be Brian Branch.
Doug, you could say the Packers were playing checkers while the Lions were playing chess.
Well played, Ken.
Oh,
so funny. All right, straight ahead.
I'm going to podcast this.
Yes.
We have some news from Michigan State. We'll get to that at 12:02 on 97.1 The Ticket.
So during the break, took Lauren's advice and looked up the YouTube video of the Packers superfan, Tom Grossi, on YouTube. The night of the draft, he's doing a little, looks like a YouTube show, podcast type show, like we've done.
Twitch?
Yeah.
Twitch?
We did Twitch, but he did, I guess, on YouTube. And there's the video of him before the Packers make their selection in the second round, and he's talking about players he wants. Look, hey, we can take Brian Branch here. We can double up on a tight end, get Darnell Washington. I'm cool with that. Take a wide receiver. It's all good. All right, whatever they want to do. We got options. This is great. And then he finds out that the Packers have traded the pick to the Detroit Lions. And then he starts to freak out, going, please don't let this be Brian Branch. Don't let it be Brian Branch.
Yes.
Don't let it be Brian Branch. And, of course, the Lions select Brian Branch. And the Packers move back in that second round. They end up taking Jaden Reed, the wide receiver from Michigan State, who's paid dividends with a couple touchdowns already. And Superfan there even said he wanted a wide receiver, but that all they got out of it really was a fifth-round pick later in the draft. It's great. Thank you, Lauren, for pointing that out. And what I found interesting in that is that at one point he says, we just traded the pick to the team that's been kicking our ass.
Yeah.
Which is something that I never even thought that's what Packer fans are thinking.
Well, this guy was.
Yeah, but well, in fairness, it's been 3 times in a row.
Yep.
But I'm guessing he's not alone in that thinking now. So now we got to start thinking like, hey, Packer fans generally think of the Lions as a legitimate threat because this is the team that has kicked their ass. I love it.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Coming up a little bit later this hour, we got another edition of Who's on Top. I haven't done one of these in a while. We'll get to that today at 12:35. People miss the conversation. We've kind of talked about how this is a chance for the Lions to kind of officially serve notice that the division is flipped upside down. That the Lions are now the best team in the division. And it doesn't clinch the NFC North. But when you spend an entire offseason with everybody telling you you're the best team in this division, when you have Vegas telling you you're the best team in this division, and you have people in Detroit feeling guffy, feeling swole, feeling fired up,
confident,
cocky, confident,
or
chesty about their team's chances in the division, and 4 weeks in, you're in first place. You have defeated likely your closest competitor on their field for your 4th win in a row over them. And the 2 other teams in the division are both 0-3. That's more important than any preseason prognostication, any Vegas odds, anything is, and it's kind of answering the bell to the show me crowd. Not like slam the door shut. They've got this division, but it'll be the first step of showing people, right? To win at Green Bay again. So, hey man, it's reason to feel good about this team if they go do it.
For me personally, I feel like the Lions always have to prove themselves against Green Bay. I never take the Packers for granted. I'm not taking them for granted tomorrow night as a fan. I know that this team can snap back. I've looked objectively at their roster, what they're trying to build, and I think they're building a pretty good roster. There's a lot of youth on that team on both sides of the ball. The skill positions, the receivers are very young and very talented. The defensive side of the ball, they got a lot of team speed back there. They got some big hitters. I think it's a team that could do some things if they get the quarterback right. If Jordan Love is the guy, then this could be a team that's going to be contending again.
Now, am I more fearful than most of Jordan Love? Yes. But it's not because he's proven anything other than he's better than I expected him to be, which might beg the question, how bad did you expect him to be? I felt like he was getting this opportunity because Aaron Rodgers broke up with the Green Bay Packers. Certainly they had planned on Jordan Love being the next guy, but had Aaron Rodgers not left, I think the Packers were comfortable in leaving Rodgers in place. Now, some Packer fans have disputed that, saying, no, this is all part of the plan, and Aaron Rodgers, we wish we got rid of him sooner. And I think that might be a little bit of revisionist history. The guy was coming off back-to-back MVPs, right? And then, so last year he was going to get his chance. But with that said, he clearly wasn't committed to that team and that organization. It seemed like he actually sort of railroaded them with not showing up to OTAs and then complaining about the receivers they gave him. Like, dude, you haven't put in all the work with those guys. But when it's all said and done, I will feel much better if they can vanquish.
Vanquish is a great word. I like the word
They
vanquish.
can vanquish Jordan Love, which is ridiculous to even use that term on him this early in his career. But I want to send a message.
Yeah, and they're getting some weapons back. It looks like Christian Watson and Aaron Jones could both be back for this game tomorrow night. So that would be big.
248-539-9797.
Yeah, you're just, like I mentioned to you, maybe you're scared of the helmet and the jersey.
The
It's
ghost.
The ghost. It's like the Scream mask analogy I was using. You can kill the person underneath the mask, but someone else picks it up again and puts it on, and you got to go kill that person, right? You got to go take care of that person. So they're always going to hand off the mask to somebody else. Let's just make sure that person's not capable. So Jordan Love's now the next person wearing the helmet, the quarterback of the Packers. We got to take care of him.
All right, I mentioned there was news on Michigan State. Pete Thamel tweeting at this hour, Michigan State expected to formally fire Mel Tucker for cause today. The school had informed him that they intended to fire him for cause him last week. That's what he wrote. I think he meant they just intended to fire him. They'd let him know
8 or 9 days ago, yeah.
So today's the day it goes official. Which does that mean today's the day the transfer portal opens for 30 days?
I think it could, yeah. But we'll see.
Yep.
Look, if Michigan State is making this official, they better feel 100% airtight that they're doing the right thing, and that they won't have to pay off $78 million or whatever the hell the contract is that's left over from it. They better feel that way. Because moving forward to find the next coach, and you're going to want to spend some money, you're hoping to recoup all that money and that you can give most of it to the next guy, because you're going to want to pay for a good coach. I'd rather pay for a really good coach as opposed to taking the chance in somebody who may develop to be something special. You're a big boy program, show it, and hopefully this is going to work out in Michigan State's favor.
Well, it's getting out from under that contract is with the least amount of money they can possibly spend.
It's a big step to do it.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Carl. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, what's going on, Doug and Gator?
Hey, Carl.
So, you know how we have that saying, Detroit versus everybody?
Yeah.
Yes.
I got another saying. Either you're with Detroit or not. I am tired of the fans that are talking about we got to win the North, we got to win this game. Either you're with us or not. It's football. It's your team. It's the people that you want to believe in. So either you do or you don't. If you believe in this team, go get another team. That's my message.
Well, Carl, I mean, look, I don't love telling fans how to feel, but do you understand why some people might not believe yet?
You know what? It doesn't believe if you believe yet or not. If you got to pick a team and be with them. This is why it's so sweet when we win. This is why you root for a team. You go through the hard times. In San Francisco, they went through their hard times before they won, and then they fell off, and then they came back again. So you got to get a team. You got to stay with them.
Okay, so you're saying as long – I mean, this is where I guess I struggle a little bit, and I hear what you're saying, but – you can root for the team and love the team and still not have faith in the team.
No, man, you cannot.
Okay.
You can just watch football and be a fan and leave it at that. It's no different than college teams. You have to go through your heartbreak and triumphs through your college team. For all the people from Michigan State, they're going through their heartbreak. But you know what? If that's your team, stay with your team. My team is Michigan, so. Whether, you hear whatever you hear or not or whatever else it is, or for me this year with Michigan, I'm going on my team. But for me to be, totally satisfied, we got to get to the championship game. They're my team, but for me to be totally satisfied, I need a championship this year.
Well, I think those are different things, right? I mean, you started with you got to be with them. I mean, Gator, do you think Michigan State's going to beat Iowa Saturday night?
I do.
Oh, okay. Well, then, do you think they're going to beat Ohio State?
No.
Okay. You're not with them. By his definition.
I mean, look, what I think is going to happen and what I want to happen are different things. I feel like if you want...
He's not separating the two.
Well, yeah, I think you have to separate.
Those are his rules.
Yeah. Right. Look, am I with Michigan State? I am. The good and the bad. And right now it's bad. Yep. But what I expect is different than what I want.
248-539-9797, open lines. Carson Anderson. There's a rumor out there.
Oh, rumors.
Yeah, rumor out there that involves the Lions.
Oh.
And it also kind of backs up one of our bold-ass predictions.
Oh, interesting.
I think we need to get to that, and we will at 12:18 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hall Financial, the mortgage lender that saved Michigan residents millions, now has an exclusive no-fee home loan. Who likes fees? It's an additional overcharge. That's all it is. Whether you're purchasing a new home or refinancing, the no-fee home loan is undeniably the most cost-effective home loan in Michigan. This brand-new mortgage option will save you thousands of dollars in closing costs you'd normally pay. If you aren't working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. Call Hall Financial right now and learn more about the no-fee home loan option. 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. That's callhallfirst.com.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year, because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something. Because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing. But that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
Okay, so Dove Kleiman. First of all, there's a story out from Pro Football Talk. Davante Adams kind of ripping the Raiders. We're not doing the right things to establish a winning culture. We got to go out there and do it. That's the theme this year, doing it, not just talking about it, figuring out what we need to do. We did all that last year. This year, we got to be about it. So there's belief that Davante Adams isn't happy. And Dove Kleiman put together possible landing spots. 6 potential landing spots, according to Matt Lombardo, that he has retweeted. The 49ers, the Cowboys, the Packers, the Bengals, the Browns, and the Lions.
Ooh.
We were doing bold-ass predictions prior to the season.
We were.
One of mine was that the Lions trade for Davante Adams right after they play him, right before the trade deadline.
Here comes Chesty King.
Well, it hasn't happened yet.
I'm just saying, you've got something to support what your prediction was. I kind of like it.
I believe the trade deadline is November 1st, and the Lions play the Raiders on October 30th. So this is...
Send them over?
Yeah. Trade deadline is October 31st, sorry. I mean, part of this has to be is teams that are giving up. Teams that give up, try to jumpstart a rebuild. I think I said 2 draft picks, a second and something else. That might not be enough. I mean, technically, the Raiders are a game out of first.
Technically.
And
but didn't Garoppolo just get dumped?
Yeah, in that division, I mean, the Broncos look horrid. The Chargers are pulling a charger. And so what looked like a brutal division doesn't look quite as brutal anymore. So I don't know.
Brutal in a different way.
Yeah. It looked like it was going to be the most difficult division in football, and it doesn't look so much anymore. And so, I mean, if you're the Raiders, are you giving up yet?
Well, probably not, but your biggest challenge is keeping your quarterback healthy. And if you can't keep Garoppolo healthy, then you're not going to win. And if you're not getting the ball number 17, you're not going to keep him happy. It would probably behoove the Raiders to move him and get something for him, because you can get a real nice haul in return, I would imagine, for Davante Adams, because there's going to be a lot of teams, as mentioned, that could use him. I'm interested in that list. It had Cincinnati on the list. Cincinnati seems like they're set with receivers. I don't know why they'd be on that list other than people trying to figure out how to jumpstart that offense with Joe Burrow and company. I mean, the problem isn't the receivers. The problem is Joe Burrow's got a bad calf. Davante Adams isn't going to help that. But could the Lions use him? Absolutely, the Lions could use him. That would make, I mean, it's frightening to think how good the offense could be if they had him. But I'm excited to think what they're going to look like 4 weeks from now when they add Jamison Williams back to the mix.
Yeah, but that's an unknown. I mean,
it is. You're right. It is more than
it would really speak to their faith in Jamison Williams if an offer was on the table and the Lions said no, right? I mean, it would speak to we think exactly what he would provide or close to what he would provide is in-house and will be available before they actually play the Reds.
Well, and you got to ask yourselves also, if you're the Lions, look, you've got plenty of time between now and the trade deadline. What piece is going to make you more of a contender? Would it be adding a wide receiver, or would it be adding, say, a defensive tackle?
Yeah, I mean,
or a pass rusher. Because
just because they had 7 sacks against Atlanta doesn't mean all problems have been solved.
No, not at all. Because a lot of that was dialed up with blitzing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you need to evaluate that. There'll be plenty of teams that are going to fall out of contention that have players at the end of contracts or have players that have a big contract that they're going to want to unload because it doesn't make sense. And you'll take a look at it then. Like the situation with Washington. Like Washington going into last week looked like, hey, this could be a team, and then they just get hammered.
Mm-hmm.
And Sam Howell looks like Mung. Do they start rethinking about the Chase Young situation? So there'll be players available. Which player would make the most sense? That it can be addressed in several ways.
And I'm trying to figure out which one of these teams makes the most sense. You brought up the reason why the Packers don't make a ton of sense. The Bengals. The Packers have 3 first or second year receivers and a rookie tight end. It only makes sense kind of if they beat the Lions and are still around contending in a few weeks.
Well, yes, that would make sense. And also, I mean, you saw limited in practice what it's like with Jordan Love and Davante Adams. I mean, they did play together for a couple of years, even though Love hardly played, but they know each other. Is there something that they know more of? Obviously, they would. He's got a great rapport. He looked great with Davante Adams, but never had the chance to work with him. So that could work out. But the Packers have to win games for it to make sense. What are the other teams? Dallas was in the mix.
Dallas is there. I could see Jerry trading.
Jerry
for
goes,
anybody. So that's a legitimate
for Roy
threat.
Williams for crying out loud.
49ers. Now, is that because guys have been banged up? Deebo Samuel's banged up, but the other guy's name.
Ayuk?
Yes, he's hurt too, right?
Yeah, banged up anyway, I think. Yeah, I mean, would it make sense for San Francisco? Does San Francisco have the money to do it?
Yeah.
They just got done paying Nick Bosa, and they've got money invested in other players too, like McCaffrey, and they're going to have to pay Brock Purdy.
But if they were to get him, it would feel like that would be a bold statement.
That would be really bold, and I would hate that
because we're winning now move.
Yeah, that catapults San Francisco. If San Francisco isn't already the best team in the conference, this might solidify them as the best team in the National Football League, and some people think they are anyway. That would be. I wouldn't like to see that.
Yeah. So the Browns, are they a legitimate threat if there's a bidding war?
Well, I mean,
2-1.
Kind of smoke and mirrors how they've done it.
I mean, I have a saying: how good is your good, and how bad is your bad? Like they scare me that they're.
But they have one of the best players on defense, Myles Garrett. They have some other solid players on their defense. Offensively, yeah, I think it would. Maybe you get Deshaun Watson out of his funk if he's got one of the best receivers in football to work with. No offense to the guys that they have, and with Amari Cooper and whoever else they have.
They'll have a real sense by the time we get to the trade deadline. They got the Ravens, the 49ers, at the Colts, and at the Seahawks. So I think that's 3 pretty tough games there that they'll find out how for real they are.
Yeah, something tells me that Cleveland can't afford it.
Yeah,
because what they've done to secure Deshaun Watson in the first place. I mean, do they have any draft capital to give up?
So if this is the actual field of candidates, we've kind of talked ourselves out of thinking the Bengals are legit. The Packers and Browns have something to prove. Cowboys are a wild card because the owner's,
crazy.
It seems like he's drunk all the time. And then there's the 49ers. 49ers could be making their bold, we're winning this thing move. But you mentioned they could have challenges fitting him under the cap.
Just to be clear, though, these list of candidates,
yeah,
it's by Dov Kleiman, right? He's not sourcing anybody. Like this is not a Schefter report or
actually, it's not. It is another report, isn't it?
It's from the Michael Lombardo. Kleiman is repeating it, and there's a story on Fan Buzz that lists these teams. So yes, it's an opinion piece by an NFL writer.
Okay, because I'm just trying to see who brought these names out. Did he just, did he write these names out? Did he?
Well, these are the only 6 teams. Just these. That's it.
Because, what is it based on?
Nobody else would want them.
Yeah.
Devontae Adams, I mean, he's a great receiver, but I mean, by the way, he's been getting the ball. It's just that he doesn't like the culture and look. I mean, do you see what's going on with Chandler Jones over there? I have no idea. I don't even want to try to figure out what's going on over there. But Josh McDaniels, when he got there, started getting rid of guys, bringing in expatriates, and apparently, according to Devontae Adams, that he doesn't like the culture they're setting, and it's not a winning culture. So he's getting the ball, they're just not winning like he wants them to.
And for people just joining us at this hour, Michigan State has informed Mel Tucker he is fired. So there will be, if there is any response from the Tucker camp, I suspect we will hear something about a lawsuit. But
well, they had their response with a 25-page response the other day.
Yes,
whatever it was.
Yes. I think that was laying the foundation for we're going to try and get as much money as we can. So 248-539-9797. Another edition of Who's on Top at 12:35. 97.1 The Ticket.
Sam Laporta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better?
Rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hawkinson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hawkinson's rookie year, but TJ Hawkinson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam Laporta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or
even.
TJ Hawkinson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hawkinson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, Laporta looks great.
Laporta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hawkinson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Ryan, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey, so I just wanted to talk about how I think the Lions really should pursue after Devontae, just with like how much he can change an offense. And like now that he's been on the Raiders, like their offense was pretty stagnant before, and like you noticed, Josh Jacobs wasn't really getting the amount of yards or carries he was before Devontae got there, and then as soon as Devontae gets there, it turns him into like the Aaron Brown Player of the Year. Just because the defense has to account for him too.
Right. I mean, it's a game. It would be a game-changing move. I don't know what the price tag is. I don't know what the financial price. I mean, the Lions left cap space, and they've got the price tag would almost assuredly be future draft picks, and who they're actually bidding against isn't clear. And if they are even interested, like we don't even know if they're interested. But I mean, if they got Devontae Adams,
I think all Lions fans would be very happy if they got Devontae Adams, but it gets back to that question we would ask before the season began. I mean, if you had to add a piece to the offense to the defense, which would you add? And I think at the time, most people said the defense.
And it's still worth debating.
Yeah, it is still worth debating. But the season that Adams has had so far, I mean, it's amazing. Through 3 games, he's averaging over 100 yards a game and a touchdown.
Yeah.
And to his point regarding Josh Jacobs is like an afterthought. First of all, they had all the contract issues with him. He's come back. He's played in all 3 games. He's averaging less than 2.5 yards a carry. Yikes.
Okay, time for another edition of Who's on Top. Gator, found a list. I love this list because there's so much to talk about.
Okay.
I'll be interested to get your take on said list.
All right.
It's a list of the best things about fall.
Fall.
The best things about fall.
The fall season.
The writer of the story, there isn't methodology. It's voted on by people. Just tell you that. But it says, there are many reasons to love fall. The list of fall things worth loving is long. Why do we love fall? Is fall the best season? Vote for your favorite things about, writer writes autumn, and add any fall items that are not on the list of the best things about the season.
The writer must be 80 years old.
Yeah, well, you and Jared Goff agree. So I got a top 10 here. The best things about fall. The way this works, for people unfamiliar with it, Gator's going to give me 3 guesses. And if you get 1, 2, and 3, then the people try and help you round out the top 10. But when you don't get number 1, that's when the chase is on. Yep. All right, so your 3 guesses are?
First of all, I go with football. Football and fall are synonymous.
Mm-hmm.
Next, I go with, and this is personal to me, I guess. Where I like
It's personal
when it comes to this, because I'm excited to hear what everybody else is going to say too, because I think it's widespread. I go with cider mills.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't made my trek there yet, but now that are we officially fall now?
Yes, it happened. Actually, was it last Friday, Kang?
Yes.
All right.
This year was September 23rd.
Okay, so I plan on probably visiting the cider mill in the next couple days.
Gotcha.
And lastly, I will say, with this weather, this temperature, this time of year comes women in boots.
Okay. Gator, out of the top 10.
By the way, I don't feel very chesty about this.
You got none.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Football's not in there?
No.
This list is stupid.
It is stupid.
So, yeah, I mean,
No
you
football?
got to remember that, it's more than just our audience that is voting for this, because I would completely agree. It's arguably the best thing about fall, but fair enough. It did not make the top 10. What do you think did? 248-539-9797. You're pretty disgusted.
Well, because I have a feeling I know what some of these are going to be, and it just, I mean, in comparison to football, they don't compare.
248-539-9797. Help Gator put together this top 10. We'll start banging down your guesses of what are the top 10 things about fall.
I mean, I could come up with some more that are personal to me that will not be on that list. I mean, I already know about this. Just, I don't think pumpkin ale is going to be on the list.
Well, leave it for, I hear you. I hear you. I've got some too that.
They still make the one I like. I don't know if Buffalo Bills still makes it or not.
That was your favorite?
Yeah, it was a brewery out on the West Coast, Buffalo Bills.
Yep.
They known for the pumpkin ale. Best pumpkin ale around.
All right, let's get to your guesses. We start off with Marshall. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Marshall.
D-Cup Carson Gator, how are we doing this afternoon?
Good.
Fantastic. So I just want to throw out my favorite holiday. Best thing about fall has got to be Halloween on the top 10.
Halloween's pretty great. I always liked Halloween.
Halloween checks in at number 6 on the list.
Nice job.
Yes. Well done, Marshall.
Beautiful. Thank you, guys. Have a great one.
Well done. 248-539-9797. Justin is next. Hi, Justin.
Because the kids. That's why I love it.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Good.
Good.
Good. I already know this. My girl probably beat everybody to the punch, but pumpkin spice lattes have to be on that top 10
Pumpkin
list.
spice lattes, Gator. Do you think PSL's made it?
Of course it is, even though it's ridiculous.
They did not.
Oh, yeah. Woo! Some validity. Although there's still no football on the list, so.
No. Next up is Lisa on 97.1 The Ticket. What's the best part about fall, Lisa?
Hi. The changing of the leaves.
Changing of the leaves is great. I do enjoy that.
Do you think it makes the top 10?
It should make the top 10.
Number 1.
Yeah.
Autumn leaves is number 1, Lisa.
How about boots, Lisa?
Show me. I do like my boots and my flannel shirts.
See?
There you go. It's the fashion of the fall. My wife and I were talking the other day. Nobody ever says, God, I'm really glad that all the leaves are off the trees. Like everybody loves the leaves turn colors and you want them to stay that way for a long time, and it's never long enough. Marianne is next to our 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Marianne.
Hey, Marianne.
Hi.
How are you?
What'd you put on the list?
I'm saying apples.
Apples. Gator, do you think apples made the top 10?
Apple pie, apple cider, anything apple.
Well, she's saying anything apple. I'll say yes.
Did not. Cider checks in at 19.
Cider's 19?
Yep.
Come on, man.
Okay, but here's the thing that you got to remember is that people all around the country are voting for this, and I don't know that cider resonates if you live within 10 miles of a Winn-Dixie, you know?
It's part of a Winn-Dixie?
Yeah. I don't know if the people of the South love the cider.
I don't know if they love the Piggly Wiggly.
If you got a Piggly Wiggly in your town, you probably are down with the cider. Let's go to Dylan next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dylan.
How you doing?
All right, Dylan.
Top 10 things about fall is breaking out those sweaters, man.
The sweaters. There you go.
Number 8 is cozy sweaters.
Yeah, I like sweaters.
I'm happy some people are getting some of these because one of the hits is I don't think a lot of men voted for this list. But he got it. Let's go to Roy next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Roy.
Hey, guys. Great show. Love you down here in Toledo for sure.
Thanks, Roy.
First, I just wonder, do you put your pants and your shirts in your chesty drawers?
It's a good question.
I'm getting what I asked for.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I had to pile
okay.
on.
It's all right. It's quite all right.
That's one of those. That's a tush push. My bad.
Yeah.
I have to go with lower temperatures and less humidity.
Okay, I'm going to give you this one. Number 3 is crisp air.
I think that's exactly what he described.
That's the less humidity is
less
what
humidity
crisp
is
air
not
is
bad.
all about. That is well done, Roy. 248-539-9797. It's a list of the 10 best things about fall. People are doing okay with this. We got Alex next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Alex.
Hey, guys. How's it going today?
Good.
I've got to say deer hunting season is in fall.
Gator, do you think deer hunting season made the top 10?
Because you said that women made this list, I'm going to say no.
It did not. 248-539-9797.
Not that there aren't women deer hunters. It's just that I think the vast majority is.
Women can love deer season because their husbands go away.
Well, that's true.
Yeah. Mark is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Mark?
Hey, guys. Happy fall. It's got to be Oktoberfest.
Oktoberfest.
Beer drinking.
So that would have been in my top 3 or 4. It's way down the list at number 27. And I hate that. I love Oktoberfest.
You've already got your first 6-pack of Oktoberfest?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's one left. Greg is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey.
Hey.
I'll go with bonfires.
Bonfires, Gator. Do you think bonfires made it?
I love a bonfire. I love at the end of the night just kind of hanging out at the fire, but I don't think it's going to be on the list.
I just got to check something here. I'm going to give him Bonfires. Cozy Fire checks in at number 4.
Oh, that works.
Yeah, so
okay.
Greg, I'll
Number
give it-
4?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
I do enjoy it.
There's something that's kind of crossing over here. You'll see what I mean. But Jared is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jared.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing,
Jared.
sir?
All right, anybody growing outside a cannabis plant, it's about ready to be harvested. It's called Croptober.
Gator, do you think the harvesting of the cannabis plants made the top 10?
Too specific, no.
It did not. 248-539-9797. My man was fired
Show
up.
me getting high.
Show me the weed.
Weed.
Let's go to Mark next. Hi, Mark.
Hey, we might think of it as a wintertime thing, but Thanksgiving is actually in the fall.
So, Gator, do you think Thanksgiving made the list?
I do not.
Thanksgiving did not, and I think it's because of where it's interpreted.
Yeah, I think that's it. Even if you want to get technical, yes, it's not in the winter, it's in the fall, but I start to think that's like the changeover.
I apologize. I missed it. My bad. It is number 9. I missed it. I missed it. I blew it. What was the guy's name? Lloyd? It wasn't Lloyd, was it?
It was not Lloyd.
All right, we'll take one more. My bad, Lloyd. Or not Lloyd. Josh is next. Hi, Josh.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
All right, Josh.
My guess is a throw blanket.
The throw blanket, Gator. Do you think the throw blanket made the top 10?
My house is filled with throw blankets. I don't think it's on the list.
It did not make the top 10. We'll come back and give you what the top 10 is of the 10 best things about fall. That at 12:50 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a.
Oh.
Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
Where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie, and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get, like, the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like, he's trying to, like, pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
Professed his
emotional.
love for the state of Ohio and the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody.
I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like, you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right. But you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to, like, boast or kind of brag. Like, you won the game, right? But
yeah.
It's kind of like he didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. Guy's barely hanging on, man. Let him enjoy the rest of his life.
Right. However many days
Lou Holtz
that may
doesn't
be.
need this.
Yeah.
All right. So this list was on Ranker, where people can go vote for stuff. And I think there's a lot of crossover on some of the things that made this list. Gator, you mentioned football.
Yeah.
The list goes actually 40 things deep.
And football is not one of the 40?
Football is. College football checked in at 31. Pro football checked in at 29. You mentioned, what were your other ones?
Cider Mill.
Cider Mill, didn't I say that? 19 or something like that? Didn't make the top 10. Sorry, it's over a bunch of pages. Fresh Cider made it was at 21.
Okay, and then Women in Boots.
Women in Boots didn't make it. I think that's you.
That's just. Yeah. It's not just me.
No, it's not just you, but it didn't make it. Fall beers. Didn't you mention a pumpkin ale?
Yeah, I said pumpkin ale.
34. Any others you want to see have made the top 10?
The pumpkin pie.
Pumpkin pie is 13. Well done.
What was the one I said to you during the break? I'm forgetting what it was.
Pumpkin spice lattes, by the way, checked in at 25, right ahead of Oktoberfest. The last on the list is Movember, by the way.
The best thing about it is not shaving.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. Raking leaves?
Raking leaves did not make it. Here's your top 10.
Nobody likes that.
At number 10, beautiful nature trails.
Okay.
Yep. Number 9, Lloyd, although I don't think his name was Lloyd, got Thanksgiving. Number 8, Dylan got cozy sweaters or comfortable fall clothing.
Very nice.
Number 7, nobody got number 7, hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate. Okay. I do remember what I was going to say, which was scented candles.
Oh, scented candles. It didn't make the top 10.
Because this time of year, if I'm if I'm at Target or some other like at home or Home Goods or something like that.
Yep.
I cannot leave without putting a candle in the.
Isn't it scented candles and throw blankets?
Yeah, throw blankets is the other one. Blankets in general are a real problem.
Again, top 10 things about fall. I mentioned nobody got beautiful nature trails at number 10. Lloyd got Thanksgiving at number 9. Dylan got cozy sweaters at number 8. 7, nobody got hot chocolate. 6, Marshall got Halloween. Here's where it kind of crosses over. 5 is the weather.
Okay.
4, Greg got cozy fire. 3, Roy got crisp air, which I think falls into the same. It is the weather. Number 2 is comfy clothes. And number 1 is, and nobody got number 2. Number 1, Lisa got autumn leaves.
All right. So what are 12 and 11? Because I feel like you're right. There's a couple of crossovers there.
11 is dumb. 11 is dumb, I'll admit.
What is it?
Everything seems more mysterious.
What?
Don't ask me. 12 is finding the perfect pumpkin.
So I would say like pumpkin patch. That makes sense. What about is hayride?
Hayride did not make the top 40.
All right.
Which is criminal. I think this list for Michigan is probably way different than this list for Florida. Which is probably true with virtually every topic.
Snake
but
hunting.
This one book burning.
Meth.
Bath salts. Wearing Depends while driving through 4 states to meet up with a former lover. Is that on the list?
No, it's not.
That's more of a summer tradition than it is a fall tradition, to be fair.
Right. List in Michigan is different than the list in Mississippi. Gang, do we have that play-by-play call we put in the system for Gator? Just want to double check. We do? You've got to hear this. We'll play it at 102. Yeah, no, you're going to be fired up. So that concludes. Any more questions about the list of best things for fall?
No, but I do enjoy fall. I'm very the whole candle thing.
Am I wrong though? Nobody ever says, God, I'm so glad all the leaves have fallen off the tree.
Well, and you and I have talked about this before off the air. For me, it's a little bit different. Like, I love the changing the colors. What I don't love are the leaves falling. I don't like that because I've got the pond in the back and everything gets in the pond and it's the filter and it's a pain in the ass. When the weather is, I'd love it if, of course, everything on my terms, because this is how I'm going to
Right, sure. If you don't speak on your own behalf, who will?
But Mother Nature doesn't cooperate with this. If we could just get it all done to 1 week, where you have the leaves, all the leaves stay on the trees, they turn the colors, and then within a week they're all off, I'm fine with that. But this is not what happens. This is something that takes like a 5-6 week process.
There will come a time this fall where I'll go, okay, freeze. Stay like this for a month. And it won't. But
no, it won't.
They're all gone a week and a half later. Regarding the Lions, George at work says, gentlemen, even though I agree Thursday night's game is critical, he writes in all caps.
Critical.
He also then adds, I have all caps, zero fear.
He's chesty about this.
Of Green Bay anymore. They used to be the boogeyman of the North, but now they are more they're a little more than Sharon Rodgers hand-me-downs.
Oh. Wow. Sharon Rodgers?
Sharon Rodgers, sorry. Sharon Rodgers, hand-me-down. What is Sharon Rodgers?
Well, it's making Aaron Rodgers into...
Oh, I see what he did. My bad.
Sometimes they say Karen Rodgers.
I completely
right.
butchered that.
Karen makes more sense than Sharon.
Let me do this take two in 3, 2, 1. They used to be the boogeyman of the North, but now they are a little more than Sharon Rodgers hand-me-downs. Yeah, I'd not heard Sharon Rodgers. I heard Karen.
Karen, yeah.
The Lions will roll a huge win, 38-17. That's from George at work.
That's chesty.
I mean, we may as well just lean into it now.
Yes.
John in a truck says, I just hope the Lions aren't reading their press clippings from the Atlanta game like the KC game and just take care of business, up-down theory. Do you think they read their press clippings?
Like after the Kansas City game?
Yeah.
No.
I don't either.
No, I don't think so.
I think the winner, Detroit Green Bay, will catapult to the top of the division. The loser will fight to stay in it the rest of the season. That's from Shot. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, we got some play-by-play that you must hear, and we will get to that. Coming up at 102, 97.1 The Ticket.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year, because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing. But that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Huge game Thursday for the Lions. A little bit deeper dive into their quarterback situation over there. Plus, we got some fun with Vegas odds coming up. We'll talk some college football at 1:30. But first, Gator. All right, so was this a Braves game last night? Is that what it was? And I haven't heard this. I've heard about it. Kang, you heard it?
Yes.
All right. And you said it's perfect for Gator.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Gator would appreciate it. First of all, he loves baseball.
This is true.
And
well,
he's a child.
Yeah. Are you ready?
The second part.
Well,
so is it
so they had made some pitching changes. The Braves had made some pitching changes, and the announcer
is it Brandon Gowden? Is that his name?
Mm-hmm.
The guy that does a lot of, he does the
I don't think it's him in this clip though.
You don't
I'm
think
not
so?
sure, yeah, because he does it with Francoeur, doesn't he? The former baseball player?
Jeff Francoeur?
Yeah.
Well, so here we go. Let's just play it. And Gator, listen closely.
Come on. I mean, come on. You can't do that. Come on. Unbelievable. Is that true that it actually happened? Come on. I mean, come on. There's no, that could not have done that. What a confluence of names. Really? Johnson to Hand and Face Master Boney? Really?
The next stat they put up was balls in play.
I mean, come on. I want to hear Jeff Francoeur now. And I'm just glad Jeff Francoeur is not in the booth. Wow. Wow. Well, my goodness.
Do you? But Gator, if you're in the booth, you just get up and leave. I gotta go. I gotta go.
I mean, I seriously, I spit on my hand when that came. I did. Well, I did.
You sure it's spit?
Yes. Oh no. It was the first time I'd heard that. I was kidding me. You can't do that. Come on. Wow.
Can you?
Johnson to hand, and they'll face Master Boney. I mean, the name Johnson, of course, it's going to lend itself, but it's a common enough name where it's no big deal. But then when you go Johnson to hand, and you're like, okay, all right, this is funny. Could have left it alone right there. There could not have been a worse player to face after that exchange than Master Boney.
Yeah.
That poor guy, right? To have to go with that name throughout his life.
Good name. Good thing his first name isn't Dick.
What is his first name? Is this from last night, Kang?
Yeah.
The box score up a minute ago, but
Stoney just texted me that former manager Bobby Cox was in the audience.
There you go.
His first name.
With the last name like that, doesn't even matter.
Probably not. Miles.
It's a long time.
Miles?
Mastrobuoni.
Yep.
I think he's Italian.
Yep. So y'all good?
Is Miles Italian?
Well, the way Mastrobuoni is spelled, I would think that that's Italian. From the pride of San Ramon, California.
Mm-hmm.
Good for him. He's I was going to say he's a switch hitter, but he's not. Bats left and throws right. Wow. This guy. How long has this guy been in the league? He's played 64 major league games.
I was about to say, I think it's probably not that long because I'm sure you would have, that name alone would have elicited a response from you.
Played 8 games with the Rays last year, and now he's with the Cubs, and he's played 56 games this year. That's like I said, that's just an amazing confluence of surnames that you would not expect.
Surprised he's not a Yankee.
Well done. Well done, sir. Well done.
Mm-hmm. Every once in a while.
Chesty comes through.
Yeah. Way to go, Jug.
Yeah.
Am I safe to drink now?
James, we're trying to
this is a new studio.
Yeah. No more jokes.
Come on.
Kang played it right as Gator started to take a drink from his Gatorade bottle. He's going for another drink, Kang.
I don't think management would be happy with me.
Wow.
They're probably already not happy with us. You ready to move on?
Yes. But that's fantastic.
Yep. Okay, so I was reading a little bit about Jordan Love, just trying to figure out if I should be scared. And this was from The Athletic, from their power rankings, and your quarterback, your confidence in your quarterback. And they wrote, Green Bay fans can see whatever they want in Jordan Love at this point. He earned his first win at Lambeau Field on Sunday, but only barely, and despite completing just 50% of his passes. Love leads the league in air yards per attempt at 10.6, but his completion percentage, 53.1, ranks 32nd. And his off-target percentage, 17.7, ranks 33rd amongst quarterbacks with more than 50 pass attempts, according to True Media. Okay, so he's not a high completion percentage guy.
No.
But the air yards per attempt, leading the league in air yards per attempt. I mean, that
now,
means
is that yards gained, or is that yards he's actually throwing the ball up in the air, like he throws it
10 yards downfield?
Right.
I mean, his average is 10.6. So the way I take that is he's throwing the ball on average basically 10 and a half yards downfield. Right? And this is, you would lead to, I mean, not totally surprising. Those are lower percentage passes. So,
well, he had big plays throwing screen passes. All right. He's had a couple of giant plays like that this year. So that's going to play a role in it. But this is air yards. I don't know.
Yeah. So
I'm not scared of him.
I know you're not. I'm scared. I'm scared. And yet I don't I understand it's irrational. I understand that I have built this up in my mind to be, please don't let the Packers having done it again. Then again, I mean, here's where I need to man up. And I do need to man up.
You need to man up.
You don't win the division because everyone else sucks. It's okay to have a tough division. If you're a good football team, you win the division. No matter how good or bad the other teams are, you got to be better than them. You don't get a cakewalk to Super Bowls. You have to beat good teams. So fine, let Jordan Love be good. Starts in the division. Your first hurdle to clear very well might be in the division, and maybe he will stink when it's all said and done. But I should back off my position and man up a little bit, because what I'm doing is trying to create the easiest path for the Lions, and they don't need to be that team anymore. In the past, the only way the Lions were going to have consistent success, it felt like, was if everything fell their way and other teams shot themselves in the foot and they made mistakes, and it just so happened that the Lions would be the team that took advantage of it. I need to start thinking about this like the Lions are actually worthy of all the hype, and I do believe that. So I should care less about Jordan Love and how good or bad he should be. I'm manning up, Gator. I just talked myself out of it.
Okay,
Yep.
All right. I'm just quickly looking up the play-by-play in the New Orleans game for when they started to come alive after being down 17-3 on the drive from being down 17-0. The field goal drive to make it 17-3. Jordan Love short left to Jaden Reed, pushed out of bounds at New Orleans 40 for 22 yards. So a short pass turns into a big gain. Then throws it deep middle to Romeo Doubs for 17 yards. He had a pass incomplete that was deep left to Reed. Had a pass incomplete deep right to Heath. So he is throwing the ball downfield. He's also completing short passes that guys take off and get yards on. But I feel like the Lions are constructed not to give up yards after the catch. I feel confident that they can do that. They can keep things in front of them. So maybe that's going to be something to the Lions' advantage.
248-539-9797. In case you're just joining us, Mel Tucker officially today fired by Michigan State.
Do not play that cut right now. Don't do it. It's inappropriate.
It's Carson Anderson, Fun with Vegas Odds, coming up today at 1:20 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, your Wednesday just got a little bit hotter with Bourbons and Brews at Twin Peaks. Every hump day, your favorite Twin Peaks girls are dressed to impress in their finest black lingerie, ready to serve you all your favorites. Stop in between 5 and 7 to sample some of their excellent bourbons and whiskeys, and even sample some of their craft cocktails. This week, they are featuring favorites from the Sazerac family, like the 1792, Buffalo Trace, Weller, and more. Pairs great with their in-house hand-cut New York strip. Mix in a Sam Adams Oktoberfest and really embrace the fall feeling. If you can't make it in tonight, be sure to stop by tomorrow night, Thursday night pro football action, a matchup that will set the tone in the division. There isn't a better place to catch all the action. And if you're a fan of Twin Peaks, sign up for the E-Club and stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com.
Sam Laporta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better
rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hawkinson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hawkinson's rookie year, but TJ Hawkinson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam Laporta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't
or
even.
TJ Hawkinson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hawkinson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, Laporta looks great.
Laporta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hawkinson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better. You know what's funny is last night I did flip the Red Wing game on.
Oh, there's a lot of funny.
Yes. Red Wings playing Pittsburgh, and not much could happen really, would move the needle in the first exhibition game of the year, except for the thing that actually did happen. And that was Nate Danielson, the first-round pick, scored the first goal of the preseason.
Yeah.
And he's 18 years old. And remember when he got drafted?
19 like next week or something.
Right. And I'm like 18. It's absurd that an 18-year-old's out there doing it. And I get that there have been 18-year-olds before that have done it in other markets and all that. But now it's happening here. We got an 18-year-old happening. He played in an NHL preseason game last night and scored. At 18.
Where's Lou Holtz?
At 18.
Like Lou Holtz
and
had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago.
We're a bit removed from being 18.
It's
I got
11 o'clock at night.
The
guy's 104 years old.
This guy's
Where
out
is
there.
Leave him alone.
Wake him up.
Was it a bad
Bring
goal?
him out here in his
Should have been
90 and I'll
saved.
kick his ass on the spot.
It doesn't matter.
Leave him
At
alone.
18.
It's like, dude,
Yeah, I know it was
the
sweet.
whole
And actually,
setting
if you
of Lou
watch the
Holtz.
game,
It's basically a pep
because he was on the
rally
power
at Notre
play,
Dame.
like
he's
on
trying
one of
to,
the power
like,
play
pump his
units.
crowd. You know what I mean?
He looked great.
It's like if
He
Lloyd
didn't look
Carr
out of
came out in
place.
Ann Arbor and was like,
I
I
mean,
don't know,
look, the opposition, Pittsburgh did not have their A or even B team out there. This was a minor league team that Pittsburgh threw out there, and the Red Wings had probably at least half the roster filled with guys that are going to start this year. But Nate Danielson out there didn't look out of place. He looked great, controlling the puck, didn't rush things. Like the play wasn't too big or too fast for him. He was able to handle the situation just fine. I liked watching him. I liked watching the rest of the team. Alex DeBrincat got a chance to show his skill set. Again, on the power play, setting up Dylan Larkin was a beautiful pass and had another assist. Mo Seider let one go from the point, and he scored. Rasmussen picked up a goal, and they ended up winning it 4-3. But it was fun to watch hockey that it's back.
Yeah.
But it's almost like are we ready for hockey just yet?
No, but I mean, it's fun. It sneaks up on you.
Yeah.
Because it really does. Every year the NHL sneaks up on me, the NBA, college basketball, and it's because there's other things that we're totally into. And then, oh yeah, that's starting. And so, but good for him. And it's, you know what else is funny is they interviewed him between periods, and he's the same kid that he was the night he got drafted, where he's like, very excited to be a Red Wing. the original 6 organization. Couldn't be happier. But that's just him. He scores a goal and he's like, yeah, it was really cool to be out there and, be able to contribute in first period.
Just very matter of fact, going through all the
who else
cliches.
Was? Steve Yzerman was the same way. Steve Yzerman as a player was the same way.
Who played when he was 18.
Yep.
Just a note for Red Wing fans out there, the Red Wings alumni is having a game on Saturday against the Boston Bruins alumni at Big Boy Arena. That's in Fraser from 2 to 4 on Saturday. Tickets are $25, and they help to benefit the Epilepsy Foundation of Kentuckiana, the Children's Miracle Network of Michigan, and also the Judson Center. So some awesome charities that some of the proceeds are going to go to. And you get to see a lot of really great former Red Wings. Dino Ciccarelli, Darren McCarty among them. Should be a good event out there on Saturday afternoon.
Sounds great. It's always fun to see those guys play. And some of them can still play.
Well,
They all can still play.
They all can still play. They're all better than anybody on your beer league.
Yep.
That's for sure. Not you. I'm not picking on the fish.
Yeah, I mean, feel free.
Peterson still play for you?
Who?
Does Peterson still play?
He's coming back this year.
Is he coming back?
Oh, he's really good.
2-time dad?
Trying to get Birchie back, but not sure that's happening. All right. You ready for some fun with Vegas odds?
Am I?
These things all have the same odds. These are all 10 to 1. All right?
10 to 1 odds.
So if you had to bet one of these, which would you bet? The Lions to win the NFC, 10 to 1. Devin A. Shane to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, 10 to 1. Louisville to win the ACC, 10 to 1. Illinois to win the Big Ten West, 10 to 1. And Bo Nix, Oregon quarterback, to win the Heisman, 10 to 1.
I'm stuck on 2.
These odds are courtesy of betonline.ag and FanDuel.
I'm stuck on 2 of them. Devin A. Shane, that's quite a start he's off to. I mean, he had the 200-yard game rushing. He had 4 touchdowns between rushing and receiving. All very impressive. And that's a heck of a start. It's a better start than what Bijan Robinson's off to, and he was off to a great start, but then got stymied against the Lions.
The vaunted Lions defense.
The great Lions defense. But looking at Oregon and who they've got left to play, I just think the opportunity is there for Bo Nix to kind of solidify things. They've he had a heck of a game against Colorado. They've got a game coming up in a few weeks against Washington. Then they play Washington State. Then they play at Utah. Those are 3 straight games against ranked opponents. They still have a game against USC, and they'll finish up against Oregon State. By the time to play USC, we're talking middle of November. That's when all the hype is coming up, and it'll be Caleb Williams and Bo Nix, and I think Oregon's better than USC. So if they win the game, he gets the nod. I'll take the 10 to 1 odds with Bo Nix.
All right. For all the reasons you laid out, I'm going with Devin A. Shane. And I really like the Lions' chances, but Philly and San Francisco scare me. So,
because we all know it's him, not Tua, that's doing all the damage over Miami.
That's why Doug's
thank you. No, good point. Excellent point.
I really want to say the Lions, but I don't bet for or against the home team. So my fallback is going to be Bo Nix. And here, this may sound like a hot take, but I don't care. I actually don't think Bo Nix is that good. I just think the Oregon offense is that good, and he plays well in that offense. I think guys run wide open. He hits the guys he has to hit, and he's a mobile quarterback. But I think the numbers will, if they play themselves out, he'll rack up numbers. And if he wins against USC, yeah, he's got a real shot at the Heisman.
He's got 11 touchdowns in the air. He's run for 1. He's only thrown 1 pick, and he's got almost 1,200 yards passing. He's been really freaking good.
Next up, these things are 16 to 1.
Okay.
16 to 1.
All right, sir.
Brian Branch wins Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Yep.
16 to 1. You don't even need to hear the rest. The LA Chargers win the AFC 16 to 1. Notre Dame quarterback Sam Hartman wins the Heisman 16 to 1. The Twins win the World Series 16 to 1. And LSU quarterback Jaden Daniels wins the Heisman 16 to 1.
What was the first one again? It was
Brian Branch.
Brian Branch.
Yep.
Yeah, Brian Branch. I'll take that one. I just think the other ones, feel like there's such. I mean, again, there's 16-1 long shots.
I feel like the other ones are losing momentum.
Yeah,
Like I bet the Chargers were closer. I bet Sam Hartman was closer before they lost.
100%. And yet Brian Branch is coming off a game where he should have been the NFC Defensive Player of the Week. Instead, it's his teammate Aiden Hutchinson who's the NFC Defensive Player of the Week. Yeah, I'll go with Brian Branch.
I completely agree. I'm going Brian Branch for the reasons I say. The others feel like they're losing momentum, and this one's gaining momentum.
I want to say Brian Branch, but you know my rule. Even though, but the thing about Brian Branch is, I know Sauce Gardner won it last year without a lot of stats because of the cornerback position. You just basically shut a guy down. They don't throw to you. They don't target to. Yeah, then you can win it that way. But otherwise, you're going to need a bunch of stats. I'm not sure Branch will rack up enough stats. So I'm going to go.
He's got a pick 6.
He does have one. I'm going to go with the Twins because baseball.
Okay.
Just get in.
All right. And finally, these things are 6-1. 6-1.
6-1. These are pretty good odds.
Michigan wins the national title. 6-1. Kansas City wins the Super Bowl. 6-1. USC goes undefeated. 6-1. Justin Jefferson wins NFL Offensive MVP. 6-1. And Drake May goes number 1 overall in the draft. 6-1.
I'm surprised some of those are 6-1. I'll go Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't like USC to go undefeated.
I don't either.
Pac-12 is tough.
Yep.
Justin Jefferson, I think it's going to be hard to do on an 0-3
Yeah,
team.
when you're on the Vikings, it's hard to get noticed.
Drake May is not going number 1 overall.
No, he's not.
So it's down to Kansas City or Michigan.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about Michigan right now, so I will go with Kansas City.
If you don't know enough about Michigan.
Well, I don't think anybody does.
But you got a bucket.
I do have a bucket.
It's usually for the other team, though.
That's true.
I'm going to go with my prediction to start the year, which was Justin Jefferson to win the Offensive Player of the Year. Yeah, the Vikings aren't good, but if he puts up, like, he breaks the record for receiving yardage, it's only for Offensive Player of the Year. If he does something so outstanding offensively, then it's not going to matter what the team's record is. That's for MVP, which the record matters more. So I'll go Justin Jefferson.
There you go. That's fun with Vegas odds. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Let's talk some college football next. You're on 97.1.
Guys, Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
professed his love for the state of Ohio and the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody.
I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right. But you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to like boast or kind of brag. Like you won the game, right? But
yeah,
it's kind of like you didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. Guy's barely hanging on, man. Let him enjoy the rest of his life.
Right. However many days that may be. Yeah.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year, because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something, because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
Sam Laporta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better than
rookie tight end?
Is he already better than TJ Hawkinson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hawkinson's rookie year, but TJ Hawkinson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say, who would you rather have? Sam Laporta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or TJ Hawkinson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hawkinson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, Laporta looks great.
Laporta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hawkinson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a.
Oh.
Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year, because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something. Because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing. But that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
And waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So the big breaking news today is that Mel Tucker is officially out at Michigan State, which really doesn't come as a surprise in the Y9 Omaha College NIL live animal mascot thing that we just did. We're talking about Mike Elko, or talking about Texas A&M and Jimbo Fisher. And Mike Elko, the coach at Duke, has ties back to Texas A&M, and he might be coveted by them. He would be on a Michigan State list when that starts to get gathered, and the process has probably already started back channels wise. You've made a point, and it's a very valid one. Sure, there's a lot of hot names right now, but let's see how this thing plays itself out. There's a lot of football to be played. I mean, it might even be foolish to say, well, one game can make a difference, but one game can make a difference. And, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark D'Antonio didn't have a great record his last year at Cincinnati. I mean, I think it was a winning record, but I don't know if he had a great record, so you can't get too carried away with that kind of thing. But like if Elko finishes 7-5, that doesn't mean he shouldn't be a candidate for the Michigan State job.
Actually, D'Antonio's record at Cincinnati was nothing terribly impressive. He was 7-5, 4-7, and then 7-5 his last year there.
So he finished a game over 500 in 3 years.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And he was 11-11 in the conference, but he was clearly the right guy for Michigan State.
The point, you don't get too wrapped up.
Yeah, don't get wrapped up in it. Right. And the other thing is that by doing this now, by firing him now, making it official, you can get closer to a resolution in this thing. Now, whether that means that there is a settlement that comes, or if Mel Tucker just goes away quietly, which I doubt. It doesn't sound like that's going to happen.
It sounds like they're amassing troops on the border.
Yeah, which is interesting to see how long is that going to delay the process, because there's a lot of money tied up there. So what does that mean for Michigan State? How long is that money going to be tied up? I imagine they feel pretty confident or pretty chesty that they're not going to have to. They're not going to have to pay a huge amount, because otherwise they wouldn't have fired him with cause.
Well, if you've listened to contract lawyers, and I don't know the first thing about it, but if you have, I would assume they have access to great contract lawyers that can tell them. But of course, Tucker's going to lawyer up, and
he has.
This was his last money cannon job, right? So he is, he probably will coach again and be in the NFL, or Saban always takes on guys that could be a position coach or something like that. But the point is, he's probably going to fight for anything he can get.
It wasn't that long ago that Hugh Freeze had a situation and was let go, and then ended up coaching again at Liberty a couple years later, and then turns that into a gig with Auburn. But the difference was that Hugh Freeze worked on a settlement. He didn't sue the university when he was fired. And he was apologetic for what had happened. He was remorseful for what had happened. That's not what Mel Tucker's been doing. Maybe things change in the next week or so. Maybe his attorneys get together and they tell him, look, Mel, they're calling our bluff. We got nothing here. You really have nothing because of what you said. It's out there in public. We've got the statements. Everything's out there. We don't have a leg to stand on. Maybe it's time we go to plan B, which is apologize, try to, be graceful in the exit here. We'll see. We'll see how it all works out. But something tells me he still wants to get his side of the story out there in context. But to what end? I mean, if there's nothing there legally that's going to get you the money, then I'm not sure what the point is other than trying to clear up your reputation as much as possible and put it out there for public opinion.
So, I keep talking about my crisis management has always kind of been the same. All right, take your medicine, whatever it is, and get through it as quickly as possible. And in this case with Michigan State, it's, do you say we're not giving you a red cent, or do you try to just settle and get it over with as quickly as possible?
I think if you're Michigan State, you're going to be paying some kind of money for legal fees anyway, right? You know this. If it gets to be a lawsuit situation, it's only going to drag that out, and you're going to be paying more dollars to your legal team to defend you in this case. So maybe it behooves them to say, let's just come up with a settlement. Here you go. It's $1 million paycheck. Wipe our hands clean, and we're done.
I would suspect he wouldn't accept $1 million. I mean, what's he? So you open by saying we're not giving you anything, and Tucker opens by saying I want it all. Right. If they settle on $1 million, that would be pretty amazing. But it's going to be interesting to see how this gets played. I mean, because
I'd be really interested to be a fly on the wall in those discussions between the attorneys from Michigan State and Mel Tucker's attorneys. You know, when they just speak freely between each other. Mm-hmm. Like, look, you have no leg to stand on legally with this. You're not going to get the full settlement back. What's your real number that you want? Okay? We could shut it all down and we could go and it'll be a long legal battle, but we don't want a long legal battle. You know, maybe this relationship isn't as cantankerous as you think it is. Let's come up with a number here that makes sense for both sides and just get it done.
Long legal battle is not what Michigan
No, because they don't want this thing going in, and it sounds like it's going to go into November, into December, and who knows when it gets settled, because you want to have a coach kind of locked in before December.
Long legal battle would imply, well, there'd be a couple things. Is it affects the budget for the next guy.
That's the big thing.
If it's not resolved, is there any hold up in the next coach? Like, I don't want to be there until that thing's all settled down, because can it impact the NIL budget too? Like, as far as where donor money goes, and
I mean,
I don't know.
It all can. I mean, a lot of that changes on who their coach is that they're closing in on, who they think is the guy or who they can get, and can they get big bucks to go get a guy that they really want, that they think is going to be a slam dunk, or are they going to be timid about it and go with a coordinator or a head coach at a smaller school? I mean, I hope they just keep aiming high.
Well, you can ask for anything, but
be confident that you can get somebody, and be confident that you're going to come out on top in this lawsuit that may be pending. And if you're confident in that, if you're confident in this case that you've got open and shut, that he can't get any of the money left over to him because he violated the terms of the contract. If you're ultra confident in that, then nothing should change in terms of how high you aim for the next coach at Michigan State.
The problem you have is, even if you're ultra confident, if it drags out for a long time, it could continue to resonate and hold the program back. And so
it can, but I mean,
you at some point you have to say, all right, even if we are confident, do we really want to fight this tooth and nail? Can we come to a resolution?
Well, let's just say for the sake of argument that they like Kalen DeBoer from Washington. And you get into November and you've gone through the back channels and it comes back that he'll take the job, but you're going to have to pay him $8.5 million a year. And you're going to have to give him a 6-year deal or something like that. 6 years, 50-something million dollars, whatever the case is. And if that's the only hang up on it is the money. I mean, this is where I say you've got to be confident you're going to win this case. And then you shift the money that you were going to pay Mel. Now it goes to this guy, and it's actually a little bit of a discount because Mel was going to get $9.5 million a year. This guy can get $8.5 million, whatever it's going to take. But go ahead and do that. That's where the confidence comes in that you're going to win the lawsuit.
You're using Kalen DeBoer as an example, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm also using him because it's one of my top guys I'd want to go after.
Do you think they have a legitimate shot at Kalen DeBoer?
Why wouldn't they?
Because he's got his program up and running. I think Washington would match anything.
I don't know how high Washington would match.
I think they would.
I don't know how high they would match. Oh. And I'd certainly make the call and I'd go ahead and try.
Like I said,
and
you can
even
ask
if you have to give them the Mel Tucker money, give them the Mel Tucker money.
If you have it back, that's a big thing. And I think that should be the number one goal of these negotiations.
Get it back.
Mike Valenti's just made his way in the studio. What's up, man?
What do we have back? What do we got to get back?
Got to get back all the money.
Oh yeah, the way they suspended him without pay, the way the statements are worded, the fact that Tom Mars went in the paper and is like, yeah that lawsuit ain't gonna hold up. They're not going to pay him much.
If he even has it, I mean, he may not file. Gator made the point that if he wants to coach again,
yes, you just nailed it. See, that's how Hugh Freeze was able to coach again. He
that's
resigned,
what I said,
asked forgiveness, did the whole "I found God" routine. You go to rehab at Liberty. Oh, my guess, strictly a guess, they got a little deal done, and he got a little STFU money to go away and not.
You think
sue.
they've already got a deal done?
That would be my guess. I am not reporting news. I'm saying, why would it happen today? And Alan Haller flexed on him, which is hilarious to me. So that's my best guess. But, you know, Rico's going to land us Bill Belichick. It's going to be exciting.
He's too old.
Right. He's too old, Mike.
I feel relief because we're nowhere close to OSU or Michigan, and
But
we weren't going to be with this guy. So let's spin the church bazaar wheel, see what happens.
Yeah, and we'll just have to wait a few more weeks before Mike privies us to his names.
Do you have names yet?
I do.
Do you?
Just not sure.
You're just not good enough.
It's not that.
You're not good enough.
I feel like it's a little premature in the process.
Well, it's definitely premature in the process.
And I have criteria that may not align with Michigan State, so there's no value in me
I
sharing.
was about to say, you're talking to the two guys that are probably going to do their first draft show next week.
No, they're good. We don't have to.
That's the red thing about the Lions being
There's
good.
not as much sizzle when we're going to be picking 26.
Yeah.
This is draft 2.70.
Yeah, well,
we will spend some time in the line.
Although I bet we're the first ones on the station to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like the bit. Like, it's fun.
It is fun,
and
but
football's covered in a way now. It's all year round.
Year round. Yep.
It's totally year round.
Yep.
But it's like picking your Heisman Trophy winner now. You don't send to the ballot now. You got to let him marinate.
True. I get frustrated because I think it impacts the way people think when you start talking about this guy's the Heisman favorite and all that. But I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about other.
No, I know.
Yeah,
I know. It's
like preseason polls and all that. But
yeah, I guess if you're weak-minded, but yeah, if you because if you watch games, you know.
Yeah, I know.
But
believe me, I know.
No. Yeah. Oh, please. This guy's Mr. Let Everything.
You know my Heisman plan?
You know what? Don't
made
whatever
Kenny
you
cry.
please.
Go ahead.
Please.
What?
My Heisman
You know what
plan
he is? He's the guy that sees the clouds for rain and then just flies away.
Oh, I don't know if that's fair.
No, it's quite fair, Gator.
It might be accurate.
You were saying.
It's irrelevant. You guys have fun.
Tremendous.
Stay safe. Treat each other with respect.
Hey, Doug, please tell him what to do.
Treat each other with respect.
Thank you.
97.1.
It's very appropriate. It's a good way to start the day today on a Wednesday. Mel Tucker officially fired. And what does it mean and all the rest? We're going to get to it. But it is something you and I brought up. It feels like Mel Tucker and the con artists he called assistants pulled off one of the great cons in the history of the sport.
Yeah.
I said this weeks ago. Anyone who was saying, hey, K9, he owes him the money, he's the only... You weren't right then, but you're sure as hell right now. Because this guy... I mean this when I say it. I was talking to David. The only person that I think pulled off a con similar locally is Steve Mariucci. Mooch came here as an alleged Super Bowl caliber coach, comes to the Lions, and is completely exposed, never coaches again. It was just a con. It was like you bought this thing, and it was none of the things that you were promised.
Dreamy blue eyes.
Right. And I look at Mel Tucker losing his job today. Officially, the only word I feel is relief. See, for you guys out there, you may not understand it. I'm keenly aware at where my school is at. They're not Michigan or Ohio State. We're not close. We weren't getting closer. And if Mel Tucker wasn't such a moron, we'd be stuck with him for at least another year, which would further crater the program. Do I know beyond shadow of a doubt MSU will hire a good coach? No, of course I don't know that. Do I know that it'll work? No, I'm not sure of that. But you know what I'm sure of? Especially after watching last Saturday? Mel Tucker wasn't the only con artist in town. Look at the coordinators he hired and then retained. Look at the staff he put together. Look at the product he put on the field after 3 or 4 years, depending on how you view COVID. I mean, MSU's offensive line is MAC caliber. You're fired. It's the worst group of skill position players I can remember at Michigan State. You're fired. Your starting quarterback should be playing at Toledo, and he's a D'Antonio recruit. No one you brought in won the job. You're fired. Defensively,
I didn't even think about that. No, you're right.
Defensively, you've been basically worse than the 100th rated defense every year you're here. You kept your DC. You didn't make any meaningful schematic changes. You said you were going to take over coaching the DBs personally. How'd that work out? There's no talent here. There's nothing. And so for all the people clutching their pearls, oh boy, I'll tell you, they're going to lose a lot to the portal. What? What are they losing to the portal? It's like when you drain a can of like vegetables and you drain out the veggie juice. That's what's hitting the portal. Ain't nobody drinking that.
Veggie juice.
MSU's players are the juice to the peas. And you're pouring it down the drain. Who do I care if they leave? So today, I think it just marks MSU had all the leverage. The way they handled its suspension without pay, the way they've handled their statements, the way that they did the notice to terminate and then followed it up with the statement today where Alan Haller flexed on him. He just dunked on him. You even have Tom Mars in the paper going, yeah, Tuck, oh boy. If he decided to sue, it wouldn't hold up. So you have a very good chance by common sense a deal's already been struck. He goes bye-bye. And MSU should already have some generation of a list beginning.
Back channels.
And you start your process. Yeah. Will the season be a clown car? Sure it will. I mean, hell, probably was going to be anyways, right? I was begging for 6 or 7. Mm-hmm. So I would like to know from people and from Rico, is it insane to feel relief on a day like today? I'm relieved that I know it wasn't going to work with this guy, so maybe it'll work with someone else. I'm relieved I don't have to hear about the contract anymore. I'm relieved I don't have to watch my Nona die over 18 months as the cancer ravages her body, i.e. Mel Tucker slowly dying over the next year and a half. It was painless. It's over. It happened at 1 a.m. and you go, well, he's gone. I'm relieved.
Want to go get something to eat?
That's it.
I mean, it's really
There's nothing left to do.
Yeah.
Michigan and OSU are going to continue to battle to win this conference until someone else decides to change it. That doesn't change with my school being bad.
No. I think we brought it up when it first happened. It is the relief of knowing you don't have to hear about the $100 million contract. It's gone. Now you get to start over, find a new coach, and you're losing recruits. Okay.
Who? He wasn't recruiting.
Because they've lost 2 so far, and I think everybody's waiting to see what happens with Nick Marsh, the wide receiver. But my thing is this. When the next coach comes in here, if you have a good enough coach, he's going to be bringing his own Louis. He's going to be bringing his own people. So, okay, you're just kind of clearing out space.
Yeah, you don't get to have it both ways. All right, so if this is going to be a talking point for MSU haters of, it'll destroy recruiting. Really? Our recruiting class was 60th. 60th. Yeah. We were like 14th in the Big Ten. You know why? Tuck was busy doing other things. He wasn't recruiting. They had a tiny 11 or 12 person class. Oh, no, whatever will I do? Guys, it's today's college football.
Right. You can get, if you're good enough, you hire a good enough coach, those players will come back. If not, you may be in on better players depending on what happens. But right now, it was a rudderless ship where it was hard to sell recruits on what exactly is this program again? You don't know. And, yeah, I can't see the offensive or defensive coordinator being retained by whoever comes in to coach.
Please. Scotty Hazelton and Jay Johnson will never sniff a Power 5 coordinator job again.
It'll be kind of interesting to follow and see where they go next.
It'll be the same as D'Antonio's country club. They'll all go group of 5. Yeah, that's all. It's the same thing. They're low-caliber garbage. They're grifters, all of them.
I wonder if K9 shows up to the Bellagio. He was a part of the 11.
Cut him another check.
I told you it would work.
But I'd like to know from the people. I mean, maybe Rico and I are in the clouds. Just a couple of slap bleep Sparties. No one's telling you it's sunny and 75 out. Of course I wish the program was in a better spot. But I don't think this somehow makes it worse.
And no one's saying that it's a great thing, but I do think it's a better thing because you get to move on. The weight is gone. The sword of Damocles got cut. You get to move forward, get a new coach, and start fresh.
Now, my faith they'll find the right coach.
Okay, that's another show.
Not high.
That's another show down the line.
All right.
You know what? Until you give us the names, then you can talk about your faith in them.
I have a robust list, and it's broken down into categories.
Oh.
We have dream sequences. We have bold, aggressive, yet sensible.
DVD bin.
And then we have the risk it biscuit pile. And then on the bottom, it's called the WIC card.
The DVD bin?
Right. We have the Lethal Weapon 3 selections at the bottom of the list.
Does anybody want Home Alone?
Right.
I've got you covered.
I got the Home Alone cassette VHS tape.
I don't feel it's appropriate to bring the list to light yet. But it's categorized. I have reasons. I got pros and cons.
I mean, I see a lot of the list and a lot of the names are the same regurgitated names, but we talked about it. You lose credibility when you throw certain names on that list, and it just says you're lazy. And this person once had a ice cream cone at the dairy store.
This guy stopped by John's Steak and Onion and used the restroom on his way to get back onto 96.
He had a Melting Moments ice cream. There you go. He's in. Pat Shurmur. There you go. Pat Narduzzi.
Now, again, if they make that type of hire, it's also very easy for me. I'm done.
If they make that type
I
of
walk
hire,
away.
Then I think they've told everybody that this is going to be a long-term.
Here's the question I would have. Here's the question I would have for people. 2 ways. What is your reaction to Mel Tucker finally being gone? It's over. It's done. Is it relief? Is it happiness? Sadness? Is it shock? But
Is it embarrassment?
See, it's not for me.
No,
but he did something stupid. The school didn't. The players didn't. I would take more embarrassment from a player scandal than this guy being arguably Mel Tucker might be the dumbest human on the planet.
But not necessarily a Mel Tucker thing, but embarrassment because you love Michigan State and it just is another black eye that some people may feel that way. And it's okay if you feel that way.
Yeah, I do.
248-539-9797.
I'm more embarrassed running 6 screenplays against Maryland and completing none
Mike,
of them.
you're a different breed.
That's more embarrassing.
We've already established that.
That's
different.
fair. Okay. All right. Noted. Here's the other one. What kind of hire does MSU need to make? From a stylistic standpoint, what type of do they need? A proven Power 5 guy? Which, guys, that's rare to do. It's very rare you steal a Power 5 guy from a good program and he goes somewhere else. Now, LSU did it with Brian Kelly, but it's rare.
Oh, yeah, USC did it with Lincoln Riley.
Do you need an inexperienced Power 5 coach who just might be turning around where they're at, but we don't know yet? Do you want the group of 5 superstar? Do you want the sexy coordinator? Do you want the prodigy? Do you want a spread offense? Do you want a recruiter? Do you want a CEO, a Coach Prime type? Like, what does MSU need to do to get it right in your mind? I don't even need a name.
Or do you want to bring back the former coach?
Stop. Okay, you're done.
No, Mike.
Kindly leave.
There are some who feel this way.
And I have a
Not
name
me.
for those people.
Not me, but there are some who are like, why don't we just bring Coach D back?
The word rhymes with Bass-Dole.
Okay.
That's what those people are.
A sass-dole.
248-539-9797. We'll get to the Lions later. But the announcement that Mel Tucker's officially been terminated, it broke, I don't know, within the hour. Let's riff for a little bit. And obviously, Rico's willing to throw out some salacious names as the next coach. I'm more interested in the perception of what they need to do. The perception of how good is this job. I really would love to know.
And as we talked about yesterday, look past the name, but it's, are you willing to go and act like a top 15 program? Because that's what my bar is.
Yeah, they're not. You're gonna be disappointed.
There's going to be 12 teams in the playoffs. If you're top 15, that means you're competing every year for one of those spots.
And it may happen, but it won't be because they have a well put together plan. There is no evidence to suggest that Michigan State University, an interim president, an AD who I think is way too inexperienced for this, is not a shark, and a Fraggle Rock board of trustees with their own agendas can cohesively come together while looping in the elite boosters to formulate an unbelievable recruiting package. There is no evidence in the history of this school to suggest they can do that.
I mean, you're right. You're right, because the boosters are ready. They're ready to move. They want to move forward. They want to get a coach. They want to make Michigan State relevant again. You saw that, just how much they invested into Mel Tucker.
Timeout. Hats. Just in time for election season. Make State great again. And we can make the hats green. Or we can make them red and just trip people out. It'd be exciting. David, would you wear a Make State great again?
Make them black.
We can do whatever we want. There are hats.
No, I would not wear the hat, by the way. No.
Okay. All right. Disappointing. 248-539-9797. I would love to know where people are at with it. Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. It's not debatable. What also is not debatable, the best mattress. The new iComfort Eco from Serta. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored. Or Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you.
if it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple, whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
They possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah, because
he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yes.
Yeah, I think.
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah.
Briefly, before we get to the people, David has a piece of sports news. I know it's not relevant locally, but it is one of the big names in the NBA who's been traded. Dame Lillard is on the move. David, just give us where, and then we'll get to these callers regarding Mel Tucker.
Damian Lillard is getting dealt to the Milwaukee Bucks in a 3-team deal. DeAndre Ayton heads to the Blazers in the deal. And a lot of first-round picks and a lot of other names going in a trade. So
where?
The Phoenix Suns get Nurkic, Allen, Nasir Little. The Blazers get DeAndre Ayton, some swaps of first-round picks in 28 and 30, and an unprotected first-round pick in 29. Andrew Holiday also goes to the Blazers.
Ugh. I mean, talk about getting next to nothing for one of the great players in your frame. But again, Portland did this to themselves. Yeah. Dame helped do it to them. They didn't get anything. Hey, you just hate to see it. That's all right. We're sitting here and we've got nothing. Hey, the Pistons built another park. I don't know if you saw that. They got 7 parks, which is 7 more than playoff victories they have in 15 years.
It's about the kids, man. It's about the kids.
You know what? To hell with the kids. I want a title.
It's about the kids.
The kids want a title.
They also want a park. They're the future.
We are the world. Come on. That's it on Lillard? Nothing? Talk about the air being on the balloon. It's one of the big trades in sports, and you two can't say 5 words about it. Never did I think you would be as insightful as Kenny on this, and Kenny hates the NBA.
I mean, you're helping out Giannis. That's about it. Pairing them up there. But other than that, yeah, I thought that you would have got a lot more if you were Portland.
Phoenix is treating it like a video game.
Oh, Phoenix is just like – Phoenix is happy. Aiden's gone. So, yeah, that's all we wanted.
Yeah. Shout out Nasir Little. All right, let's go to Dante, 97.1. Hi, Dante. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
Good.
Rico.
Hey.
Hey, I was calling in. I had wanted to throw 3 names in the hat for possible Michigan State coaches. I think the best fit would be Robert Saleh because I don't think the Jets are going to keep him. And by him being a minority coach, probably won't get another shot in the NFL. And
yeah,
then
but here's your problem. Your problem is Robert Saleh would be the most coveted defensive coordinator in the league.
Yeah.
Spend a year, fix somebody's defense, get another crack. Everyone knows Robert Saleh's not at fault for the way the Jets thing has gone.
And once you get a taste of the NFL, it's rare that you ever want to go to college.
Yeah, you may be right about that. But
who are your other two?
I'm defending it. The other two are Kalen DeBoer, but by Washington coming to the Big Ten, I don't know if he'll come to Michigan State.
Well, it's a lateral move.
Tear down everything he's built.
No, I mean, it's just, listen, if you love the guy that much, you make a bold offer, Washington probably matches. But the reality is UW and MSU are very similar to each other. That's not some major upgrade for him. And again,
just
what
not
is
this
he,
year on the field, but yes,
what
I know
is he
what you
without
mean.
Michael Penix?
And 2 NFL receivers.
Yeah, he did a nice job at Fresno. One problem. You had an NFL quarterback in Jake Haener. I'd be very careful.
Now the question is, can he just keep identifying NFL quarterbacks? If that's the case, he can keep this thing going.
Maybe is my answer. Yeah. Dimitri, 97.1. What's up, D? How are you?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. If I was MSU, I would try to get an NFL type young coach. Like the guy I was thinking of is Mike McDonald. He's on the Ravens staff. He was on Michigan. He knows the Big Ten. He's a defensive-minded guy, which I think MSU likes.
Mike McDonald's going to be a head coach, though. Like there's no reason to come back. He did his internship. He went to U of M. He showed out very well. Now he's on the precipice of being an NFL head coach.
Yeah, Dimitri, the only way NFL people come back to college is near the end of their career, and they still want to coach, but nobody in the NFL wants them anymore. But if you're young and up and coming, it's deemed a step back. It's almost like an internship to go to the collegiate levels first and then come back to the NFL.
I mean, I was just thinking that if they offer him a big contract to be a head coach, which I don't think he's ever done, at that level, just the guy I was thinking. But I was just more in the line of thinking just a young NFL guy. You know what I mean?
No, and here's Dimitri. Here's the other dirty little secret. It's probably an easier job just to stay in the NFL because you don't have to worry about the portal. You don't have to worry about the NIL.
The last thing I would want is to get an NFL coach. So we just don't agree. It has no bearing on being a good college coach. It is also, when you're in the NFL life, you're going to look to get back to it as quick as possible. Absolutely. Rico has nailed it. There is no benefit to going that route. But whatever.
Right, because in the NFL, you got a general manager who takes care of all of this financial stuff. You just worry about the players on the field. Not in college. Not anymore.
I almost want to give my list because some of the suggestions are so bad.
You know what? How about you
It's not time.
How about you give us one next week?
No, it's
Think
not
about
the
it.
right.
Ponder it over the weekend.
I'll ponder it.
Give us one.
Still waiting for Alan to call me. Let's go to Don, 97.1.
He's been a little busy today.
Hello, Don.
Hey, it's definitely a relief. I mean, this guy was a bad guy, and you think of even when Perlis and Bobby Williams and even D'Antonio, they loved MSU, but it was just time, and I felt a sense of relief. But this guy's a bad dude. And, the other thing, I love your list because I'm also a Robert Saleh guy, and I just think everyone you talk to is always like, you know what I think? And I always listen, and I'm like, no, you don't think that. Mike Valenti thinks that, and now you're repeating it, and it becomes like the voice of everyone. So Robert Saleh could be like a Saban track. He has reached like a dead end. It's a bad situation. It's a new college football landscape, and he can write the new story. It's the Big Ten, Pac-10, super conferences. We've got money, so much money to give him. Why wouldn't he do like a Saban and come to college and just rewrite the playbook? Back to Michigan, from Dearborn, played at Michigan, coaching ties at MSU. I just think that's the big name. We need to be public about it.
Yeah, but your problem is this. Your problem is you wouldn't be able to hire him until the conclusion of the NFL season. And that is just a brutal time frame. Seriously, you're not going to hire a coach till January? That's the plan?
But doesn't that always happen? Like when LSU took Saban from us, it was done, and everyone knew it on the message boards.
But that was 20 plus years ago. Hold on, Don. The game has changed so much that citing Nick Saban and the empty plane going to Baton Rouge, that was 23 years ago. In today's world, if you don't have a coach in place by the first day of December, you are woefully behind. The portal opens, and if you're not shopping, you're lost.
Right. by Thanksgiving, you should know who the next coach is.
Period.
Or that weekend.
Period.
Yeah. That they should be able to introduce that coach when they up on the Ford Field Jumbotron for the Penn State Massacre.
I'll leave it alone. 248-539-9797. We'll get a football today. We got some Lions to cover. Again, the news of the day. It's not surprising. Mel Tucker officially fired from Michigan State. If you want to read the statement, go for it. Evan's got it at 971theticket.com. And that's where we're at. It's a great sense of relief if you're of the green and white persuasion. If you're a Michigan fan, you don't care. You're in a different spot. You are on to Nebraska.
I think if you're a Michigan fan, you're hoping to see Michigan State trip on themselves and just stay down. Just being real, David.
And I'm okay with
that. Like I said, I wouldn't wear the hat because I don't want you to be great again.
Right. You just want to see MSU just trip on themselves.
That'll work.
I have no issue. I have no issue. At least it's honest.
Sell them something.
I don't have to. 97.1.
Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute in this picture? Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
Uh-huh.
Barnes jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh,
mean,
I'm tough, John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year, because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something. Because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now? little football in the mix. David, subpar music, please. David, what is the topic?
There is a mutiny about to happen in New York, meaning with the Jets. Rich Cimini for ESPN, who covers them, he went on his podcast and he discussed how the continued support, public support from Robert Saleh on Wilson is creating an issue with the defense. Quote, of course he has doubts about Wilson. He's watching what we're watching. He's watched it for 2.5 years. He definitely has doubts. He knows what Wilson is. But the thing is, he's coming off as a Zach apologist, and that doesn't play well in the locker room. This defense knows well that if any player was performing his job the way Wilson is performing his, that player would be benched. Trust me, there's tension in that locker room.
Okay.
What can Robert Saleh do to show that he's not a Wilson apologist? Does he just bench him? Or what can he actually do?
But again, all right, so this has reached a point where I almost feel bad for Zach Wilson. We know the guy's terrible. He doesn't wake up in the morning saying, God, how can I reach a new low today? So we understand it. And in the same sense, you know what? If you're a player, you should be smart enough to understand what your coach is doing. If Robert Saleh condemns Zach Wilson, he is saying that either Tim Boyle, former Lions backup who no one liked, or Trevor Siemian, who was unemployed 72 hours ago, is a better option. And that's not the case. Mm-hmm. This isn't on him. You know, if the players want to be upset, get an audience with Woody Johnson or get an audience with your GM and say, go get us Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, but the players, Mike, are just like the fans. They want an instant, quick fix to
Kirk
this
Cousins.
thing. And you got to bench him. Okay, well, who's my other options?
For what?
No, and that's just it. Most people don't look past that. Well, bench him and put somebody else in there.
Right, I'm
Well,
offering a solution.
Kirk Cousins, yeah.
That's the only thing they could do. Minnesota's 0-3. Their season's over. It's the final year of a deal. If you're the Jets, F them picks and bring in Kirk Cousins. They have a defense capable of getting them to a Super Bowl. They need a quarterback that can be above average. So that's all I could offer you. But Robert Saleh, we all work for somebody. What's Saleh going to do? Body bag Zach Wilson? Why?
So, Mike, your Jags, I guess America's Jags, now London's Jags, should we be worried about them? Here's why I ask. They have lost 2 straight games. They lost to Kansas City. They also lost to Houston. Okay, wonderful. But what the problem is the Jags totaled 9 points in 11 drives against Kansas City and 17 points with 10 drives against the Texans, who had previously surrendered 25 and 31 points in their other games. Now, they have 2 straight games in London starting on Sunday. Should we be worried about the Jags?
Yes. I mean, it's no secret the offensive line is not good, and it limits them. The other problem is, because of that O-line, because of an inability to run the ball effectively, consistently, Trevor Lawrence is now taking a step backwards. Look, you should be also worried because a lot like the Lions, it's easy to be the hunter. It's hard to be the hunted. And the Jags now have a target on their back as being a bit of a darling. And I also don't love the fact that with your season on the line, now you're halfway across the world playing 2 games instead of being at home. It's a flaw in what the league has allowed with this franchise.
It's a flaw, but it may actually be a benefit, at least for them for the second game, because they would already have been there. I'm sure they're not coming back. So the other team, the jet lag, they can take advantage of that. But yeah, it is surprising because I did think that the Jags would take that next step, and it's we're not seeing that right now.
One more note from that game, and I'm going to try to mention this as much as I can. C.J. Stroud might be the best quarterback right now in the class. He has passing yards of 906 in 3 starts. He has thrown the most passes right now, and he's 66.7% of his passes what he completed on Sunday. So just people that aren't paying attention to Houston football, pay attention. As C.J. Stroud, without 4 of his starting offensive linemen, may be the best starting quarterback in the draft class.
Yeah, and again, they get Tunsil back, and they're putting the pieces together. He's been the best rookie.
Mm-hmm.
They have some weapons. Nico Collins, Michigan fans, I sympathize. I never understood why you didn't use him either. But Collins is good. Tank Dell is good. Pierce is good. And Stroud looks okay. Very pleased if I were a Texans fan.
No Anthony Richardson, not playing. Bryce Young, but he's injured, and now he's out there. And David, you know what the funny thing is? Because I always love in the count. You know what nobody's talking about? The test scores that he had. Remember, he scored like an 18% on there. And he's a dummy. He's this. Yeah, no one cares. He's winning now. He went out there and he looks like an NFL quarterback, and maybe he's going to be the guy that finally breaks the Ohio State quarterback jinx, where they actually turn out well in the NFL.
So many serious football stories going on, but I want to give this kind of funny story here about Josh Dobbs. Josh Dobbs did go out with the Cardinals and beat the Cowboys on Sunday, but he couldn't even buy his own jersey in the team shop. He had his family showing up for the game that week, went to the team shop, went to the custom machine. His name or his jersey number wasn't an option as a roster option on the machine. It has since been fixed now. He can now buy his jersey. They gave him plenty to give to his family now. But I thought that was pretty funny. He was there 10 days before his first start. Couldn't even get his jersey made 3 weeks into the season.
I mean, at least they let him in the building.
At least they let him in the building.
What kicker was it that the security guard kept stopping him at the end of the first game? I forgot, but at least
Miami's kicker, I believe.
At least they know who he was.
All right, so let's get to this real quick as we close this football today out. Scale of 1 to 10, I'm going to give you some names. Scale of 1 to 10 on that they get traded this season. Start with Derrick Henry. 1 meaning they don't, 10 meaning yes, for sure.
Probably a 1. They tried to trade him in the offseason, had no takers.
Right there.
They're going to be fringy. I kind of like him this weekend, by the way. This is the ultimate Vrabel rat spot. Bengals -2.5 at Tennessee. That's got Titans written all over it, like 16-13. I'll say 0. Yeah. They probably ride into the sunset.
If they couldn't trade him last year, David, another year of miles on the tires, you're not going to get, unless you're willing to just let him go for little to nothing.
T. Higgins.
That's another one that I still believe is going to be a 0. I mean, David, A, he's not playing well. Let's start there. But B, if you trade T. Higgins, you're folding tent on the season. I mean, Tyler Boyd has fallen off a cliff. They can barely get Jamar Chase going. The time to do it was the offseason when the price was a first-round pick, and they didn't do it.
Yeah, you need him to have some big games and drive the value up. If that happens, then I would say maybe around a 4 or 5. But the way he's playing right now, no, there's going to be no takers because it's a position that's kind of a dime a dozen position.
Darnell Mooney, different kind of receiver. Chicago's out of it.
Go 5 out of 10. I mean, honestly.
Fire sale?
Yeah, has some upside, but a guy who clearly no one is prospering there. For me, here, look, I'll take it a step further. If I'm the Bears, I'm out of the Justin Fields business. Liquidate assets, tank to the bottom, new regime, get yourself Caleb or Drake May or something. Do you dare trade Fields and get whatever you can get?
Hold on. Let's
if Trey Lance gets a 4, Christ.
Hold on. Let's bring something that we did earlier. If you're the Jets, would you go after Fields?
Yes. As bad as he is, I can design an offense where I can just let him run around like crazy and make things happen. That's what he did last year. The problem for Fields is he might be a bleep hole. I root for him. I really wanted this to work. I didn't like him throwing the coaches under a bus and then basically saying I need to play backyard ball. Buddy, you got the worst record of any quarterback in the history of the NFL through 27 career starts.
But you're right. Like, if you're the Bears, if you I guess get a 4th round pick for him?
5th?
4th or 5th round pick?
4th.
You go ahead and you
gift
move
certificate?
Him.
I don't know.
Because all right, at that point, you're the season's already bad, but at least you're telling the fans, hey, we're going to be in the running for one of these quarterbacks, so just sit back, endure this season, and next year things get better.
If I'm the Jets, I'm calling everyone. That's my answer to you. So there's nothing you could say where I'd be like, no, outside of like Russell Wilson or something.
So even Teddy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I mean,
Teddy
right
Two
now,
Gloves.
if you're the Jets, why wouldn't you call about Bridgewater? Why wouldn't you? And if I'm the Lions, I'm not doing them any favors. But if I'm the Lions, I'm saying, great, I'll take a 3rd-round pick. But yes, I would call 100%.
Sorry,
Make the
David,
phone
didn't mean to
call.
hijack.
Nope, that's a beautiful way to end it. That
Make
is
football today great again.
in football today.
So we've talked Northville Lumber for a long time. They're the oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. It's Northville. They move enough product to cover 26 football fields. People, they do it right because everything's in stock all the time. That's the key. Look, you're a do-it-yourselfer or a pro, anything in between, Northville's your one-stop shop. No lead times, no special orders. You buy it, you get it, it's in stock. Stop on by or call Northville Lumber today. That's northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a.
Oh.
Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
Where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get, like, the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like, he's trying to, like, pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
professed his
emotional.
love for the state of Ohio and the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody.
I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like, you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right, but you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to, like, boast or kind of brag. Like, you won the game, right? But
yeah.
It's kind of like he didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. Guy's barely hanging on, man. Let him enjoy the rest of his life.
Right. However many days that may be. Yeah.
Dave, you know what's amazing, and I know people will vibe with me on this. how even the arrival of your coffee, even before you've taken a sip, just the aroma of said coffee improves your mood. I was already in a good place, but now I'm like good plus. It's not medium well, it's medium plus. Like this is good plus.
Good, evil, yeah.
This is good. That's right. A large, steamy, black coffee. I'm so excited because now we're in, like next week's going to be warm, so it won't be, but like you feel like we're entering real coffee season again, where iced coffee's out and real coffee's back.
Right, it's gray outside every day now.
Yeah. Right, we won't see the sun again until April.
It's that day, fall's here when you switch from the iced coffee to now the hot coffee again.
Yeah, 100%. I'm excited. I got Mel Tucker gone. I got hope in my life again. I got a hot coffee. It's a good day. This is good. Now if I could just get Rico and Kenny to get along, we'd really be where we need to go.
And I guess this is where your mood just keeps going to more pure evil. Okay. I've never seen anybody take so much joy in other people's pain.
I just thought you and Kenny should have hugged.
No, you're just trying to instigate a fight between me and Kenny.
Perhaps.
And you're not going to be happy until we just battle it out. And then you'll sit there and be like, oh my God, David, did you see what these two did?
I want the film Bloodsport where they're dipping their hands in the glass and it's Kumite. Like Kenny screaming USA, USA. Rico takes a board to his spine. Let's do a cage match.
Just drink your pure
I want some Mortal Kombat. Finish him.
Kenny caught. Flawless victory. Let's go on the board, shall we?
Let's do it.
Right now, it's the coffee lid minus 300 over me right now. I can't get this damn thing.
Oh, boy.
God almighty. All right. I want to give you a game. I think the line is going to cross a key number. I very rarely enjoy betting big favorites. But I wanted to ask you guys about Penn State going to Northwestern this week. Now, yesterday I offered you Kentucky at home. That number's sitting at about 1.5. Get it before it goes to 3. Northwestern had their Disney after-school movie miracle win last week against Minnesota with a 21-point fourth-quarter comeback. Riding high. One problem. The barber's out, and now Penn State's coming to town. There might not be a better defense in America. They're in the conversation. And they are going to load up the wagon, and they're going to pound on Northwestern. With Allen and Singleton, Aller will be able to throw it a little more. It won't be in a monsoon. Penn State minus 27. The spread looks too big for a conference road game, but then you have to remind yourself.
That is Northwestern.
And it's Northwestern in a letdown. Everyone's told them not only how smart they are, but how pretty they are all week. Isn't this a James Franklin 38-3 smash?
It is, because you also got to remember Penn State top defense in the nation, not just the Big Ten and Northwestern. I could easily see them covering that.
I don't like big favorites. It jumped out at me and I went, huh.
I thought you were going to say the Washington one.
Well, there's a lot of big favorites, including USC that I wouldn't touch this week. USC laying 22.5 to Colorado. I wouldn't go anywhere near it.
It'd be Shedeur Sanders and Deion's Louis luggage. That's it.
Can I tell you how good the coffee smells? I mean, it's unbelievable. Go ahead.
Take a sip?
No, it's too hot. You have to temper it.
You got to let it rest?
You have to let your coffee rest a little bit.
Okay.
Go ahead. What do you got? Acuna, another bomb, another win.
No, I'm going to give you something for tomorrow, since I don't think we're going to have one of these tomorrow due to the Tigers. Anytime touchdown, Josh Reynolds, plus 320.
Ooh. Wow. What? Can I ask you, what is Laporta in his rise to stardom?
Plus 250.
See, Laporta, okay, that's the play. Every week, Laporta, the target share goes up. The way they're using him, they enhance it.
They do. But come the goal line, for some reason or another, Reynolds seems to always just get that sneaky touchdown.
What is Lions to win plus Laporta anytime TD? What is that?
Let me figure that out.
Hold on. What, Kenny?
You want to cover or?
That was my parlay. That's exactly
then
what I just said.
Right now, we go from ebony to ivory. Let's party. Kenny, what do you have?
It's that plus 450. You got the Laporta, you got the Lions.
Lions to flat out win or Lions
to cover the 1.5.
To cover the 1.5. Okay.
Hell, you could play it both ways. If Laporta scores, you still walk out the door. What? The Packers at money line odds or whatever it is? I mean,
that's plus 434, so it's not much different.
Jeez. I tell you. If you can't tell people, this is now a Sam Laporta radio show. We're very excited about the young man.
I know, you always say take your vitamins and whatnot. I would say just do Lions money line if you're going to do the anytime touchdowns so that you don't get screwed over by a missed extra point or something.
Fair.
You just want the win.
Fair. It's fair.
Point.
David, what do you got?
Yeah, I was also thinking the same thing getting that game since we won't have anything.
We go
tomorrow.
Laporta, Penn State, Kentucky, Lions, retirement life.
No, I'm just going to say this and shut the mic off.
Okay, here, I got you.
Christian Watson and the Packers.
No.
Plus 400.
No. Add a Laporta touchdown. Add a Laporta touchdown. Every Lions bet begins and ends with a Laporta TD here on out.
And the
so
Packers
Watson,
money line.
Packers money, not money line. I got the plus 1.5. And Sam Laporta, that is plus 1865.
Well, bang! 1865. Solid year.
If you do money line, it's 1972.
The year you graduated high school. Yeah. You gotta play it.
Yeah.
When Lutheran West Detroit Tech was real.
Class of 72.
What was the name of it again?
No, I'm not telling
Detroit Western Lutheran High.
You haven't earned it. Sip your coffee.
It's tempering right now. All right.
Just scald your mouth. Go ahead.
That is on the board. All right, NFL people, it's FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. You got Thursday night action with your football team. What more can you ask for? It's so exciting. Listen, play it your way. We're talking Laporta touchdowns and covers and sides and totals. Nobody has more betting markets than FanDuel. You can play one of these same-game parlays and go nuts like the guys do. Whatever you like, it's FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off the NFL season right. It's FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
Sam Laporta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better?
Rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hockenson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hawkinson's rookie year, but TJ Hockenson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam Laporta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or TJ Hockenson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hockenson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, Laporta looks great.
Laporta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hockenson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better.
And we're brought to you by Mother Waddle's major trade in the NBA. Damian Lillard has been sent to the Milwaukee Bucks as part of the 3-team deal with Portland and Phoenix. This according to ESPN. Michigan State officially has fired head coach Mel Tucker today for cause on the heels of sexual misconduct allegations. Lions' Aiden Hutchinson named NFC Defensive Player of the Week. Lions favored at Green Bay by 1.5 tomorrow night. They've won 3 straight against the Pack. Dan Campbell says Taylor Decker, David Montgomery both have a good chance of playing tomorrow. Kirby Joseph, Emmanuel Mosley, he's less certain about. Packers receiver Christian Watson and running back Aaron Jones both say they plan on playing in the game. 5 other starters for Green Bay, though, still banged up. Tigers and Royals tonight, 6:40 from Comerica Park, right here on the ticket. Tickets for Miguel Cabrera's final game on Sunday are sold out. Limited tickets remain for Friday and Saturday. He's expected to play in every game except tomorrow's matinee. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock in Detroit. We led the show off talking about Mel Tucker. Finally, the axe came down. He got fired. Big shocker. I know. No one's surprised. But we did ask the question, if you're a Spartan fan, how does this make you feel? For me, it's relief. It's knowing that I never, ever, ever have to hear about the contract and you can move forward. And now you know the expectations for this season are non-existent. If you happen to just go 6-6, that's a great thing this year. So, and you look forward to who's going to be the next coach. Now, I'm holding out hope that they won't screw things up, but that's where we are right now. And as a side note, here's what I get tired of hearing. Well, you can't pay the next coach this amount of money. No, you actually can, if you find the right person. Okay, you don't just throw it out there to anybody. But if you find the right person, you're going to have to pay. You got to get used to that, knowing that's going to be the new number. And if you're uncomfortable with that, I don't know what to tell you. That's just where we are. But if you missed any part of that, you can go back, hit that Odyssey Rewind. We kicked the show off at 2 o'clock with that.
Can I ask a question before we get into football? Because you were just resetting the MSU thing. I want to give the haters a platform. Can I do that?
Yeah.
Haters, if you're out there, you hate Michigan State. You can't stand us. We're worse than your Uncle Lenny, because at least at one point you liked Uncle Lenny. We're like a cockroach. Nobody likes cockroaches. I want to get a sense from you guys. Is there any hire MSU could make that can make them relevant in your mind? Because I always laugh. When Michigan has coaching searches, they're out here trying to hire, Bill Belichick. The names, the lists, it's
Kyle
hilarious
Shanahan.
to me. And mind you, Michigan's a great program, but Michigan's incestual. They only hire Michigan men. It limits your dating pool, so to speak. But then Michigan State comes up, and you got the morning and middays, and most people, they're putting any meth-addicted nutcase on a list and going, well, you should be happy with it. But if 2 Spartan grads come on the air and go, look, we understand we're not Michigan, Texas, USC, but we're in that next grouping, because factually they are. And Rico dares to dream and give you a name yesterday, and Rico gets mocked. Or he brings up Urban Meyer a few weeks ago, and he gets mocked. Here's my question. Then what should Spartan fans accept? What is the hire MSU could make that is both realistic and impactful? Or are you telling me that your inherent bias says there's no hire they can make? See, this is what you call, let's just trim the fat. Is there any hire Michigan State can make that you're going to go, you know what, that could be a problem? Or do you just know in your heart it doesn't matter what they do? D'Antonio is a unicorn. It's over. At least have the courage of your convictions to come on the air and not do what other people do. Be truthful. Just speak your truth. Shoot your shot. If you think our program is a used condom, say it. You think our program is trash? Say it. If you think the conversation about who State should hire doesn't matter because they'll be right back here in 3 years hiring another coach, say it. Let's have a real conversation, shall we? Let's stop bleepy-footing around it, and let's just get in the mud. I believe State could make an impactful hire and be a distinct problem in the Big Ten. Always believed it. You laughed at me 20 years ago, you laugh at me now. Doesn't matter. I've always believed MSU, along with Texas A&M, along with Ole Miss, along with Washington, and along for a lot of my life with Clemson, were sleeping giants in college football. And at one point or another,
Clemson woke up.
They've all woken up. Yep. Now, is it harder to do at MSU? You betcha. Is it a tightrope you got to walk? You betcha. But it's doable. But my question is, on the day that Mel Tucker gets fired, why don't we just cut the pretense? All right, you're being nice because it's your first time meeting the parents. Just be who you are. Do you believe in your heart of hearts it just doesn't matter who State hires? Or somehow State fans should just select the off-brand cookie and not the actual Pepperidge Farm?
Or the path of least resistance.
I just want to know.
The safest coach.
I want to know. Because anytime, listen, Rico dares to be made fun of because he's throwing out some bold ideas. I don't think you should make fun of it. I think you disagree with it. But I think hitting him in the face with a pie, that's also inappropriate.
I'm used to it.
Well, it doesn't mean it's appropriate.
That's true.
So that's what you know what? Right here to the show sheet. This is what we're doing. 248-539-9797.
Coffee's kicked in.
Hats off, Rico.
Coffee's kicked in.
I've had 2 sips. It doesn't even get in your bloodstream that quick. I just heard what you were talking about, and I go, F it.
Let's do it.
I'll answer that question first, since I am the Michigan fan here. I'll give 2 names. You said realistics, but I still want to give this name because I don't think.
Can I tell you how good this tastes?
Sure, go ahead. And tell
me. David, you are missing out. Neither you or Rico drink coffee. You're missing out. Okay. I'm ready to roll.
Straight to the veins.
It will in about 10 minutes. Okay. And it's great too. Get you buzzing. Super. Sorry.
But the first name that is not realistic, I don't think Michigan State goes after him, that scares me, is Urban Meyer. Urban Meyer just scares me, okay? He's run program after program, been successful. He knows what he's doing. He's Urban Meyer, okay? But not realistic.
No, it is real. Hold on. It's realistic if the school would commit to just saying we're going to win at all costs. It is realistic. Where it's not realistic, the school still is concerned about, like, for instance, Mel Tucker and Larry Nassar have nothing to do with each other. They are 6-7 years apart. One is a football coach. One was a gymnastics coach who the football and basketball program didn't know existed. Okay? Mm-hmm. MSU thinks in terms of a catalog. That every bad thing that's ever happened or everything they've ever done, that they now all of a sudden have to act differently as it pertains to the sport of winning. And I disagree with that. Because where I'm at is, if MSU wants to accept it, Kenny, you gave me the example one time of Hulk Hogan when he left the WWE to go to, I believe, WCW. And he switched from yellow and red to black and white. MSU just has to accept Detroit media is never going to be your friend. They need to accept ESPN's never going to be your friend.
Yep.
And ask themselves how badly they want to win. Mm-hmm. Because when you start talking about, well, we're going to, quote, do it the right way, my response to you would be, what did the right way ever get you? There's no integrity conference.
No. Because the media, ESPN, is just waiting for you to trip over your feet. So they already have the articles pre-written.
Correct. Now, again, Urban did a lot of bad stuff. But bottom line is they just did a documentary on him, and they were able to whitewash it. And they were able to just make him look like a really good coach. Is Urban a bad guy? Yep.
But if he was so bad, he wouldn't be on every network every
There he is.
Saturday.
And he's a winner. And you want the one thing I need out of my next head coach? I'll tell you. It is a non-negotiable. It is the equivalent in certain households that you need to marry within your religion. Okay? It's like certain countries, it's going to be an arranged marriage. This is just what we do. This is the same non-starter. Whoever they hire better have a keen understanding. Hatred is not optional. You got to hate Michigan more than your worst enemy. You got to hate Michigan more than the worst things that have ever happened to you in your life. You have to hate that university with the fire of 1,000 suns. You've got to have the fulcrum of your laser pointed at that school every day, all day, 365. It's the same at A&M for Texas. It's the same at South Carolina for Clemson. It's the same at Michigan and Ohio State about each other. Except this is our personal war. Now, you want to bring up the Urban thing. I've never laughed. I've said they don't have the spinal column for it.
Right.
But who hates Michigan as much as we do?
Urban, and that's why it scares me.
Still won't say the name.
Right.
On TV.
When ticket texters bring it up, when you bring it up, Rico, when I never laugh, but I don't partake in it because I don't think we don't have the adults in the room to do it. And I'm not sitting here telling you I'd run around going, our coach. No, I would tell you our coach is a scumbag, but he wins.
Don't care.
Well, you had 9 players arrested. Don't really care.
They also won the Big Ten.
And let me show you the Percy Harvin highlights again. Now, again, I have a pro sports mentality. I don't care if the New York Giants have some bad guys in the locker room. I don't care if a player gets arrested. The greatest player in the history of my franchise was doing blow and deep pulls off a Jack Daniels bottle in the parking lot. Hello, Lawrence Taylor.
These are factual.
I mean, it is what it is. But I'm different. I think State fans are a little too folksy. I think State fans are a little too hillbilly.
So Phil Simms was doing pulls of Jack.
No, Phil Simms was a blessed man.
Well, let me give you the other name that I think is more realistic that scares me. And his name is Charlie Huff. He is the head coach of Marshall right now, coached at Alabama, coached at Penn State. He can recruit out of this world. That scares me as a Michigan fan. That part alone. Okay.
He's 39 years old.
Yes.
I know he coached at Western for 1 year. I know he was Bama's running backs coach. I know he was Penn State's running backs coach. Mm-hmm. I believe he's got a background in the DMV. Is he a DC guy?
Yes, he is. He's from Maryland.
And I think he was also recruiter of the year 1 year.
Yeah, he recruited names like Saquon Barkley, Miles Sanders, KJ Hamler, just to name a few.
All right, but here's my point to you. How much do we really know about Charles Huff? And what I mean is when Doc Holliday was coaching Marshall, the program's on solid footing. Remember, he was let go in a very bizarre set of circumstances. I believe it involved the governor of the state of West Virginia. You'd have to Google that. The point is, he hasn't built Marshall, but he's got him winning.
But taking over a bizarre program.
But here's my point. So David says, okay, Charles Huff would scare him. Now, I think David is in the minority. I'm asking the question. Mel Tucker's gone. Spartan fans feel relief. We know we're done with this guy. We know we get a chance, and it might be as faulty as the bowling alley claw game, but at least we get another chance to drop the claw and come away with a stuffed animal. I'm asking the question. What does State need to do to earn your respect with this hire? Because I think for some of you, you just need to be honest. Be the gremlins you are and just say it. It doesn't matter who they hire. They're a condom with a hole in it. As Roberto and I like to say, they take the elegant Elian Offit approach. You're a rusty nail. I mean, just if you hate us and we're trash,
just say it.
Just say it. 248-539-9797. Joe Corson. All right, let's get to business, shall we? Rico, sorry to hijack the show, but there's full lines. You're welcome. Sell him a toaster.
Coffee is kicking in, folks. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and his sales staff want to be a Chevy dealer because they'll guarantee the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. All September long, Hamilton Chevrolet is participating in Step Up for Kids. It's a shoe donation drive to support underprivileged kids right here in our local communities. Stop in and drop off new shoes for kids ages 4 through 18. While there, check out Hamilton's inventory. Lots of cars on the lot right now ready for immediate delivery, including this month's Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Equinox LT, $299 a month for 27 months. You walk in there with $995 down and also bring a couple of pairs of shoes in for kids ages 4 to 18 for the Step Up for Kids shoe donation drive, and you will drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them Rico sent you. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Heather has been combing the lions, trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture, Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
Barnes
jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh,
mean,
I'm tough, John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something. Because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
And waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now? Sorry about that, Rico. I'll finish my sentence momentarily. Listen, when you're injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, motorcycle, slip and fall, David Femininio is the guy you need to call. And we've told you, it's simple. When you get injured in Michigan, you get David, you get paid. David personally makes sure you get every dime you deserve. And again, he won't take a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured or know someone who is, you need to call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, David, the ticket text. The people have flocked to the phone lines. It's simple. Mel Tucker, fired, gone. It's over. And the way State handled their business, it's very clear they got him. Meaning the lawyers have said, you don't owe this man any money. The admission, the lies, whatever else is in the file, they got him. So now you're moving forward. Here was my question. Why don't we get to brass tacks instead of hiding behind it and going, all right, well, maybe State could hire a cute little coach. If you think MSU is that garbage, say it. But what type of hire do they need to make to get themselves relevant? And if your answer is there is none, be honest about it. No more pretense. David, some ticket text, if you'd be so kind.
Willie Fritz from Tulane.
He's 100. No.
You asked the question. That is what they're answering.
You know what?
With.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. If you say something stupid, I'm just going to be mean. Willie Fritz.
Okay, then. Michigan fan here. I'm worried about Huff, but I hope MSU hires Elko, which means he's not scared about Elko.
Mike Elko from Duke?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because I think by the time you get to hiring a coach, it could be a name that's not even mentioned yet.
Mm-hmm. Someone says, I would be scared if Michigan State hires Cliff Kingsbury.
Why?
Name.
That's his answer.
No, I can understand that because it's a name. He was in the NFL. He washed out. And often once you wash out in the NFL and you go back to college, you have success again.
Now, there's a name I like. No one's mentioned it yet. But, I mean, like I said, I'm keeping my list private.
I love the honesty. That's what we want, right? Someone says, nobody MSU could hire would worry me.
That's
I don't
fine.
view you as become a great job around a 30-35 job is what they think, top 35 job.
I just want people to essentially expose themselves and be honest. And if that's what you think about MSU, cool.
Someone says, go after Pat Fitzgerald. He would scare me. He took Northwestern and made them relevant. Michigan State's a better program. Stephen at work.
Can I just say no?
You can. If they didn't have the scandal, I would understand that a lot more. But you know what? We asked for honesty.
I did, and it's fine. Yep. It is there a hire they could make, or was just Antonio the unicorn? And
because I've often said,
that's it.
I thought Fitzgerald could do so much better than Northwestern, and often wonder what would happen if you gave this man resources.
If they didn't land Harbaugh, that was my pick to go there. If you're Michigan and you hire Pat Fitzgerald, it's a match made in heaven.
Yeah, allegedly they just lowballed him and was like, we're poor. How about these KFC gift coupons?
Okay. Let's go to the people, shall we? Craig, 97.1. What's up, Craig?
Hey, fellas. How you guys doing today?
Excellent,
Hey,
Craig. What's up?
Hey, I just want to kind of burst your bubble a little bit. But, I'm a Michigan lover. I've been a diehard Spartan hater most of my life. But I actually want to see them hit a home run and hire a damn good coach. I personally don't have an opinion on a coach right now because I haven't really looked into it. But I want to see them be relevant. I think it's good for the rivalry, and I think it's good for the Big Ten.
Okay, so who can they hire that gets them back? I mean, you're not bursting my bubble, or is there nothing they can do?
No, I definitely think that they can make some big hires. Like I said, me personally, I haven't really looked into who's available. I think Huff is a good recommendation. Meyer, I just think that dude's such a scumbag. I think it would be a bad move for the university personally. But, I would love to see him hire a home run coach that's challenging OSU and Michigan and Penn State every year.
Why would it be a bad move for the university? Just your opinion.
Like
just for your opinion.
The dude is such a dirtbag. With where there's smoke, there's fire.
Sure there is, but it's the same principle. I mean, Steve Sarkisian went from blowing the USC job because of substance abuse, brazenly so, and he's hired by Texas. Hugh Freeze was on the hotline with escorts. He's hired at Auburn.
That's a valid point. You got a very good point on that. Like I said, it was just,
No, and I'm not mad about it, Craig. My question, I'm not mad at you at all. My question is, why does MSU have to dance for you people? Why do we have to dance for you?
Well, that's why I was
No
asking.
other school has to dance.
Yeah.
Other schools could hire Pablo Escobar, but MSU's got to make sure we hire the town deacon.
It will look bad. It'll be a bad image. That's why I was asking, like, well, why?
What image do we have?
Right. It's already tarnished. So just put on the black hat, go right into the sunset.
Or just tell your fans you're not serious. Either way, go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's the word?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
So I'm calling in with 3 actual potential candidates that are realistic here. So
All right, let's
obviously
hear
Elko's been touched upon
Sure.
at Duke. Look what he's done with the program. Why not? It's a logical progression for him. Then I say we look at Jonathan Smith out at Oregon State. I know, Mike, you're a fan of the way they play football out there, and I think it just kind of goes back to the Michigan State heyday under Mike D'Antonio. Hard-nosed football, run the ball, play good defense. Maybe you give him a look. And then kind of the outlier, the third one, what about Brian Hartline?
Love it.
He's progressed through the ranks at OSU. The receiver room is the best there is in the sport. Why not give him an
Let me tell you
opportunity?
something. All right, first of all, Elko, I'm fine. I get it. He's the hot name. He beat Clemson. They got Notre Dame this week. Cool. Jonathan Smith is a non-starter. Pasadena kid, played at Oregon State, alum, quarterback. I don't see that one. But the one you brought up that I think is incredibly interesting, it would require MSU to put a backing behind this guy equal to Tuck. And what I mean is, with Hartline, you're talking 36, 37 years old. Everyone and their mother believes he's one of the driving forces behind Ohio State's recruiting. Yes, well, I could recruit to OSU. Cool. Offensive mind. You talk to a lot of people, they'd be totally comfortable with Hartline calling the offense. Well, what if he goes back to OSU? If Brian Hartline goes back to OSU, it means he lit MSU up.
Yep.
Hartline is part of my bargain bin, Lethal Weapon 3 DVD bin of coaches.
And I would simply
Meaning,
say this.
for $4 million, I could probably get him.
Yeah, and I would say this with Hartline is, I think you probably have a better shot at him now that Ohio State went out and beat Notre Dame, because everybody's like, well, he's the coach in waiting. When they fire Ryan Day at the end of the year, they're just going to bump him up to head coach, which I don't think Ohio State would do.
Look, Hartline, first of all, the guy looks like a movie star, so you put him on a poster right off the rip. But he's young, energetic, great recruiter.
And then get Jimmy G to be the offensive
I don't care.
coordinator.
Yeah, we'll have the all sexy team, whatever you like. But was that one of the names from the non-head coach list? Yes. Do I think that's where MSU is going to go? No. I think MSU is going to recoil and look for experience.
I think his name rises, Mike, depending on what happens in the final week of the season. He goes out there and his offense destroys Michigan.
But it's not him.
No. But I'm
Ryan
saying,
Day and that shoe polish are still the ones calling jet sweeps on 4th and an inch.
Understand, but his stock will rise. If you beat Michigan and now Ohio State is headed to the playoffs, now he's that it guy.
Would you approve of the hiring of Brian Hartline?
Yeah.
You'd be okay with it.
I'll be okay.
Now you'd have to put an incredible
Well,
stuff
and that's I was about to say, I don't want Ocean's 12. So I need real coordinators, not grifters, but really guys. You know what the beauty of it is when all of a sudden in about a year or 2 or maybe 3, other teams come poaching your guys to be a head coach, your coordinators, because they're so good. Whereas our guys, man, they build houses and then they add on to the houses and you know, they're running PTA because they know they're never leaving the neighborhood.
248-539-9797. We get to more of your phone calls. Boy, I tell you, I did a great job with this topic. Thanks, Rico. Listen, the perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. What's not up for debate, the best mattress. It's the iComfort Eco by Serta. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you.
Sam Laporta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better?
Rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hawkinson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hawkinson's rookie year, but TJ Hawkinson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam Laporta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or TJ Hawkinson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hawkinson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, Laporta looks great.
Laporta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hawkinson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a. Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
But where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie, and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get, like, the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like, he's trying to, like, pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The good people that Applied Innovation. That is, MSU has officially fired head coach Mel Tucker today for cause. This on the heels of sexual misconduct allegations. Kudos to Lions. Aiden Hutchinson named NFC Defensive Player of the Week. Lions favored by a point and a half tomorrow night in Green Bay, right here on 97 on the ticket. Dan Campbell says Taylor Decker, David Montgomery both have a good chance of playing. Kirby Joseph, Emmanuel Mosley, he's less certain about. Packers say receiver Christian Watson and running back Aaron Jones both plan on playing. 5 other starters still banged up for Green Bay. Tigers Royals 6:40 tonight from Comerica Park, right here on the ticket. Tickets for Miguel Cabrera's final game on Sunday are sold out. Limited tickets remain for Friday and Saturday. He's expected to play in every game this week except the Thursday matinee. Major trade in the NBA. Damian Lillard has been traded to Milwaukee as part of the 3-team deal with Portland and Phoenix. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1, the Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's head straight to the phone lines. Who should be MSU's coach? Who is that guy that, you know what, you're either going to say that coach would scare me or, honestly, I don't care. Just be honest with us, people. That's all we're asking for. 248-539-9797. Let me see who's along. James, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey, man.
I would say Urban Meyer is the only coach that would give me an ounce of worry. I mean, for the most part, this program is kind of a disgrace. And that's kind of right where you guys belong, irrelevant since 2013, 2015 years. And this is just kind of your role in being little brother. I think Urban is the only answer.
Wow. James came with about a ton of honesty in that phone call. But, James, I appreciate it. But, yeah, you know what? I do think that Urban, with all his baggage, can come in here and work magic. And Urban would draw people in. It's kind of like what Deion did at Colorado, where he would get people to want to come to Michigan State.
Yep, totally agree. It's exactly how I feel. High-power offense. Get some recruits in there. I see you got more guys decommitting now, so I think you could change that around a little bit.
I appreciate the phone call, James. 248-539-9797. David, any ticket text before we go back to the phone lines?
Yeah, someone's saying Kalen DeBoer would scare me. He has won everywhere he went, even Indiana.
Here's the thing about DeBoer. He's always had NFL quarterbacks. Now, I don't know if that means he knows how to identify and cultivate people into NFL quarterbacks or if he's just been lucky that way. But at Washington, he's always had Michael Penix. He's got like 2 NFL receivers, at least 2. He's loaded there. I don't know. And the thing is, he's a guy that I would put on my list. I think in the end, you're going to make him a rich person because I think Washington's going to try to match him because Washington doesn't want him to leave. But it can't hurt to try. But that's one where I like what he's doing, but I've never seen him without any type of an NFL-type quarterback. 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phone lines. Bob, you're on 97.1. Bob. All right. Bob had his chance. 248-539-9797. Back to the phone lines. Brian, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I thought a caller earlier was going to steal my thunder going out west, and he didn't. But there is one coach out there in a dead conference that terrifies me as a Michigan fan, and that's Jake Dickert at Washington State. He's not a West Coast guy. He He coaches defense, and that's what MSU has always been predicated on. And Washington State's got a phenomenal defense this year. In only his, 23 games, he's already beaten Wisconsin. He's already beaten Washington. He comes to Michigan State, a 40-year-old coach. You're going to have him for the next 20-some-odd years. He's going to come to Michigan State. People need to realize Michigan State's still a top 20, top 30 program across the board athletically. You get a guy like this, he's not going anywhere. There's only a couple of schools like in Alabama you would ever leave MSU for. He's going to come. He would come here. He'd be here for a while. He terrifies me as a Michigan fan.
Yeah, he started off coaching at Wisconsin, Stevens Point. You look at you're right. He's basically a man without a conference right now. As Washington State's, they're hoping to pull into somebody's conference. It's somebody I would put on the list. I mean, Brian, I cannot say that is a bad call, and there's no judgment today. But yeah, looking at what Jake Dickert is at Washington State, they're probably going to end up going to the Mountain West. Whether he likes it or not, that's a demotion. He didn't ask for that demotion. I don't know if that's going to change the salary, but the quality of play now is going to be a step down that maybe, just maybe, he would want to leave and head out to the another conference.
Yeah, let me give you a couple names coming out of that same conference that people have texted in because of everything going on in the Pac-12. Jonathan Smith, Oregon State's coach, is being mentioned in the text. And then Kyle Whittingham is also being mentioned.
Just named two guys that are lifers at their school. First of all, Kyle Whittingham's wonderful, but he is Utah football, and he's old, out. Jonathan Smith, I don't know if he's ever traveled past the state of Nevada. Born and bred Pasadena, played at Oregon State, lifer at the school. All his assistant coaching time has been at places like Idaho and Washington. It's not a fit.
Yeah, but we were just talking about Jake Dickert, Wazoo.
I'm aware. So what about him?
No, I was saying that could be a potential name, especially because you don't have a conference.
But here's my point. Do any of these hires grab the attention of the haters at large? That's what I want to know. Because there's an underlying theme to this Michigan State Mel Tucker thing. I think a lot of people want to say something, and they won't say it. If you believe there's nothing the program can do to ever get back to where they were with D'Antonio, just say it. Don't patronize people. Don't do what Wojo and Jansen do. Don't do that. Just be honest. Say it doesn't matter. Because MSU might make that declaration on their own if they go out with some uninspired, save-a-lot menu selection. But if they get this right, and the other thing is, look, don't make fun of Rico. Not because I don't enjoy it, but because I don't think bringing up a bold selection for your school is a crime. If your school has the money and the conference prestige and the facilities, why not go for it? I'm sure the first time people at LSU brought up Brian Kelly, they probably got laughed at in the room. And the next thing you know, you didn't get hung up on. And then all of a sudden, Brian Kelly's doing a weird mambo southern dance with a new accent he found.
Correct. The family.
So I don't know, guys. Yep, you're not from Louisiana. And we all know it. 248-539-9797. We'll get with the people. Football today. We do have Lions to discuss today as well. It's a big day for you.
For me?
Yeah, Mel Tucker's gone.
Oh, okay.
You got what you wanted all along. We're all very excited.
I mean him at the Bellagio.
John Jansen Weight Loss Fiesta. Don't wait. Go to idealu.us today. Book that free consultation. Sign up. Get a $200 Visa gift card. You could be 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in 30 days. You want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us. And it worked for John. John lost 10 pounds the first 10 days. 63 pounds total. And he kept it off. You want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us. You could lose weight just like John did and see a big difference in 30 days. Check it out. It's idealu.us. That's idealu.us.
if it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
They possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah,
because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah.
All right, David, let's get to a little NFL action, if you would, please.
So I understand, yes, it is still early in the NFL season, but what I want to do here is I want you to buy or sell if these are contenders or not. Remember, there's only one game left in this month, and that will be Thursday Night Football tomorrow. Let's start with the Baltimore Ravens. They are 2-1. Are you buying or selling that they are contenders right now?
Contenders for what before I answer?
Super Bowl.
Sell. It's a sell. They're incredibly beat up. They've lost one of their three best playmakers on offense in J.K. Dobbins. And in a big spot, when Lamar had to make big throws, let's check in on that hotline. Sell.
Yeah, I think they're a contender to win their division, but not to win the Super Bowl, because I still don't know what happened with Indianapolis last weekend. That was just a strange game, but I think overall they're still one of the best teams. Or now that, Cincinnati's not looking like Cincinnati with Burrow, they could just end up winning that division.
The Buffalo Bills, they are 2-1 after the week 1 debacle. Sure. But 2-1 now.
They're a buy. You have to buy them because they're still, quarterback's in his prime. I don't think they can win a Super Bowl, but if you're asking, are they a threat to get there? Are they in that game potentially? Yes. I still worry about Josh Allen with the turnovers. He still refuses to not have one or two of those moments a game. But it's still a buy.
Now, it's a sell for me. I just don't think that they're going to ever be able to put it together to win a Super Bowl. So if that's what we're talking about, no, not going to happen.
This one might be a little tricky because they have probably the best defense in the NFL, but offensively, they look porous, and that is the Cleveland Browns at 2-1. Rico, you already talked about the division. Cincinnati's down at the bottom right now. Somebody has to rise.
It is Cleveland. David,
weird.
I didn't think that Cleveland was that team. I thought it was a fluke, but you watch the defense and what Schwartz is doing. Yeah, I didn't know what Deshaun Watson was going to be this year.
Big-time O-line, maybe the best defense in football. Can Deshaun Watson be good enough to guide them? I mean, it's a tepid buy because without Nick Chubb, it just changes so much. But that defense is as real as it gets.
Now, next on the list, the Dallas Cowboys at 2-1. Dominated New York teams.
Sell.
Lost to the Cardinals.
I'm going to sell. I don't believe in the Dallas Cowboys on surface.
I'm going to sell because I don't think they'll get past the first round of the playoffs again. I mean, when your final play, once again, is Zeke Elliott snapping the ball back with no help, we have hit the bottom of the chili pie.
I'm going to put the next two teams together because they both play tomorrow. They play each other tomorrow. So depending on what happens tomorrow, one could be the buyer, one could be the seller. Detroit Lions and the Green Bay Packers.
I'm buying both. I think they're both playoff teams. I mean, it's clear Minnesota, Chicago are out. If I put Green Bay against some like teams in the NFC, I think they're a wild card. I think the Lions have a chance to win this division. I've believed that all along. I'll buy both.
To win a division, buy. But to win the Super Bowl, I'm going to sell. I'm going to sell both, unless one of the two teams makes some type of a trade and brings in a key piece.
When do we start calling Minnesota about Danielle Hunter? Their season's over. They've already been willing to do business with us on draft night. Any interest in Danielle Hunter as a pass rusher opposite Aiden?
I don't think that they believe their season is over.
Well, they'll find out when Carolina beats them.
No. Well, I don't think that's going to happen. But
the Red Rifle returns.
No.
Just let me dream.
I'm just going to put this next team in the category as you're definitely buying. I mean, come on now. It's the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah. They're not the same. They're not the same Chiefs, and they're not as unbeatable as they have been in previous years. They've shown after the first week with the Lions that minus key players, they can be had. But yes, they are still one of the better teams. I don't know if they are just like one and everybody else is in that second tier. So they're sharing that first tier now.
So those were all the 2-1 teams. We have 3 3-0 teams. The first one on the list, I guess, is dependent on if he can stay healthy. It's the Miami Dolphins.
It's a buy. It's a total buy because the coaching advantage they have with McDaniels, I mean,
the motion offense.
He's just so far ahead of what defenses are trying to do to him, and he has the weapons to fully counter it. And you can laugh, and I know, Tua's a hit away from maybe his career being over, but the way he's playing right now, he's making the game look so easy. They're a buy to me.
I mean, Tua with the no-look pass, was it the A-chain? Just no look, the shuttle pass. It's like, wait, what just happened here? Who got the ball?
They got a smart quarterback, a smart coach, and a really complex scheme. 80% motion pre-snap, 40% play action passes.
Well, here's the thing. It's amazing what happens when you have a coach who really looks at his quarterback and tries to bring out the strengths of that quarterback instead of trying to put a square peg in a round hole.
Next on the list is a team that after yesterday's game, or Monday's game, I should say, they were saying they're not even playing their best football yet. And they are 3-0. Their next 3 games, Commanders, Rams, Jets. So they're probably going to be 6-0 heading into a game against the Miami Dolphins. That team is the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, that's a buy. I'm buying Philly. I mean, you're looking at what the defense is getting better. You got Jalen Hurts in the offense. I mean, you're doing this with a backup running back, who I think he is now the guy in DeAndre Swift. Yeah, that's a buy to me.
Somehow, some way, they've taken a defensive line that was aging and put Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter in the middle of it. And they're 2 of the top 5 interior linemen in all of football through 3 weeks.
I think that's why they let a lot of the older guys go.
Yeah, but
they pulled the Steelers.
The idea that you lose Javon Hargrave and you don't have any fall off, that's unbelievable.
Right, that was vintage Steelers back in the day, though. It's just like, how do you let this? Oh, that's why you let him go. Okay. All right.
And then final team on the list, this guy, I don't know how, their quarterback is not the greatest quarterback, but they keep winning. It's the San Francisco 49ers.
Sell. Brock Purdy will turn into a pumpkin in the playoffs. I just refuse to accept this is real.
You know what? He's now DJ Khaled. All he does is win. Okay?
Yeah.
That's it. Defense, they're bringing pressure with just 4 people. And, yeah, Purdy doesn't have to play above his head because he's missing a ton of throws. His arm is not quite right, but he's got enough offensive weapons around him with Christian McCaffrey. Yeah. Yes, that's a buy.
Trent Williams would punch someone and then get kicked out of the game.
Doesn't matter. You know what? No, you don't get kicked out the game when you wear that helmet, okay?
That is football today.
Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture, Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
Barnes
jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh,
I'm
tough, John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something. Because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing. But that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
And waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now?
And we're brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, open 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. Mel Tucker officially fired as head football coach for Michigan State for cause, citing ridicule to the program. Lions, Aiden Hutchinson named NFC Defensive Player of the Week. Lions favored by a point and a half at Green Bay. Lions have beaten the Pack in 3 straight. Today, Dan Campbell said Taylor Decker, David Montgomery, both a good chance of playing. Kirby Joseph, Emmanuel Mosley, he was less certain about. Packers receiver Christian Watson and running back Aaron Jones both plan on playing. 5 other starters also banged up, though, for Green Bay. ESPN ranking the Lions 8th in the NFL this week and says the team's biggest concern is rushing efficiency with a 3.6 yard per carry average, 25th in the league. Tigers-Royals tonight, 6:40 at Comerica Park here on the ticket. Limited tickets remain for Friday and Saturday, but tickets for Miguel Cabrera's final game on Sunday are sold out. He's expected to play in every game this week except the matinee tomorrow. ESPN reporting Damian Lillard has been traded to the Bucks as part of a 3-team deal with Portland and Phoenix. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Jeff Lesson for more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thanks, Stoney. So I want to turn our attention to the Lions a little bit. If you're looking for Michigan State, Mel Tucker fired, spent, several segments on it, Odyssey.com rewind.
Good 2 hours.
Yeah, we can get back into it. And again, it really is up to you guys. I haven't gotten and started stumping for a head coach. I haven't delivered my list.
But we stumbled upon a name at the bottom of the list.
It was in the DVD discount section.
But you know what? We're all happy and fortunate we have discovered. It feels like...
That's fine.
That was it, Family Feud. All of a sudden, that last thing just flipped over.
Toast!
Ding! Brian Hartline.
But we'll get back into it later. I want to bring you this audio from Dan Campbell. It was very interesting. the very thing that we saluted him for is his biggest criticism of himself. We saluted Dan Campbell for having a very professional Sunday, a very buttoned-up Sunday, took the points when necessary, punted, didn't go out like Maverick.
Seems smart.
Except he believes his biggest mistake was exactly that. Take a listen to this. Uh-oh. So immediately I go, we got to talk to the people about this. What is the perfect amount of aggressiveness from Dan Campbell for you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be in a very important game. Any divisional game important, any divisional game on the road, even more heightened importance. The ability to get to 3-1, heightened importance. Are we sure we want Dan Campbell dead cat bouncing off of a conservative game where he says his biggest regret is being conservative and we need to, quote, push it more? Are we sure we want that Thursday night? Yeah. Like, I happen to think 3 points is going to be very valuable Thursday night.
Extremely valuable.
And yet, the immediate bounce back would be Dan Campbell shirtless yelling, "Yee-haw, we're going for it." I'm kind of scared listening to that.
Know why I got that.
Turn up the Kenny Chesney. We're going for it.
Throw the headset. Don't care. Just go.
248-539-9797.
You hear, I am a real American in the background.
Right. He's on the sidelines carrying a 2x4. I don't know that I'm comfortable with that in Green Bay.
I kind of feel like it's like when you're in a job interview and they say, like, what is your biggest flaw? Like, maybe he just has to say that, say something. I don't know.
Okay, complete sentences. This is radio.
It's taken. It's gone. Bye-bye. Sit down now.
I like turtles. I mean, what was that?
Stuff. Because, and then we're going to take Texas. Yeah!
Where is the drop of Roberto where he literally just did this on the air?
He did.
David, hit it. The Roberto drop where he's like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
By the sports by Roberto.
Why did I grab the microphone?
And it's like jobs and it's confidence in things I don't know.
Wow.
Sports.
Kenny says he knew what he knows what Roberto was saying. Of
course he does.
That's because they both bought Rosetta Stone Moron Edition. They speak in similar tongues.
I mean, that was just a softball right down the middle of the plate.
Who needs the Spanish edition when you can buy Rosetta Stone Nimrod? I don't know. David, the ticket text briefly. Kenny is inundated with calls. The people are excited to be here.
Says, man, this is proof that Dan Campbell listens to your show. He's toying with you guys. He's not serious. No, he is very serious.
I mean, look.
They asked him about it. He's very serious.
I think Dan is pretty transparent. He's going to tell you how he feels. If he says my biggest regret in that Atlanta game was being conservative, it means he is going to come out like Stallone, Rambo, oiled up, bullet chain, headband. We're going. Mm-hmm. And I don't want that version of Dan. I like the version I had Sunday. Professional.
Smart. Took the points. Yeah, it seemed conservative, but yeah, in a game like this, especially against the Packers, 3 field goals could be the difference. Instead of you start chasing points and this was smart. And here's the other thing.
Tell me.
I kind of thought he turned the page. Now, it's not to say that you can't go for it, but at this point, and I got to give credit to TJ because he brought this up, but like the really good teams know we can make a stop and get the ball back. So we don't always have to go for it. Lean on your defense. And the way your defense has been playing, especially with Branch out there, you know what? Punt the ball, be safe, let the defense get the ball back. Because, yeah, when you look at the good teams, they don't go for it a lot because we know we're good teams. And I think for the Lions and Campbell, a few years ago, yeah, you were a bad team. You got to be that gambler. I get it. You know, no one thought you could win those games. What you did against the Rams with the onside kicks and all that was fantastic. Even earlier this year with the Chiefs. The Chiefs are one of the top teams. But right now, maybe it's time for him to realize we're a good team. We don't have to do this anymore. We can just play smart football instead.
You can just hit the bell. I mean, that's just about as good as it gets. That works for me. David, go ahead.
I'm 25 and healthy. Dan Campbell is going to make me have a heart attack if he doesn't go for points, Joe from Macomb.
No, and again, taking the points early is just a principle where if you take them early, it allows the game to come to you later. It's why I hate when coaches chase points all game long. How often do you see it where a team in the third quarter goes for 2, but yet had they just taken the extra point, it would turn out that later a field goal would have saved them, but now they need 4.
Yep.
So I just make the point, taking the points early, not going for it on that 4th and 4 from the 29 in the first quarter, take the points, put them in your pocket, and let the game come to you. There'll be another opportunity. See, I'm okay with measured aggression.
Yeah. Not saying that you have to you can never go for it again, but yeah, you don't have to do it as often because you have a better team than where you were 2 years ago.
And you know what? As you put it, TJ put it, the best teams aren't out here going willy-nilly going for it. They don't have to.
Yeah, okay, we have midfield. You going to go for it? Nah, we'll punt it. We'll get it right back.
Here's the other thing. Is Jordan Love going to play a game above 20? Play a game above 24? No. So manage
every point counts.
Manage the game appropriately. Now, if you were going into Arrowhead Thursday night, I could work my way towards, you know what, touchdowns, field goals going to get you beat against Chiefs.
Exactly. And that's why I didn't have, when you went for that fake punt early in the game, I'm standing up and bravo.
Slow clap.
That's what you have to do. If you were going to be playing the Eagles in Philly, if you're in the Niners in San Francisco, yes, you got to play a little bit more aggressive against those teams because you're right, field goals will get you beat. But in a game like this, a field goal is your friend. Get as many as possible if you have to. Do you want to score touchdowns? Absolutely.
I like
touchdowns. But on 4th and 3, man, take the 3 points because it'll save you from having to be desperate later in the game.
All right. We're set up. We're ready to roll. Minus that unfortunate Roberto moment. We will get to you, the people, next. 97.1.
Live on the air. All right. You know what? If you think you could do better than Roberto and you want a career in radio, TV, or graphics design artist, Specs at LTU could be the place for you. You've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. Why? Because if you're fortunate enough, I could actually be one of your instructors there, which means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn hitting the ground from day one. We're going to get their hands dirty because you're going to learn what it takes to make it in the TV, the graphics design, or the radio industry. It's very simple. Here's what you need to do. Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. And while you're there, you make magics by enrolling into Specs at LTU certificate program today, whether it's broadcast media arts, digital media arts, or graphics communications. Specs at LTU located right here in the heart of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Remember, be curious. Head to the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Sam Laporta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better?
Rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hockenson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hawkinson's rookie year, but TJ Hockenson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam Laporta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or TJ Hockenson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hockenson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, Laporta looks great.
Laporta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hockenson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better.
All right. A beautifully set up topic by R.L. Beard. And it's simple. Dan Campbell telling you his biggest regret about Sunday, he was too conservative. Well, I don't agree with that. I thought he was perfect. I thought he was businesslike. I thought he was adult, mature, polished, nuanced.
I thought we had turned a page.
What I don't want tomorrow in Green Bay is the Yeehaw John Rambo Theater. So I want to know what is the best version of Dan Campbell to you guys? The hyper-aggressive, going for it, win probability, F them kickers, or Big Boy Dan? Going to take those points. Going to let our defense play. We'll still go for it on an appropriate fourth down, but we're primarily going to stick to the blackjack card. Which is the best version of HCDC?
I like the Dan Campbell that I saw. And there's certain games, and especially the majority of the games that you're going to play for the rest of this season, you don't have to be as aggressive.
And Jordan Love is one of those games.
Yeah, where you need points. And a field goal can be your friend because that's the reason why you don't – at the end of a game, you only got to get to the 30-yard line rather than having to score a touchdown with, 58 seconds to go.
Let's go to Ken, 97.1. What's up, Kenny?
You guys couldn't hit it harder on the bell than you guys have. I understand we had a patchwork team when Campbell came in, but if Campbell really wants to make a statement as an up-and-coming coach and a team that's going to be a dominant team in the league with a structure and a system, then we have to play with it, and we have to have these teams come to us instead of us chasing them, which we're used to doing for the last 30 years. But we got a new team, we got a new attitude, and we got a system in place that I think is a winning system. And if Campbell does what he's doing in the last game, I think we'll take this team to great places. If not, Campbell's won't last 2 years.
Listen, I mean, I don't know about the 2 years part, but I mean, Kenny, I'm with you in that I think this is not a team that has a woeful talent differential. No. This is not a team that doesn't know how to win. I think this is a team you have to treat like in a very similar way to Philly, San Francisco. You're not there yet, but you can run you're going into this game. Every point matters. You don't have great margin. I will be heartbroken if it's 4th and 4 at the 39 and this guy's going for it instead of kicking the ball.
Yeah, unless you're playing maybe one of 4 teams, just be smart about it, especially early. If you get the points, I'm telling you, the field goals will stack up and it will help you in that final minute of the game. That if you are down, you're down 1 or 2, or maybe you need a field goal to tie and you're not at that where you're down 6 and you have to score.
Go to Todd 97.1. Hello, Todd.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Michael.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I think he's just talking smack. He's keeping Green Bay guessing. Unless he fumbles and does exactly what you just said, 4th and 3 on our own 30 or whatever, then I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. The guy's a loose cannon, and it seems like he just wants to keep his MO going. I don't know. What do you think, guys?
I don't think he's a loose cannon. No. I think Dan Campbell is way smarter than you give him credit for. I think the public persona's fun. I think he has fun with it. But I think he's a very thoughtful man. I think he's a very smart guy. But I think the problem is sometimes as a player you want to be aggressive, and you can't always carry that through when you're the head coach. You can't have that attitude all the time. And I think you've seen, look, it's going to work. You're never going to bat 1,000. I like win probability to a certain extent, but as Rico and I have tried to explain to you, what win probability doesn't factor in. Who's the quarterback? What are the injuries? Weather, matchup advantages, actual game flow in the game where player X is normally this, but today, I don't know, his wife divorced him and he's having a rough Sunday. I think when you blindly are a slave to the math, I think it hurts you. Yeah. I think there's an opportunity for coaches, Rico, to be aggressive tactically. Just be normal 90% of the time, and the situation's going to arise. It's a little 50. It's a player option.
Yeah, don't get caught up in the emotions. And you know what? Maybe he'll play smarter because he won't have the crowd behind him either. Because I know they like to say, I don't listen to the crowd. Yeah, you kind of do. That crowd can egg. You know what? Skip it. Go for it. No. Be smart. Live for another set of downs.
Let's go to Hank 97.1. Hi, Hank. What's going on, buddy?
What's going on, Mike, Rico?
Hey.
I can't believe y'all fell for all y'all movie references. Y'all just can't believe y'all fell for the banana in the tailpipe. He just was on the radio last week talking about, well, since everybody wants Jahmyr Gibbs to get the ball, I'm not going to do it. With a straight face. Dude, Jack Fox just showed this guy, I can flip the field with one kick. And he did it a couple times during the Atlanta game, dude. He just was I can't explain it, man.
What are you saying? He's really trolling?
He was trolling everybody.
So you think he actually has turned a corner and is going to be more conservative then?
Exactly. He gave us all the examples last Sunday.
Well, and again, now here's my question. Him saying they were conservative, look at it from an offensive standpoint. I wasn't mad at the offensive game plan. You were down 3 starting linemen. You have to tailor your game plan.
Yeah, but I think y'all thinking the conservative part was going forward on this and going forward on that. They were conservative on offense.
They had to be.
But I think y'all thinking about the gambling part.
They also weren't gambling a whole lot. Look, they go hand in hand a little bit, Hank. The aggression on offense isn't just what play you dial up. It's the decision to go for it instead of kick. And I thought they were conservative with kicking the ball and playing D and doing it right.
Yeah, but I think that might have came from Brad Holmes.
No.
That decision might have came from Brad Holmes.
That's
we
a
might have had
movie.
talk with him.
Nah, Hank, I got bad news for you. The GM ain't coming down there telling the coach how to do his job.
No.
This is not
right.
draft day. That's not how it works.
You should have stopped with the banana in the tailpipe. Because, yeah, he doesn't. You know what? Hey, unless you're the Cowboys and it's Jerry Jones in
That's
your ear.
a little different.
The GM, your job is Monday through Saturday. Sunday, you're in the press box.
Look, the other angle is, did anyone in this room have an issue with the conservative play calling offensively? Not me, because of the injuries.
Yeah, with injuries on the offensive line, no, I'm just fine.
You had to approach it that way. I mean, they took the deep shot to Laporta, schemed it up, got him open. Thought they had a couple of great calls and high leverage moments, including the RPO with Goff. I was fine.
Because I kept listening, because I was wondering, like, okay, is he joking right now or is he being serious? Talking about Dan Campbell.
No, I'm having fun with it.
And I was like, okay, is he just trying to be funny? Because I really hope that that's the case, but in case it's not, Dan, you don't have to do this. You don't have the same team you had 2 years ago. You got a better team. So let's act like.
Here's the other thing. We all like say things like we want them to be more aggressive on offense, but here's your problem. Then you're asking Jared Goff to be something he's not.
You know what, buddy? You earned that.
Okay, I'll take it.
You earned that one. Because he's not. He's not the gunslinger. He's not Patrick Mahomes. He's not what you're seeing out of Tua all of a sudden.
Right.
This is a guy who just goes out there, and I know it's a dirty word.
Right.
But he is a game manager, and he's really good at managing the game. It doesn't make you a bad quarterback. It actually makes you a smart quarterback because now you just find the open man, you matriculate the ball down the field, and you score a touchdown.
I don't think you have your I mean, look, if J-Mo's healthy and Gibbs is fully integrated, Laporta's a star, Amon-Ra's healthy, and your O-line is right, and then you want to make the case we're being a little conservative, I'll hear it. The problem is you don't have any of what I've just listed. I think it's okay to be a little conservative early. A little bit. Go to Antonio, 97.1. What's up, Antonio?
Yeah. I kind of intimate the echo and the sentiments of the last caller, except for the fact that, no, I don't think he was trolling. And if you guys know anything about Dan, he doesn't lie to us. He wears his feeling on his sleeve, and he tell it like it is. And I think it's not about going for it and putting the team in jeopardy that way. He hasn't opened it up. They went downfield 3 times in 3 games. He dropped it in the bucket to St. Brown against Seattle. He missed Khalif Raymond, who was open, and then he hit Laporta. So he hit 2 out of the 3. But if he wants the defenses to back up, whose main game plan against the Lions is to stop the run. That's what the game plan is, and that's why it's been so congested. It's been tight. It's been methodical. I think Dan thinks that they had a little meat on the bone if they just open it up, take some downfield shots, maybe even get Antoine Green in the game with a deep threat. But in some form, they haven't ran no screens to Jahmyr Gibbs or unleashed him in the passing game. None of these things they have done. They've just been very ho-hum about it. And I think it's time that they're about to open it up. That's what I think.
Well, I mean, look, Antonio, part of the problem is I agree with everything you're saying, but they don't have their deep threat. And we've all been unsatisfied with how Gibbs has been used. I think when you're missing 3 starting offensive linemen, that you have to scale back. Mm-hmm. So, hey, as they get healthier, yeah, I'm with you. I agree with you. But I just spelled out a case that even if it's not about going for it, if it's just from an offensive mindset, you have to alter what you do a little bit, or otherwise, hey, we got aggressive and quarterback, broken spine, fumble 6. You have to calibrate what we can handle. Yeah. Now, Gibbs, I would agree. I think Gibbs could be that type of weapon where, no, he's not J-Mo. He's not the same player, but you have to begin making defenses account for him, moving him all over the field. And when they don't, punish them. In the meantime, you can do that.
Yeah.
And I just haven't seen enough of that. But, I mean, as far as deep shots, I'll say it to you again. That's not how you built the roster.
Well, and I still don't think that Jared Goff is the deep shot quarterback. Yes, Laporta looks great when he's wide open. Okay? That ball looks so pretty, but because there was nobody around him.
248-539-9797. Let me tell you about Hungry Howie's. Now, this month is different than most months. It's not just, hey, we got a new menu item, or hey, this is the deal. October, Hungry Howie's month of giving. A portion of the proceeds goes towards the National Breast Cancer Foundation on their way to raising $5 million. So you're helping yourself with a little pizza for the Lions and Pack. And you're helping somebody else because they're raising $5 million for National Breast Cancer Foundation, and they do it right. And sure, the deals are the deals. You know what the deal is. The mix and match $6.99, the bee sting pizza, all the rest. But what's driving it in the month of October? Football, pizza, helping people. National Breast Cancer Foundation. Let's hit the goal of $5 million. Order some pizza. It's Hungry Howie's.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a.
Oh.
Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
But where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie, and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get, like, the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like, he's trying to, like, pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
professed
emotional.
His love for the state of Ohio
goodness,
and the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody.
I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like, you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right, but you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to, like, boast or kind of brag. Like, you won the game, right? But
yeah.
It's kind of like you didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. Guy's barely hanging on, man. Let him enjoy the rest of his life.
Right. However many days that may be. Yeah.
And we're brought to you by the good people at Cars for Kids. Michigan State has officially fired head coach Mel Tucker today, citing ridicule to the program on the heels of sexual misconduct allegations. On the heels of his defensive performance against the Falcons, the Lions' Aiden Hutchinson has been named NFC Defensive Player of the Week. His team are favored by 1.5 to make it 4 straight wins against the Packers tomorrow night when the Lions play in Green Bay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Morgan News for Lions fans, Taylor Decker and David Montgomery. Coach Campbell says both have a good chance of playing tomorrow night. He's not so sure, though, about Kirby Joseph or Emmanuel Mosley. Packers all getting well. Receiver Christian Watson expected to see his first action of the year, and running back Aaron Jones also expected back. Tigers tonight against the Royals, 6:40 to first pitch right here on The Ticket from Comerica Park. And tickets for Miguel Cabrera's final game on Sunday are sold out. Limited tickets remain for Friday and Saturday. And big trade in the NBA. Damian Lillard has been sent to the Milwaukee Bucks as part of a 3-team deal
it's true
with Portland
that,
and Phoenix.
Rico thinks
at
that
the
Michigan
Ticket
State would
Update
be willing
desk,
to
I'm
pay
Jeff
triple
Lesson for more
whatever it is that
97.1,
Marcus
The Ticket
Freeman
or
is making.
Odyssey.com.
That would be
David, what is the topic?
There is a mutiny about to happen in New York, meaning with the Jets. Rich Cimini for ESPN, who covers them, he went on his podcast and he discussed how the continued support, public support from Robert Saleh on Wilson is creating an issue with the defense. Quote, of course he has doubts about Wilson. He's watching what we're watching. He's watched it for 2.5 years. He definitely has doubts. He knows what Wilson is. But the thing is, he's coming off as a Zach apologist, and that doesn't play well in the locker room. This defense knows well that if any player was performing his job the way Wilson is performing his, that player would be benched. Trust me, there's tension in that locker room.
Okay.
What can Robert Saleh do to show that he's not a Wilson apologist? Does he just bench him? Or what can he actually do?
But again, all right, so this has reached a point where I almost feel bad for Zach Wilson. We know the guy's terrible. He doesn't wake up in the morning saying, God, how can I reach a new low today? So we understand it. And in the same sense, you know what? If you're a player, you should be smart enough to understand what your coach is doing. If Robert Saleh condemns Zach Wilson, he is saying that either Tim Boyle, former Lions backup who no one liked, or Trevor Siemian, who was unemployed 72 hours ago, is a better option. And that's not the case. Mm-hmm. This isn't on him. You know, if the players want to be upset, get an audience with Woody Johnson or get an audience with your GM and say, go get us Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, but the players, Mike, are just like the fans. They want an instant, quick fix to
Kirk
this
Cousins.
thing. And you got to bench him. Okay, well, who's my other options?
For what?
No, and that's just it. Most people don't look past that. Well, bench him and put somebody else in there.
Right, I'm
Well,
offering a solution.
Kirk Cousins, yeah.
That's the only thing they could do. Minnesota's 0-3. Their season's over. It's the final year of a deal. If you're the Jets, F them picks and bring in Kirk Cousins. They have a defense capable of getting them to a Super Bowl. They need a quarterback that can be above average. Yeah. So that's all I could offer you. But Robert Saleh, we all work for somebody. What's Saleh going to do? Body bag Zach Wilson? Mm-hmm. Why?
So, Mike, your Jags, I guess America's Jags, now London's Jags, should we be worried about them? Here's why I ask. They have lost 2 straight games. They lost to Kansas City. They also lost to Houston. Okay, wonderful. But what the problem is the Jags totaled 9 points in 11 drives against Kansas City and 17 points with 10 drives against the Texans, who had previously surrendered 25 and 31 points in their other games. Now, they have 2 straight games in London starting on Sunday. Should we be worried about the Jags?
Yes. I mean, it's no secret the offensive line is not good, and it limits them. The other problem is, because of that O-line, because of an inability to run the ball effectively, consistently, Trevor Lawrence is now taking a step backwards. Look, you should be also worried because a lot like the Lions, it's easy to be the hunter. It's hard to be the hunted. And the Jags now have a target on their back as being a bit of a darling. And I also don't love the fact that with your season on the line, now you're halfway across the world playing 2 games instead of being at home. It's a flaw in what the league is allowed with this franchise.
It's a flaw, but it may actually be a benefit, at least for them for the second game, because they would already have been there. I'm sure they're not coming back. So the other team, the jet lag, they can take advantage of that. But yeah, it is surprising because I did think that the Jags would take that next step, and it's we're not seeing that right now.
One more note from that game, and I'm going to try to mention this as much as I can. C.J. Stroud might be the best quarterback right now in the class. He has passing yards of 906 in 3 starts. He's thrown the most passes right now, and he's 66.7% of his passes what he completed on Sunday. So just people that aren't paying attention to Houston football, pay attention as C.J. Stroud, without 4 of his starting offensive linemen, may be the best starting quarterback in the draft class.
Yeah, and again, they get Tunsil back, and they're putting the pieces together. He's been the best rookie.
Mm-hmm.
They have some weapons. Nico Collins, Michigan fans, I sympathize. I never understood why you didn't use him either. But Collins is good. Tank Dell is good. Pierce is good. And Stroud looks okay. Very pleased if I were a Texans fan.
No Anthony Richardson, not playing. Bryce Young, but he's injured, and now he's out there. And David, you know what the funny thing is? Because I always love in the count. You know what nobody's talking about? The test scores that he had. Remember, he scored like an 18% on there. And he's a dummy. He's this. Yeah, no one cares. He's winning now. He went out there and he looks like an NFL quarterback. And maybe he's going to be the guy that finally breaks the Ohio State quarterback jinx, where they actually turn out well in the NFL.
So many serious football stories going on, but I want to give this kind of funny story here about Josh Dobbs. Josh Dobbs did go out with the Cardinals and beat the Cowboys on Sunday, but he couldn't even buy his own jersey in the team shop. He had his family showing up for the game that week, went to the team shop, went to the custom machine. His name or his jersey number wasn't an option as a roster option on the machine. It has since been fixed now. He can now buy his jersey. They gave him plenty to give to his family now. But I thought that was pretty funny. He was there 10 days before his first start. Couldn't even get his jersey made 3 weeks into the season.
I mean, at least they let him in the building.
At least they let him in the building.
What kicker was it that the security guard kept stopping him at the end of the first game? I forgot, but at least
Miami's kicker, I believe.
At least they know who he was.
All right, so let's get to this real quick as we close this football today out. Scale of 1 to 10, I'm going to give you some names. Scale of 1 to 10 on that they get traded this season. Start with Derrick Henry. 1 meaning they don't, 10 meaning yes, for sure.
Probably a 1. They tried to trade him in the offseason, had no takers.
Right there.
They're going to be fringy. I kind of like him this weekend, by the way. This is the ultimate Vrabel rat spot. Bengals -2.5 at Tennessee. That's got Titans written all over it, like 16-13. I'll say 0. Yeah. They probably ride into the sunset.
If they couldn't trade him last year, David, another year of miles on the tires, you're not going to get, unless you're willing to just let him go for little to nothing.
T. Higgins.
That's another one that I still believe is going to be a 0. I mean, David, A, he's not playing well. Let's start there. But B, if you trade T. Higgins, you're folding tent on the season. I mean, Tyler Boyd has fallen off a cliff. They can barely get Jamar Chase going. The time to do it was the offseason when the price was a first-round pick, and they didn't do it.
Yeah, you need him to have some big games and drive the value up. If that happens, then I would say maybe around a 4 or 5. But the way he's playing right now, no, there's going to be no takers because it's a position that's kind of a dime a dozen position.
Darnell Mooney, different kind of receiver. Chicago's out of it.
Go 5 out of 10. I mean, honestly.
Fire sale?
Yeah, has some upside, but a guy who clearly no one is prospering there. For me, here, look, I'll take it a step further. If I'm the Bears, I'm out of the Justin Fields business. Liquidate assets, tank to the bottom, new regime, get yourself Caleb or Drake May or something. Do you dare trade Fields and get whatever you can get?
Hold on. Let's
if Trey Lance gets a 4, Christ.
Hold on. Let's bring something that we did earlier. If you're the Jets, would you go after Fields?
Yes. As bad as he is, I can design an offense where I can just let him run around like crazy and make things happen. That's what he did last year. The problem for Fields is he might be a bleep hole. I root for him. I really wanted this to work. I didn't like him throwing the coaches under a bus and then basically saying, I need to play backyard ball. Buddy, you got the worst record of any quarterback in the history of the NFL through 27 career starts.
But you're right. Like, if you're the Bears, if you I guess get a 4th round pick for him.
5th?
4th
Seventh,
or 5th round pick.
4th,
you go ahead and you
gift
move
certificate. I don't know.
Because all right, at that point, the season's already bad, but at least you're telling the fans, hey, we're going to be in the running for one of these quarterbacks, so just sit back, endure this season, and next year things get better.
If I'm the Jets, I'm calling everyone. That's my answer to you. So there's nothing you could say where I'd be like, no, outside of like Russell Wilson or something.
So even Teddy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I mean,
Teddy
right
Two
now,
Gloves.
if you're the Jets, why wouldn't you call about Bridgewater? Why wouldn't you? And if I'm the Lions, I'm not doing them any favors. But if I'm the Lions, I'm saying, great, I'll take a 3rd round pick. But yes, I would call 100%.
Sorry, David, didn't mean to hijack.
Nope, that's a beautiful way to end it.
Make football today great again.
In football today.
David, what is the topic?
There is a mutiny about to happen in New York, meaning with the Jets. Rich Cimini for ESPN, who covers them, he went on his podcast and he discussed how the continued support, public support from Robert Saleh on Wilson is creating an issue with the defense. Quote, of course he has doubts about Wilson. He's watching what we're watching. He's watched it for 2.5 years. He definitely has doubts. He knows what Wilson is. But the thing is, he's coming off as a Zach apologist, and that doesn't play well in the locker room. This defense knows well that if any player was performing his job the way Wilson is performing his, that player would be benched.
All right,
Trust me,
NFL Thursday night Lions Packers. You don't
room.
need additional
What
vibes for
can
that.
Robert
But
Saleh do to show
FanDuel
that he's
could
not
provide
a
that,
Wilson
these same-game
apologist? Does he
parlays.
just bench him?
People are enjoying
or what
these more
can
than
he
ever.
actually do?
But again,
I understand.
Right,
so this has reached
I'm
a
old
point
man yelling
where
at clouds. I still like sides.
I
almost feel bad for Zach. But the same game parlays. We know the guy's terrible. Ones. He doesn't wake up in the morning saying, God, how can I reach a new low today? FanDuel.com. So we understand it. That's FanDuel. And in the same sense, you know what? If you're a player, you should be smart enough to understand what your coach is doing. If Robert Saleh condemns Zach Wilson, he is saying that either Tim Boyle, former Lions backup who no one liked, or Trevor Siemian, who was unemployed 72 hours ago, is a better option. And that's not the case. This isn't on him. You know, if the players want to be upset, get an audience with Woody Johnson or get an audience with your GM and say, go get us Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, but the players, Mike, are just like the fans. They want an instant, quick fix to
Kirk
this
Cousins.
thing. And you got to bench him. Okay, well, who's my other options?
For what?
No, and that's just it. Most people don't look past that. Well, bench him and put somebody else in there.
Right, I'm
Well,
offering a solution.
Kirk Cousins, yeah.
That's the only thing they could do. Minnesota's 0-3. Their season's over. It's the final year of a deal. If you're the Jets, F them picks and bring in Kirk Cousins. They have a defense capable of getting them to a Super Bowl. They need a quarterback that can be above average. Yeah. So that's all I could offer you. But Robert Saleh, we all work for somebody. What's Saleh going to do? Body bag Zach Wilson? Why?
So, Mike, your Jags, I guess America's Jags, now London's Jags, should we be worried about them? Here's why I ask. They have lost 2 straight games. They lost to Kansas City. They also lost to Houston. Okay, one.
In the ballpark of 9 to 15 million.
All right, so really kind of an interesting day. Obviously, Mel Tucker officially being canned by MSU. Odyssey.com rewind. We're going to go back into it because our reaction to it may not be what you expect. And if you think we're both abusing crack cocaine, you could tell us. But the other angle is, why are there certain rules for MSU? We'll explain. Okay. Back after this. So we also talk Lions, Dan Campbell. Well, now, David, remember, Thursday Night Football. It feels like the game ended 10 minutes ago. Congratulations. Here's your injury report.
I know, because he told I was like, oh, yeah.
That's right.
It would be today.
Aha. All right, so here's the injury list. Let's take a listen.
Lions out. Matt Nelson, we knew that. Vaitai, we knew that. Taylor Decker, questionable. Jonah Jackson, questionable. Kirby Joseph, questionable. Montgomery and Mosley, questionable.
You know what upsets me? The last 5 people you named. If this game is Sunday, I bet you they play.
At least 3 of them.
And now, because it's Thursday, and this is criminal towards players' health, you may not see any of those guys.
And it's the biggest gamble because you get the 10 days off. If you gamble and you win, then okay.
Yeah.
Hypothetically speaking, we didn't have to play Montgomery. Gibbs picked up the slack, and we got him 10 days rest.
If I rest them all, I hit the ground running against Carolina full tilt.
That's a W.
Okay. Green Bay injury report.
Jair Alexander, questionable.
Damn it.
Out. David Bakhtiari.
Excellent.
Devondre Campbell.
Excellent.
Elgton Jenkins. I never know how to pronounce this name.
Out as well?
Yes, he is
you
out.
Just hate to see it.
Rashawn Gary is not listed anymore, so he is playing.
Damn it.
Aaron Jones, questionable.
No.
And Christian Watson, questionable. And, of course, it's been reported that Watson and Jones will be playing.
Watson said that, I'm playing.
I don't like the last few sentences you said. But here's the key. Their offensive line really compromised. No Bakhtiari, no Elgton Jenkins. They're kind of in the same spot you are. But here's my point. Be aggressive. Listen, this is a game you have to play the way you played against Atlanta. And I understand Love is better than Ritter, but by how much? Yeah. And again, I know Romeo Dobbs going to make one circus catch. Christian Watson, they're going to go downfield on you. You can't let them have 28-yard gains in the name of preventing one 60-yarder. That's what you did against Seattle.
Yep.
Be aggressive.
And I'll say this, outside of the offensive line, because we know how important getting Decker back is.
See, I was going to say, Decker going back out, that's the one I'm like,
Yeah, and he wants to play. He's also been reported as saying he wants to play.
Can you play without him for one more game?
And I hear you. But outside of the offensive line and what you want, I think the most important player
shoot him up
is Mosley in my mind.
I can't
keep playing Jerry Jacobs.
I can't look at Jerry Jacobs anymore.
But he had a great game.
He's a lovely man. Can't look at him anymore. We need our starting corners out there. Can't do it.
Oh, yeah. Just move Branch to full-time corner.
No, we're going to leave Branch right where he's at.
Hey, Gibbs is playing a temporary running back spot. We can move temporarily Branch to a corner spot like that when he's not the nickel corner.
Are you at least encouraged at all by this, that we've got some questionable? See, I still have major doubts about Montgomery, major doubts about Decker.
See, I have major doubts about this because I told David this in our pre-show phone call. I don't know if this is posturing. We calls every morning, Mike.
I know, but you made it sound like it was something so official.
No.
Couldn't just be two guys talking sports. Oh, our pre-show phone call.
I just wonder how much of this is a chess match. Hey, this guy could be playing. Oh, well, this guy could be playing. Well, so could this one. And in the end, none of them play.
No Bakhtiari, no Jenkins.
Well, they're out.
You should win the game.
Yeah.
You should win the game. Because you have a major quarterback advantage.
I know.
And if the young quarterback is missing, I would say their 2 best linemen. Come on, man. I don't need you to pitch a shutout now.
No. But here it's the antithesis of what happened the last few weeks. What you don't want to do is let Love go out there and get the crowd involved.
When they get in a rhythm, they're dangerous. Because what they're doing, what LaFleur is doing, is dialing up shots.
Because what you did not let happen Atlanta never got into a rhythm.
Ritter's horrible. He's horrible.
But Ritter's only – you did the one thing. Contain him in the pocket and just say, I dare you to beat me, and they did. Because the only time he helps you lose to him is when he breaks containment on 3rd and 8 and picks up 10 yards.
What I like is it's becoming a thing. The Lions stop the run.
Yeah.
And it doesn't always make sense, but they stop the run.
I mean, even with Seattle, K9 didn't go off.
No, 17 carries, 43 yards. Yeah. And I think 13 of it was on one carry.
Yeah.
My point is, Green Bay did not have gaudy rushing totals here. They lit up the Bears. The Bears, a weasel, a wazzle. It's in the wind.
Yeah, the Bears may be auditioning for the Pac-12.
If you limit what they're doing on the ground and you make Jordan Love beat you, you're going to win this game. Mm-hmm. So they're without their 2 best linemen. It should make your job easier to stop the run, which means Love. If you force Love to throw 30 passes, I think you win the game.
And we can talk about this tomorrow. Do you think they go super aggressive? Because I think that
will this be in you and David's pre-show call?
Well, we can
pre-show
we'll dial
call.
you in if you want.
Did you guys have a green room before the broadcast?
No.
Now
we'll dial you in. I mean, you cashing that ticket, buddy.
That's got a double dose tomorrow. 248-539-9797.
Make sure you download that, by the way.
Value. All right, when your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. You need it now. It's Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, one-stop shop, heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, you name it. They got generators in stock, too. If Mastercraft can't get you the same-day service, they'll take $100 off your next-day service. It's mastercraftheating.com.
Heather has been combing the Lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture, Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
Uh-huh.
Jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh, I'm tough, John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls.
And we're brought to you by Mother Waddles. It's official. Michigan State has fired head football coach Mel Tucker for cause. They cited, among other things, ridicule to the program on the heels of sexual misconduct allegations. Lions, Packers, tomorrow night in Green Bay. Right here on the ticket. Lions have won their 3 in a row now against Green Bay. They're favored by a point and a half to make it 4 straight. Edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson named NFC Defensive Player of the Week for his work against the Falcons. More good news, Taylor Decker, David Montgomery, both a good chance of playing tomorrow, according to head coach Dan Campbell. Kirby Joseph, Emmanuel Mosley, he's less certain about. Packers also getting well. Receiver Christian Watson and running back Aaron Jones both plan on playing. 5 other starters, though, still banged up for the Pack. ESPN ranking the Lions 8th in the NFL overall, but say the team's biggest concern is rushing efficiency with a 3.6 average per carry, 25th in the league. Tigers-Royals tonight, 6:40 here on the ticket from Comerica Park. Tickets for Miguel Cabrera's final game on Sunday sold out. Limited tickets left for Friday and Saturday. Major trade in the National Basketball Association. Damian Lillard has been traded to Milwaukee as part of a 3-team deal with Portland and Phoenix. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Let's get to it. 5 o'clock. Great to have you on a Wednesday. Rest of the week is going to be primarily Lions. We will join you after Tiger baseball tomorrow. We will stay on with you as Jim Costa joins us at 5 o'clock. Take you to 7:15, right into network for Lions, Packers, and you know what Friday's going to be. It'll be an overreaction Friday one way or the other. We're either the best team in the world or we're garbage. Just the way we like it. But we wanted to bring up a question. You know, Mel Tucker officially let go by MSU. And if you want background on it, it's pretty clear MSU's lawyers feel they have got this guy dead to rights. Everything they've done is suggestive of that. Whether it is suspension without pay, whether it was notice of intent to terminate, to then a quick, and the way it was worded today by Alan Haller, they pummeled Mel Tucker. So combine that with Tom Mars, and I believe Tom Mars was the attorney for Shea Patterson, right, at U of M?
Yeah, he was
Arkansas-based lawyer, big hitter. Yeah. He even went in the paper today and was like, if he decides to do A, B, and C, that ain't going to hold up in court. So bottom line, MSU gets a bit of a reprieve. Now, let me just explain one thing. Rico and I are not on crack, but we both are relieved that this is done, and here's why. When you have a coach where it looks like it's going the wrong way, very rarely does it turn around. Mm-hmm. Tuck probably had a 25% chance of getting this thing back on the rails. And once we figured out what was going on behind the scenes, 25 became about 0.
Yeah, the only way it turns around, you got to do drastic things. And I looked to David, to your coach in Harbaugh. It looked like it was about to fail. He pretty much said, I'm getting rid of everybody, and I'm going to hire an entirely new staff. They started winning, and that saved him, and he went from the 25 to the other side of the fence of the 75.
That wasn't happening with Tuck. Not with what was hanging over his head.
He was keeping those guys.
So here's what we can do. Now it's done. There is no more rest of the year. There is no more next year. The contract isn't a talking point anymore.
Yeah.
And I'm relieved that, you know what? They might get it wrong. They may not get it right, but
you know what?
at
Sometimes
least they spin the wheel.
You get a fortunate mistake, and this happened where now you're out from underneath that $100 million contract, and you get to do something fresh. You start all over again. Now the next thing is you got to get it right, but you were given a mulligan. What are you going to do with it now, MSU?
Well, and that's my question. No pretense. If you don't believe MSU can make a hire to make them relevant again, say it. Say that D'Antonio was a unicorn and say that there is no hire they could make. Just go ahead and get it out of the way. But here's my question. Something funny is going on as it pertains to Michigan State. It's that Michigan State is being asked to play by rules nobody else plays by. Why is it Michigan State has to play by different rules as if we're in this integrity conference? Well, how could you hire Coach X when your last coach ... All right, well, hold on. In today's world, very rarely are coaches just fired for wins and losses. Okay, a lot of these guys have backstory. Sarkisian, backstory. Lane Kiffin, backstory. Brian Kelly, backstory. Hugh Freeze, backstory. Guys, I hate to break it to you. All of these guys, very few of them are good guys. But why is Michigan State somehow, when Auburn hires a scumbag, nobody says a thing? When USC hires a dirtbag, nobody says a thing. But all of a sudden, and I think it's only a Detroit media thing, MSU is supposed to abide by these weird religious, integrity rules like, well, they need a choir boy as their next head coach. Do we? Mm-hmm. See, my point is, Rico brought up a name weeks ago. You guys, I will tell you guys ticket text this name 100 times a day, no less. And the only reason I say no to it isn't because it makes sense. I say no to it because I know my school would cave to the pressure. But you guys keep bringing up Urban Meyer. The reality is, if there was a hire that could strike fear in the heart of Michigan fan, it's Urban Meyer. Mm-hmm. Now, is Urban a good guy? Nope. Does Urban have baggage? Indeed. Do I care? No, I do not.
But let me tell you, Mike, something else about Urban Meyer to show you how much that people don't care. Go with me on this. Let's say Michigan State actually hires him. Nobody screws it up. They bring it in there. They say, we'll wear the black hat. We know that everybody in Detroit's already got that article written. Well, I don't know about this. Okay, here's the thing. If he's so bad, I promise you, Michigan State would be next year's Colorado, where the first 3 or 4 games, Fox, ESPN, CBS, NBC will have fist fights to see who can get by the Sparty statue to broadcast the game to welcome Urban Meyer back to college football.
Now, again,
Gus and Joel will be up in the press box for the first 3 games.
I am not upset if you say I do not want to be affiliated with him. I get it. I have told you, I think it has a 0% chance of happening. The university does not have the intestinal fortitude to go double deuces to the sky and just go, we're here to win games. We're here to make money. We need to knock this out of the park. And the prerequisite to be the coach at Michigan State, you can't dislike the University of Michigan. You have to hate them. You have to be obsessed with hating them. Well, that's Urban. Again, I'm not hiring him to date my sister. I'm not hiring him and saying I'm proud of our head coach. I got news for you. A lot of these coaches are complete scumbags, okay?
Yeah, you don't really want to know.
So I don't care. If you guys want to keep texting Urban Meyer and Rico wants to keep bringing it up, God bless. You know why I don't laugh at it? Because it's rooted in one thing, a desire to win. Mm-hmm. Why does Michigan State have to play by your rules? Explain that to me. Why is MSU all of a sudden, Our Lady of Victory, pray for us? Like, are we somehow, do we purport to be better than? No. Why are we different than Auburn? Why are we different than A&M? Why are we different than USC? Why are we different than any of these schools? We're not. Because you're not different. Ohio State's not different. Michigan's not different. You want to act like you are, you're not. The whole point is it's about business. Well, if there's a guy you can make an approach on who's currently doing TV, who might be the only guy who hates Michigan more than I do, has proven to be a winner at every stop, why is it laughed at if Rico brings that up or if ticket texters bring that up? Why? Well, did you see what he did in Jackson? I don't care.
But you're Michigan State. You should just really settle for this guy because that's probably all you can
Then
get.
I want people to call up and say that. But my point to you is I think the reason people would poo-poo the Urban thing is they'd be afraid of him. Mm-hmm. And I have always said this. Michigan fans want a clown at Michigan State. They just want a man to be this submissive goofball at Michigan State.
They want John
That's
Smith.
what they want. Right. A clown. So my point is, don't do that. Don't play it safe. Don't just go for someone who's squeaky clean. Go with someone that you think could break through the ceiling. Look, there was a moment in time in October of 21 where we thought we had the guy that could break through the ceiling and get MSU to where they needed to be. We had a kid we thought was headed to New York for the Heisman. We had just beaten Michigan in a ridiculous game. And you go, wow, maybe they can do this. Yeah. It turned out to be a con, a mirage.
Right. You played in a New Year's Six bowl game and you thought you could add on to that.
But whatever hire Michigan State makes, I don't want to hear about 8 wins. I don't want to hear about a high floor. No. I don't care about character. I don't care about integrity. Obviously, you don't want somebody getting sued. You don't want somebody making the university look bad. But here's your thing. What am I more embarrassed about right now? Mel Tucker being a selfish, jackass, borderline deviant, or the fact that Maryland just came to town and spanked us? Yeah. I'm gonna tell you, I'm more embarrassed. My team is awful.
Yeah, because here's the thing about the integrity and what will people think. David, swing that microphone over. Kenny, your program's had a whole lot of bad things happen to them.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody cares.
Nope.
How much do you care about that?
Not even a little bit.
Does it keep you up at night saying, the Georgia name is better than this?
Nope.
So that's the point.
Don't pretend to be.
If college football wants to go NFL light, go all in. Rico rooted for a team that when Harbaugh coached it was filled with scumbags. Yeah. Who cares? They were making the NFC title game. My Giants, scumbags galore for the 87 Super Bowl team. Hey, how about the Dallas Cowboys with their Coke house across the practice field?
The White House.
The White House.
Yes.
So my point is, why does MSU have to follow rules? Whose rules are they? The Detroit media will never be your friend.
Never.
No one's ever going to give you the cushy landing spot like Michigan. So, as Reek, would you say put on the black hat?
Yeah. Be the villain.
So my point is, why not make a hire that strikes fear in the heart of your rivals? When Rico brings up Urban, I don't laugh at him. I laugh at the idea of it because I have no faith in my school. I don't laugh at Rico.
The reason being is I think Michigan State can be a top 15 program. Urban puts you in that category. Urban gets you players to come there. Urban will hit the portal. Urban will get you a quarterback, Mike, that probably will end up in New York. That's what Urban brings. Instant credibility. Now, is he a great person? Don't know. Don't care.
No, let me answer the question for you. No, he is not.
But he'll win?
Let me answer it. Right. My point is we don't need pretense.
Right.
You don't even need to say, well, he might not be. No. Scumbag. Winner.
Yeah.
Decide what you want.
Scumbag with championship rings. Championship college pedigree. Don't tell me, well, he failed as the Jaguars coach. So does every college coach outside of Pete Carroll and Jimmy Johnson.
I'm there with you.
Every college coach that goes to the pros fail. Go ask Nick Saban.
There's enough baggage in the college years where you could make the case without the Jacksonville thing. That doesn't matter to me.
No,
the college, hey, if you don't want to be associated with it, I'm not mad at you. I'm not. But I'm making a point.
And here's the other thing, Mike, before you make your point.
No, I'm done.
Urban Meyer brings NIL dollars. Right. Now you're competing.
Make a decision whether you want to be a have or a have not. And if Rico's going to bring up somebody that could make you a have, I'm not going to laugh at it. And if you think I'm a bad guy for not laughing at it, feel free. 248-539-9797. We'll get your calls next. When you've been injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, motorcycle, or slip and fall, David Femininio is the guy you need to call. We've told you, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. And he will make sure that you get every dime you deserve. And again, David does not take a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured or know someone who is, tell him to call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Or just go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Sam Laporta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better than
rookie tight end?
Is he already better than TJ Hawkinson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hawkinson's rookie year, but TJ Hawkinson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam Laporta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or TJ Hawkinson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hawkinson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, Laporta looks great.
Laporta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hawkinson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better.
All right, David, ticket text, and we get to the callers. And all I'm doing is defending Rico brings up Urban. The ticket texters bring him up. There's a reason. You are in a division with James Franklin, Jim Harbaugh, and Ryan Day. Man, don't be bringing some lightweight into this division. If you don't stand up, you're going to get stacked up. So, who hates U of M more than I do? Who keenly understands that rivalry? Who's currently available and who's a proven winner everywhere they go, albeit there will be baggage? Yeah, it's the guy Rico's brought up for 2 weeks, and it's the one the ticket texters just pound David into submission with. And I'm not going to laugh at it because guess what? If you're bringing up Urban, it means you want to win the ultimate prize. I can't laugh at that. I don't think it's realistic because the school cares too much what people think about them.
And here's the thing. Let's just, once again, hypothetically speaking, they bring in Urban. He's not coaching anywhere. He can get on campus immediately and just start saying, you can go, and you can go. I'll figure the rest out by the time we get to, spring football.
Right. And again, if you want precedent for bad guys getting hired, look at anyone who's coached with Nick Saban in his rehab program.
Heck, Mel may be there next year.
If he doesn't sue and he goes quietly into the night, yes. If Tucker sues, I'm telling you, he's going to be radioactive. He won't coach again.
But, yeah, you look at Texas. Texas doesn't care what Steve Sarkisian did. Ole Miss can care less. Lane, you did what?
Joey Freshwater. All right, so look.
You freeze? Who was in your phone? Don't worry about
it. Rick Pitino.
Boy, Rick's been in the bathroom for a while.
All right,
somebody go check on him.
248-539-9797. We go to the people. We go to Andy, 97.1. What's up, Andy?
Yeah, hey, Mike, if you remember, I'm the guy that told you about the guy shooting himself in the knee with the nail gun and then falling
Oh,
on the
my
fence,
God.
so.
Yes, during the Jameson Williams show or whatever it was. Oh, Andy. And then he fell off the roof, right?
Yes.
Yes, I
Anyway,
remember you. Go ahead.
As a Michigan fan, I would be scared poopless if they hired what you guys just said his name. I forgot.
Urban Meyer.
I would be Urban Meyer, yeah, because he would get recruits because they know his pedigree. He would be just ruthless against Michigan, and I think he might just say, "Screw it! I could show Ohio State. I could do them too." He would take over the big 18 or whatever we are.
I don't think anyone's going to walk in and take over anything. But, Andy, the point is MSU has to give itself a fighting chance. You need somebody that can stand up to the pressure of Harbaugh, Franklin, and Day. And look, while I don't think it's likely, I don't think it's unlikely because you couldn't get him. I think it's unlikely because the school doesn't have the guts. They still care what some loser writer has to say. Or somehow ESPN is ever going to send them an edible arrangement. And then there's a part of the MSU base, hate to say it, every school's got them, but they want to be virtuous.
Hashtag win the right way.
Yeah, which is a nothing burger. There's not a right way playoff. Sorry, there's not a nice guy Dr. Pepper Invitational in Fansville.
No.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Noah Kim won't be in that next commercial.
Hope he's not in our next game. Let's go to Dave, 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you doing, Mike? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
The thing about it, before I get to my pick, I think that Urban Meyer, the problem with that pick would be he would have to really get rid of his allegiance to Ohio State. I don't know if he's ready to do that. But the guy who I think, I hate Michigan State, but I think that the guy who scares me the most would be Mark Stoops from Kentucky, because he's come into Michigan and recruited well in the Midwest, and I know he's a defensive-minded coach, somebody that you might not agree with.
No. Here's the deal. I'm not mad at what you're saying, all right? I think Mark Stoops has done a very nice job at Kentucky, but he's been there a while. He's compensated north of $8 million. He's in the SEC, and I got to be honest with you. I'm not in the business of offering that man 9 or 10 to get him from Kentucky. He ain't that special. No. He's also closer to 60 than not. If I'm going to hire a coach who's near or at 60 years old, I've given you the one name I would accept. Okay? And I know it's not happening. but I'm not going to allow Rico to get made fun of for it. Because what Rico wants is to win it all.
Yeah.
Well, there's one guy so far I've heard the name of that I could say, you know what? Knows how to build it, knows how to run it. I'm going to have to accept certain things, but the last I checked, I don't get good people points. I don't know where to redeem those for wins.
It's okay to say, we just want to win. We want to be the best in the Big Ten. This guy could get us
right.
there.
We just want to put a kid with a gun charge on an airplane.
That's
I'm just as an example.
right. Yeah, exactly.
And things.
But you win. And
That's
you know what? Nothing was written about it. Just kind of faded
No,
away.
I mean, let's let it all play out. Let's go to aptly named. Let's go to John, 97.1. Hi, John.
Good afternoon.
Hold on. Let me give you one. Welcome.
Hey, you guys are the best show around. I really appreciate what you guys do. You make my workday go by awesome. So,
Thank you, Johnny.
man.
Try
Appreciate
to.
that.
Rico, I'm the one that tagged you in that picture of Costa too, man. I thought you did him dirty. You gave that picture to the Freep, didn't you?
No, I did not. No, I was the one who said you could do better, Freep. I would have accepted Costa in the banana suit from Hawaii over that one.
That was bad.
I know. I was dying.
I took a double take. I went, what's TJ doing in the paper?
But I called the morning show because they were asking about it last week, and I told them as a Michigan State fan, I said I would absolutely take Urban Meyer. It doesn't take away from the memories because they're like, well, what if it ends in scandal? Jansen was going, what if it ends in scandal? And I'm like,
Right.
that doesn't matter to me.
Who cares?
If I'm watching the national championship game with my kids, it's not going to take those memories away, you know? And is that championship trophy going to be taken out of the East Lansing?
No, ask Auburn fans if it was worth it with Gene Chizik. Yeah,
Exactly.
they won a natty. The memories are real.
That was the point I proved to them. And then, Stoney and the Gov had a couple side comments, but you know how they are.
No, but my
my
point is, you know what, John, my issue with all of it, and I think it's just inherent bias from U of M people. Well, what if this happened? Well, what if it doesn't? Oh, well, what if it ends in scandal? And I don't know.
Okay, so it's the third scandal in 5 years.
Well, I felt it was funny when Jansen asked me that because I was going to say, well, what about gun charges? And so
look,
it is what it is. It's two-faced.
No, and that's my point. We don't need to. I just want honesty. Just say you don't like us. Say Urban's a scumbag. Say your school's bad. Do whatever you want to do.
Because you're right. What about gun charges? What about your OC's house getting raided? Okay. Stuff like that happens.
Up next, we're hiring a racist with no background check. That's not the Shemmy I know. What about his biological son? Oh, wait. So my point is, we don't have to play by different rules.
The old NBA jams. He's on fire.
It's one of the single greatest video games ever made.
He's heating up.
Scott Skiles, Shaq. What a duo. Wow, embarrassing. Muggsy Bogues with Larry Johnson. Boom shakalaka. I mean, it was so good. So good. Such a good game. 248-539-9797. More of your calls. Next, 97.1. All right, it's October. Tomorrow night, Lions, Packers, pizza. Yeah, Hungry Howie's can provide that to you. But see, it's not just a regular, this isn't just transactional. This relationship has benefits, people. You're going to order some pizza for the Lions game, and you're going to help somebody while you're doing it. October, their month of giving. Hungry Howie's. They got a goal to raise $5 million for National Breast Cancer Foundation and research, and every pizza you buy, a portion of the proceeds goes towards that. So eat your feelings tomorrow night, help somebody out while you're doing it for a great cause. National Breast Cancer Foundation, and the goal of raising $5 million. It's Hungry Howie's Pizza.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a.
Oh.
Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
But where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie, and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get, like, the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like, he's trying to, like, pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
Professed his love for the state of Ohio
goodness,
and the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody.
I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like, you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right, but you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to, like, boast or kind of brag. Like, you won the game, right? But
yeah.
It's kind of like he didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. Guy's barely hanging on, man. Let him enjoy the rest of his life.
Right. However many days that may be. Yeah.
And we're brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, open 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. It's official. Michigan State fires head coach Mel Tucker today, citing cause on the heels of sexual misconduct allegations. Lions looking to make it 4 straight wins over the Green Bay Packers. They'll try it in Green Bay tomorrow night, right here on 97 when the ticket. Lions favored by a point and a half, and they're getting healthier. Dan Campbell said this morning here on the morning show that Taylor Decker and David Montgomery both have a good chance of playing tomorrow. Kirby Joseph, Manuel Mosley.
They can. That's not the question.
Aiden Hutchinson named NFC Defensive Player of the Week. Packers also getting well. Receiver Christian Watson expected to see his first action of the season. And running back Aaron Jones also expected back.
I don't.
Tigers Royals tonight, Comerica Park, 6:40 the first pitch right here on the ticket. Tickets for Miguel's Swan Song game. That's Cabrera's final game on Sunday. They are sold out. Limited ticket fee remains for Friday and Saturday. And the ESPN reporting and confirmed elsewhere, Damian Lillard has been traded to the Milwaukee Bucks as part of a 3-team deal with Portland and Phoenix.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson from R97, When the Ticket, or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get to it. David, I'm interested ticket text-wise. What is the general feedback? Should I be angry at Rico for bringing that name up? Should I want to play by different rules? Tell me.
No, a lot of people are texting similar things like this. Yes, you should go get Urban Meyer. He scares me to death, but you should go get Urban Meyer. Someone else is saying here, we hate your program and you're trash. I don't think you should get anyone because it's not going to matter. They're honest.
But respect. Yeah. What I don't like is the lying and the nonsense. Don't patronize me. You don't like us, and that's just fine. It's the USA and the USSR circa 1985, okay? It's just fine.
I think it's Urban Meyer or bust. I think the job will be attractive to him because he gets to beat up on Michigan again.
The job is attractive to a lot of people. You can laugh, but you don't know anything about the game. Tons of money, great facilities, Big Ten, 2 super conferences, and you're not Indiana, Northwestern, etc. It's a good job. This just comes down to it, Spartan fans. What do you want out of this? Do you want to make a good faith effort to be a have and be one of the teams that's in this 12-team playoff mix on a year in, year out basis? Or do you want to just continue that conveyor belt to irrelevance? You have to hire based on the competition, okay? Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State, 3 great programs. Let me say it again for the people in the back. 3 great programs. One more time for the real stupid. Great programs. I don't think it's acceptable to use whatever bum-ass search committee that MSU is going to use again because there's a Spartan donor with a tie-in. I don't care. They're the same people who brought you what? Mel Tucker. Search committee, here, write me a check. I'll go through and do it. So the point is, it's not good enough to play it like you're in the, I don't know, like you're in the Mountain West or you're in the Big 12. Like, this is a blood sport. What's the movie where Ice-T hunted people in the woods? That's the Big Ten East.
Oh, I know what you're
Deadliest Game?
Yeah, something like that.
They hunted real people. That's the Big Ten East. You got to hire like that because it's kill or be killed. So when people bring up all these folksy, whimsical, you know what I hear? Muddy waters.
I hear 7-5.
I'm not interested.
Maybe if you get a good quarterback, 9-3, and you play in, the Outback.
I'd rather fail in spectacular fashion, shooting for the stars, than to sit there.
But what if you waste all this money on another coach?
That's not my money.
Don't care.
Hey, guys, question. Who benefits from all that sweet, sweet Big Ten TV money that Rico lays around in his bed in? The school.
Mm-hmm.
Not
and
fans.
How about this? The whole Mel Tucker contract, yeah, most of that's going back to the school, which means you got money. You can go out there and say, hey, here's a 5-year, $50 million deal. There you go. Let's run.
And again, if you don't want anything to do with the guy, I ain't mad at you. But you're telling me you don't want to win. Because realistically, who else is on the open market right now that you can say has that level of resume and hatred and experience of dealing with Michigan? Rico has a right to bring this name up. I don't for a second think it's happening, but I'm loving living in this world right now. Got a great cup of coffee, and we're talking Urban Meyer. To hell with it. Love it. Let's go to George, 97.1. George, what's going on, buddy?
Guys, I am all in for SFU Spartans for Urban. I am there. I don't care. We need to win. We need to win now. And when Jansen says, what if it ends in scandal? I believe we're there right now, and I believe we've been there for the last 6 years. I'm pretty much immune to it now. Might as well just move on and let's get a win. If he's here for 5 years and he brings us to the playoffs 3 and we get a trophy out of the deal,
that's it.
And he blows up the program, it will be the best 5 years we've had at MSU, bar none.
No, listen, the other thing is it's not lost on people like me or you, George, or Rico. I mean, the Big Ten expanding, the water getting deeper. Your window to actually ever getting back to where you were is closing. So
absolutely,
you got to get it right.
There's no one else out there. This guy,
well, I disagree.
And if he comes aboard Harbaugh's going to resign. He's going to be a quarterback coach for, I don't know, Miami. He will leave.
Listen,
we know it.
I still have to be convinced that Harbaugh will be here past this year. That's another deal
Well,
for
I
another
agree.
day. But my point is Ryan Day will be there, and Michigan's program will be there, and Penn State will be there. And it's you have to make a hire. Look, there are a lot of great names, but you know why I'm not doing my list? Do you know why I'm not doing what everyone else is doing? Because 2 weeks from now, Mike Elko might be an afterthought. If all of a sudden Notre Dame goes down there and beats the brakes off them, is Mike Elko as hot of a name to you?
No.
Notre Dame, let's say Duke loses 4 more games this year, and you go, wait, Clemson blows and Duke lost 4
He's now in the DVD bin.
Okay, so all these people, oh, this is my candidate. And you're like, okay, how comfortable are you with a gun to the side of your head? Your candidate X can stand up to Harbaugh, Franklin, Day. Anything you do has to be measured against that.
Well, let's not forget, now we're throwing in Chip Kelly and Lincoln Riley, because they're going to be here next year. And you know why you're not giving us our list? Because you are super Michael Valente.
Racide.
You are super Michael Valente.
Yes. Yes. That's what I'm going to go by now. 248-539-9797. David, can I take one more call? David is totally lost cabin. He doesn't even care. He's like, I hate everything. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Good, buddy. How are you? What's
Excellent.
up, Mikey?
What's up?
So listen, I've been a fan of yours for many, many, many years, and I still am, and I honestly adore you, man. As one of your listeners, obviously. But because here's one thing about you. You might hate Michigan. I'm an avid Michigan fan, right?
Sure.
You might hate Michigan. You can't stand us. I can't say the same thing about me. I don't hate Michigan State. But you've always been truthful. You've been honest. Your assessments when it comes to actual football is different than the level of hate you had. Rico, on the other hand, unfortunately, I cannot say the same. Here's my deal. And if you allow me to say it, I'm going to let it say it. The question is, can you bring up Urban Meyer? You should be asking for Urban Meyer. You have every right to be asking for Urban Meyer. But I'm going to ask you something. You guys, Rico sits with the trustees and everybody else at Michigan State more than any of us here. So he knows how much they're not going to deliver any of the stuff. So then he's mocking Michigan fans because we're saying, well, you guys had Nick Saban and you drove him away. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like Michigan is any better. Like, trust me, we have issues. We can't pay players to come here while everybody else does. We got to play it tighty and nighty. And again, leave Michigan on the side. This has nothing to do with Michigan State.
Okay.
Should you be asking for Urban Meyer? I totally agree with you. You should be asking.
Hey, Mike, let me ask you a question.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead, Rico.
How do you know that it ain't people at Michigan State who's on board with me?
Oh, well, you know what? That would be great. Then it's hold on. Okay. Amazing.
No, I'm just saying,
I'm
right here. You can just ask me.
And all of a sudden, you're not friends with Mel Tucker all of a sudden, and he's the dumbest idiot there is in college football, right?
I didn't.
Come on.
No, Mike. Why are you yelling at me?
Mike, hang on a second.
Why are
Hold
you
on.
yelling at me?
Let Rico talk, and you're going to stick around. Everyone calm down. Go ahead, Rico.
And by the way, Rico, I respect you. I like you, Rico. You're a good man.
I simply no. If Mel called me right now, I would say, you know what? That was a dumb, poor mistake that you made. That was an $80 million mistake, Mel. You could have done better. I'm not saying I hate the man, but my goodness, I'm disappointed in you.
I hate him.
I can easily say that.
All the hatred right here.
I'm just like, wow, that just
fire him into the sun.
That phone call just got
You're
dark.
fine. You're fine. So you're reporting MSU is after Meyer. You're
No,
reporting that.
I just simply said
Today would be a lot more fun, Kenny, if he'd report that. Rico not reporting it, but reporting it wasn't laughed at.
Tell him something, Mike.
I'll tell you about Moran Buick GMC. If your schedule is packed, you are one of the people being victimized by Ute Sports, a.k.a. any parent. How about the Buick Enclave seating up to 7? You got projects around the house or hunting trips up north. 23 GMC Sierra 1500 elevation. Whatever it is, they got stock arriving daily. You need something with your current vehicle? MoranExpress.com. Bottom line, Moran always delivering you the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. Or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC, We are professional grade.
If it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple, whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
They possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah,
because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah. Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so.
All right, David, let's get to a little NFL action, if you would, please.
So I understand, yes, it is still early in the NFL season, but what I want to do here is I want you to buy or sell if these are contenders or not. Remember, there's only one game left in this month, and that will be Thursday Night Football tomorrow. Let's start with the Baltimore Ravens. They are 2-1. Are you buying or selling that they are contenders right now?
Contenders for what before I answer?
Super Bowl.
Sell. It's a sell. They're incredibly beat up. They've lost one of their three best playmakers on offense in J.K. Dobbins. And in a big spot when Lamar had to make big throws, let's check in on that hotline. Sell.
Yeah, I think they're a contender to win their division, but not to win the Super Bowl because I still don't know what happened with Indianapolis last weekend. That was just a strange game, but I think overall they're still one of the best teams. Or now that, Cincinnati's not looking like Cincinnati with Burrow, they could just end up winning that division.
The Buffalo Bills, they are 2-1 after the week 1 debacle. Sure. But 2-1 now.
They're a buy. You have to buy them because they're still, quarterback's in his prime. I don't think they can win a Super Bowl, but if you're asking, are they a threat to get there? Are they in that game potentially? Yes. I still worry about Josh Allen with the turnovers. He still refuses to not have one or two of those moments a game, but it's still a buy.
Now, it's a sell for me. I just don't think that they're going to ever be able to put it together to win a Super Bowl. So if that's what we're talking about, no, not going to happen.
This one might be a little tricky because they have probably the best defense in the NFL, but offensively, they look porous, and that is the Cleveland Browns at 2-1. Rico, you already talked about the division. Cincinnati's down at the bottom right now. Somebody has to rise.
It is Cleveland. David,
weird.
I didn't think that Cleveland was that team. I thought it was a fluke, but you watch the defense and what Schwartz is doing. Yeah, I didn't know what Deshaun Watson was going to be this year.
Big-time O-line, maybe the best defense in football. Can Deshaun Watson be good enough to guide them? I mean, it's a tepid buy because without Nick Chubb, it just changes so much. But that defense is as real as it gets.
Now, next on the list, the Dallas Cowboys at 2-1. Dominated New York teams.
Sell.
Lost to the Cardinals.
I'm going to sell. I don't believe in the Dallas Cowboys on surface.
I'm going to sell because I don't think they'll get past the first round of the playoffs again. When your final play, once again, is Zeke Elliott snapping the ball back with no help, we have hit the bottom of the chili pie.
I'm going to put the next two teams together because they both play tomorrow. They play each other tomorrow. So depending on what happens tomorrow, one could be the buyer, one could be the seller. Detroit Lions and the Green Bay Packers.
I'm buying both. I think they're both playoff teams. I mean, it's clear Minnesota, Chicago are out. If I put Green Bay against some like teams in the NFC, I think they're a wild card. I think the Lions have a chance to win this division. I've believed that all along. I'll buy both.
To win a division, buy. But to win a Super Bowl, I'm going to sell. I'm going to sell both unless one of the two teams makes some type of a trade and brings in a key piece.
When do we start calling Minnesota about Danielle Hunter? Their season's over. They've already been willing to do business with us on draft night. Any interest in Danielle Hunter as a pass rusher opposite Aiden?
I don't think that they believe their season is over.
Well, they'll find out when Carolina beats them.
No. I don't think that's going to happen. But
the Red Rifle returns.
No.
Just let me dream.
I'm just going to put this next team in the category as you're definitely buying. I mean, come on now. It's the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah. They're not the same. They're not the same Chiefs, and they're not as unbeatable as they have been in previous years. They've shown after the first week with the Lions that minus key players, they can be had. But yes, they are still one of the better teams. I don't know if they are just like one and everybody else is in that second tier. So they're sharing that first tier now.
So those were all the 2-1 teams. We have 3 3-0 teams. The first one on the list, I guess, is dependent on if he can stay healthy. It's the Miami Dolphins.
It's a buy. It's a total buy because the coaching advantage they have with McDaniels, I mean,
the motion offense.
He's just so far ahead of what defenses are trying to do to him, and he has the weapons to fully counter it. And you can laugh, and I know, Tua's a hit away from maybe his career being over, but the way he's playing right now, he's making the game look so easy. They're a buy to me.
I mean, Tua with the no-look pass, what was it, the A-chain? Just no look, the shuttle pass. It's like, wait, what just happened here? Who got the ball?
They got a smart quarterback, a smart coach, and a really complex scheme. 80% motion pre-snap, 40% play-action passes.
Well, here's the thing. It's amazing what happens when you have a coach who really looks at his quarterback and tries to bring out the strengths of that quarterback instead of trying to put a square peg in a round hole.
Next on the list is a team that after yesterday's game, or Monday's game, I should say, they were saying they're not even playing their best football yet. And they are 3-0. Their next 3 games, Commanders, Rams, Jets. So they're probably going to be 6-0 heading into a game against the Miami Dolphins. That team is the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, that's a buy. I'm buying Philly. I mean, you're looking at what the defense is getting better. You got Jalen Hurts in the offense. I mean, you're doing this with a backup running back, who I think he is now the guy in DeAndre Swift. Yeah, that's a buy to me.
Somehow, some way, they've taken a defensive line that was aging and put Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter in the middle of it. And they're 2 of the top 5 interior linemen in all of football through 3 weeks.
I think that's why they let a lot of the older guys go.
Yeah, but
they pulled the Steelers.
The idea that you lose Javon Hargrave and you don't have any fall off, that's unbelievable.
Right, that was vintage Steelers back in the day, though. It's just like, how do you let this? Oh, that's why you let him go. Okay. All right.
And then final team on the list, this guy, I don't know how, their quarterback is not the greatest quarterback, but they keep winning. It's the San Francisco 49ers.
Sell. Brock Purdy will turn into a pumpkin in the playoffs. I just refuse to accept this is real.
You know what? He's now DJ Khaled. All he does is win. Okay?
Yeah.
That's it. Defense, they're bringing pressure with just 4 people. And, yeah, Purdy doesn't have to play above his head because he's missing a ton of throws. His arm is not quite right, but he's got enough offensive weapons around him with Christian McCaffrey. Yeah. Yes, that's a buy.
Trent Williams will punch someone and then get kicked out of the game.
Doesn't matter.
Lose.
You know what? No, you don't get kicked out the game when you wear that helmet, okay?
That is football today.
All right, David, let's get to a little NFL action, if you would, please.
So I understand, yes, it is still early in the NFL season, but what I want to do here is I want you to buy or sell if these are contenders or not. Remember, there's only one game left in this month, and that will be Thursday Night Football tomorrow. Let's start with the Baltimore Ravens. They are 2-1. Are you buying or selling that they are contenders right now?
Contenders for what before I answer?
Super Bowl.
Sell. It's a sell. They're incredibly beat up. They've lost one of their 3 best playmakers on offense in J.K. Dobbins. And in a big spot when Lamar had to make big throws, let's check in on that hotline. Sell.
Yeah, I think they're a contender to win their division, but not to win the Super Bowl because I still don't know what happened with Indianapolis last weekend. That was just a strange game, but I think overall they're still one of the best teams. Or now that, Cincinnati's not looking like Cincinnati with Burrow, they could just end up winning that division.
The Buffalo Bills, they are 2-1 after the week 1 debacle, but 2-1 now.
They're a buy. You have to buy them because they're still, quarterback's in his prime. I don't think they can win a Super Bowl, but if you're asking, are they a threat to get there? Are they in that game potentially? Yes. I still worry about Josh Allen with the turnovers. He still refuses to not have 1 or 2 of those moments a game, but it's still a buy.
Now it's a sell for me. I
We're brought to you by Mother Waddles. Michigan State today, as expected, officially firing head football coach Mel Tucker. They cited cause, citing ridicule to the program on the heels of sexual misconduct allegations. Lions, Packers tomorrow night in Green Bay. Lions have beaten the Pack 3 straight. Vegas says they're a 1.5 favorite to make it 4 in a row tomorrow. Lions edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson, based on his performance against Atlanta, named NFC Defensive Player of the Week. Lions also getting healthier, Dan Campbell saying this morning. Taylor Decker, David Montgomery, both on the road to play tomorrow. Kirby Joseph, Emmanuel Mosley, he's less certain about. Packers also getting healthy. Receiver Christian Watson, he's yet to play it down this year, and running back Aaron Jones both plan on playing in the game. Tigers and Royals tonight at Comerica Park, 6:40 here on the ticket. Tickets for Sunday's game, Miguel Cabrera's final. They are all sold out. Limited tickets remaining for Friday and Saturday, and a major trade in the association. Damian Lillard has been sent to the Milwaukee Bucks as part of a 3-team deal with Portland and Phoenix. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So I got a fun note for you. I always laugh. Like, what answer do you think you were going to get? So for the 6 people who listen to whatever Sirius XM Big 12 radio is, I'm sure that's a ginormous audience. Chris Kleiman, the head coach at Kansas State, was a guest today. And he was asked about, hey, the Michigan State coaching opening. Now, mind you, it's September 27th. What do you think Chris Kleiman's going to say?
Guys, as soon as the game is over, I got a flight to East Lansing. I'm going to go check out the facilities, but I'll be back on Monday.
Or Chris Kleiman just came on the air and said, yeah, I won't be a candidate for that job. I'm sticking around in Manhattan for a while. Right. But to ask that question of a head coach.
You have to ask, Mike. You got to ask.
It's ridiculous.
This is where, it's one thing that I could throw names out there, but these guys have jobs. Urban doesn't have a job. So you know what? You could ask Urban. But Kleiman, I kind of got a day job already. So.
I mean, good on Kleiman for answering the question and not hanging up. But I'd be like, guys, September 27th, I just had to sweat my ass off beating Central Florida at home.
Yeah, but I bet you from here on out, those interviews will take place in his office now.
Yeah, pretty much. David, drive of the week, shall we? Well, it's a simple one for me. A 15-play, 65-yard march filled with pressure, strife, mistakes,
fourth downs,
but big plays. It's Ohio State's game-winning drive against Notre Dame to win the game. Look, you start the drive and you're immediately in 3rd and 10 with your young quarterback off of 2 incomplete passes. Then he throws a beautiful ball to get a first down. You start out the next series, another incomplete, then a short pass, then another incomplete. Now it's 4th and 7. McCord answered the bell again to Julian Fleming. Look, I'm not telling you it was a work of art.
No.
But they got it done, and you learn about your team in those spots. You learn about your players. You learn about your quarterback. 15 plays, 65 yards. Wish it was a little more efficient.
Yes.
The first
That's
pass,
the
drive of the week.
Yeah, first pass was a missed screenplay. Yeah. Yeah, not going well, but it did in the end. Touchdown.
And again, they had an intentional grounding.
I was about to mention, yes.
3rd and 19. Big play, overcome it again. Like, I feel like you get better in those moments. You don't get better playing Richmond. David, go ahead.
Oh, man, Michigan fans should be concerned about that drive, I think.
Well, no.
I think they found their quarterback at Ohio State.
Well, no. What that drive showed me was he could handle pressure. And he had every opportunity to just do something stupid. But when it was money time, he made the right throw. He found his receiver. He kept moving the chain.
But the question marks as a Michigan fan, as we were talking about the season coming up when it was, August, was how is Ohio State favored to win the Big Ten when they have to go on the road with question marks at quarterback. Well, they just went on the road, proved a little something, and maybe that leads them into something later in the year.
Here's the thing. Michigan, in my opinion, David can erase all the fears. Go into Nebraska. I don't care if it's 95 degrees there. Run the ball, dominate the first half. You do that, you eliminate all the doubt, and you go back to being the belle of the ball. I still think in the end you will be the best team in the Big Ten, but you haven't shown me anything yet. But you go into Nebraska with they can't do much there, but they can defend the run. That would be impressive. You go and Corum gets $150, Donovan gets 75, and JJ didn't have to even throw the ball.
See, I don't even need numbers. Just watch the game, and Team A dominated Team B. Show me it. But for Michigan fans, I guess it doesn't matter to you, and so be it.
And I understand. You look this way for the last couple of years, and you've won. And you could sit back and say, Rico, why do you do this? Like the one go, it's Groundhog's Day. Yeah, you're right. I still would like to see it now.
So let me give you these two names that came across the ticket text regarding Michigan State. Your thoughts. Names that I haven't heard. Sean Elliott for Georgia State and G.J. Klein for Texas State.
No. Just no to both. Guys, you're talking about going to the bottom rung of college football and handing them the keys to a top 25 job.
The only way I would say bringing in either one of those guys if they're coming in as a coordinator. You want to upgrade.
You know what? That's what Deion did.
Yeah.
Deion hired Sean Lewis, who was Kent State's head coach.
Yeah.
Awesome beard, flash fast offense.
Yeah.
He gave up being a head coach to be an OC at Colorado.
I'm okay if you go and get one of those guys for that.
Right.
Sure.
You're doing that, then we got something.
Someone says, I want to guess a guy that may be on Mike's list. Dave Aranda.
Not
That is
on
from
the list.
Will.
Not on the list. And listen, maybe we started the show this way and we'll finish this way. The relief is in you don't have the slow descent to impact. Like, when your coach is failing and he's going to be fired, or even worse, he's brought back on a lame duck basis. It's a slow descent into the side of the mountain, which is kind of what Dave Aranda might be on. I will take the quick impact and we spin the wheel and try again versus, the equivalent of listening to a Radiohead song extended cut as your coach slowly dies out.
Okay. So no Art Briles. Is he on your list?
No, we're all set. Thank you. 248. No, we're all good. Tiger baseball next. We go extended clip tomorrow. We're on with you till 7:15. Jimmy Cookies will be in here. All Lions all day. Huge Thursday night game. We're good to go. We'll talk to you after Tiger Ball tomorrow.